Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome to another stream of Dots Connected to Islam. Before we begin, just want to make sure that everyone can hear me. So, is my sound clear? Am I clear, everybody? Come on, chat. Let me know if I'm clear. Anybody? Is it just me here? Wow, tough crowd. I see we're beginning like this. We're on today. All right. So, yeah, should be okay. That should be okay. But either way, all right, all good, all good. Barakallahu feek. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, let's begin, inshallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أجمعين Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody. And like I previously stated, just wanted to make sure my sound was properly clear because earlier I wasn't too sure about that. But anyways, but again, welcome to Dots Connect to Islam. For those of you who do not know, my name is Ali, and well, I already said it like a third time. And the topic of tonight's stream, as for those of you who may not have read it yet, the topic of tonight's stream is simply asking non-Muslims, what is keeping you from Islam? So I figured I didn't need to exactly say, oh, this was a sudden one. I figured I didn't exactly need to say non-Muslims because it's obvious when you ask the question, what is keeping you from Islam? It sounds appropriate that it's it's safe to say, safe to assume that I'm not talking about Muslims. Hey, Muslims, what's keeping you from Islam? No. So yeah, we're gonna ask the question today, what is keeping non-Muslims, you non-Muslims, what is keeping you from Islam? What are the reasons that's keeping you from accepting the truth of Islam? And are those reasons subjective? Are they emotional? Are they, what are they? And if you actually claim to have a objective reason, an actual objective reason to keep you away from Islam, then by all means, let's hear it. And hopefully we can actually come to a civil and respectful conversation. So that is simply the question today. And of course, many, not many, non-Muslim, not yet. This is for non-Muslims mostly. So for Muslims, when I put the link out, I advise you guys not to be so hard to click on. I do want to prioritize non-Muslims. Then later on, if they're, if it's a ghost town, like right now, if it's a ghost town, then by all means, some Muslims can come ahead. So guys, I was probably away in a cave all this week because I've been missing out. Is there anybody else that's streaming today? Anybody else that I don't know if the arena's going. I have not been. I've been so I've been so busy this week, and it's just ridiculous. This is one of those weeks, especially around here. It's been snowing, you know, dealing with the snow all week, and it sucks, especially for my car. So it's been hectic, and that's basically half about the things I've been going through for the week. But either way, alhamdulillah, glad the week is over. They take it day by day. But let me actually get things rolling. Let me put the link out. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys have noticed this already, but yes, I am in fact alone. Um, as far as the brothers, I'm not so sure because again, we're all doing certain things these days. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say DeAndre's gonna come sooner, if not later. But the Faisal, I am not so sure if he's going to show up. Most likely, inshallah, he will show up. And as far as Fawad, well, Fawad, yeah, he's taking care of some family stuff. So, he's a family man. So he's taking care of some family stuff. But as far as that, my intrusive thinking is trying to tell me that these brothers just don't like me anymore. You know, just trying to start stuff, just trying to, build chaos. But anyways, but you know, hopefully the brothers will come. Inshallah, the brothers will come pretty soon. But as far as right now, where's that at? When they said the show must well, I can attest to that. Sure, the show must go on, I guess. So yeah. But in the meantime, history lesson. Oh, really? Oh, to start? I I'd rather wait till the end. But anyway, yeah, I'd rather wait till the end. But Barakallahu Feek, I'm glad I at least have some fans when it comes to these history lessons. And as a matter of fact, let me get started. Let me stick to the topic. But yeah. But inshallah later on, if all else works well tonight, inshallah. But let me put the link out. No reason to believe it's true. That's keeping it from you. Okay, that is a pretty bold claim. While I put the link out, Mighty Sarlacc, I hope to at least have a conversation with you since you're already making claims. So let me not waste any more time. Oh dear God. Of course, this again. Ew, no, no, no. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Some of us will just say mistake because of my history lesson. Barakallahu glad I have some fans. Okay. All right, the link has been pinned. So, anybody, especially this fellow over here, any claim that you make, let's come up and have a conversation to substantiate that claim. So, let's go ahead. Non-Muslims, join the panel and let's have a conversation. All right. Now, guys, I want to tell you guys a little secret before we begin. Don't tell Ramsey this, but I haven't liked I didn't like the comment that Rumsey stated on his stream last week. And when I mean I didn't like that comment, I meant the comment where he was talking about how he lives in, well, obviously California is going through wildfire, some wildfires right about now. I think it's more Los Angeles and so let's everyone let's make dua that, there's not that, let's make dua that everyone who is caught under that catastrophe, they're safe. If they're going through anything, please keep them in your duas. Keep those safe ones. Though I'm sure there's some people that have lost their lives. I think so far from what I heard, about two, three, four people have lost their lives. So let's keep them in our duas, please. Let's hope that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala let's hope that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala gives them sustenance. For one, if they lost their family members, let's give them shifa. If they're sick, and of course if they're going hungry, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give them food. And of course, most importantly, if they lost their homes, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala find ways to shelter them. I mean, but let's get back to Rumsey. He made some statements about how he lives in LA. Oh, sorry, not LA. He lives in California, and he was going through a heat wave, meaning it wasn't too cold. It was actually very warm over there. He's talking about how the weather was, very, very warm. The sun was out. It was pretty warm. And as I'm listening to him, it was snowing. As he was talking, it was snowing over here. As he was talking. And I just, oh my gosh. So In the back of my mind, I'm saying, you lucky dude. Oh my gosh. Stop talking, bro. You over here going, yeah, oh wow. It's 75 degrees Fahrenheit over there. Over here, it's oh my gosh, it's 25 degrees Fahrenheit over here, and it just sucks. I cannot stand the cold. I don't like it. And what's even worse, as I'm talking to you, brothers and sisters, now, it's supposed to snow tonight over here. So it's not about as I'm talking to you, brothers and sisters, right now, it's allegedly supposed to snow in a couple of hours, making my time, I just cleaned my car, everything, and now all of a sudden, wow, I gotta go do. Anyway, so I was pretty salty about that. I was pretty salty about that. Anyway, so all right, now I do see some non-Muslims in the chat. Stop. You know what, Dudwan? You know what? No, I would not stop crying about this one. I'm tired of the snow, man. All week it's been bugging me, and I need to let this out. So no, I am not crying. I am stating facts. Snow sucks. That no. All right. Well, I guess these brothers don't hit me that much. Okay, are you ready to come in? Are you ready to join? All righty.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa
How are you doing,
barakatuh.
Akhi?
Alhamdulillah, how are you?
Alhamdulillah. No feedback, right? I don't have my headphones
Uh,
on. It's just
your mashallah, your voice sounds okay. It does sound like you're in the background a little bit, but it's still no problem.
yeah. I'm still eating, but I just thought it would be interesting if somebody joins. I hope somebody joins. It's been a while.
I know yeah, I see somebody may make a claim that there is no reason to be Muslim.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting. The link has been posted, the link has been pinned. So I'm literally just waiting for that person to come up and substantiate everything they're saying. I do see some non-Muslims in the channel. And of course, right before you came in, I was ranting about how much I hate the cold. And you're you're from Canada, so
I know. Do you want us to send some
bro.
more?
Oh no 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 no. As a matter of
So,
fact, take it back, bro. It's supposed to snow here tonight as I'm talking, and all of a sudden
no,
I
it's
don't
just
like it,
snowing
man.
right now. It just not stopped snowing just now. So
Oh my god,
maybe if I get a break, I'll probably go out to shuffle the driveway,
shovel.
sort of
Exactly. It
on the
sucks.
sidewalk.
And then and then the funny thing is, I had to listen to Rumsey last week on his channel talk about how it's 75 degrees in California. I said, wow.
He's living in California, Pacific. What's he talking about?
He's over here talking about how it's sunshine. I said, you know what, Rumsey? It kind of got on my nerves a little bit.
But yeah, Alhamdulillah, like every place has its own. There's there's the good and the bad in wherever you're living, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, the one thing is, Ali is going through a midlife crisis.
A midlife crisis.
When is his life in the mids ever? Guy
I
is
went through a
ancient.
midlife crisis 500 years ago. Like, come on.
All right.
I go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just glad I'm not in Australia because the way you are cooped up in the house with all the creepy crawlies around, that will be
Oh yeah,
scarier
no,
than.
no, no. Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes
No,
I wonder
Australia.
if that's scarier or the weather is. Maybe we should ask Brother Yahya about that.
Oh no, yeah. He should come up and talk to us about that because
Yeah.
believe it or not, the movie Finding Nemo made me a huge fan of Australia. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The movie Finding when I was younger, the movie Finding Nemo, I said, "Oh, P. Sherman 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney, Australia. Nice, I love it." All of a sudden, then I learned some Australian history, including the Emu War, and then I learned that every poisonous, venomous, creepy, crawly, dangerous animals that can fight you one on one like kangaroos. Every
Mhm.
single animal lives in Australia, and I'm saying I would never. No, I'm not setting foot there. Never. Nope. not doing it.
Yeah.
The moment I saw a video of somebody literally in the bathroom, he lifts up the toilet seat and there's a snake coming. I said,
Wow.
and there's a snake coming in. I said, oh my God, nope, not doing it. Can you? Because
It's
typically, what if he didn't look?
yeah, exactly.
But anyway,
I mean,
so no, I'm not going to
the snake
Australia.
will see that as a threat, right? Yeah,
Ex-
it's a reality. But
exactly.
the other thing is, apparently, a lot of these creepy crawlies are isolated to Australia, and even though New Zealand is right across the pond from them, right? It's
Mhm.
uh, it's not as bad over there, comparatively speaking. Or
Hmm. Hmm. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The only thing I know about New Zealand, I know some some tribes, some indigenous tribes. Oh, speak of the man. Let's actually ask.
let's ask him. Bring him
Let's
up.
ask him. All
Ask
right,
him.
Iffy? I got him.
Assalamu alaikum, akhi. How are you doing?
Wa alaikum
Salam
salam,
alaikum.
alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Doing good
So
as always.
let's talk about this, man. Let's
Talk
talk
about
about
what?
this, man. How do you survive over there?
Easy. Just give him a slap
Easy?
upside the head and
Really?
they leave you alone. Yeah, alhamdulillah. It's easy. No problem.
What? No.
See, we're not
How
we're
No
not as
problem.
soft as you guys.
how often is
What?
it that you have some sort of an encounter, like a snake, a scorpion, a spider, or one of these other type of crawlies? Or do you have crocodiles there?
We have what?
Crocodiles or
Crocodile.
So we got crocodiles, alligators, sharks, like
uh,
great white
yeah,
tigers.
yeah, but the
That's why I
They
said
have
like
everything.
it's literally the worst place in the world. And when you think about the history,
Mhm,
so apparently us my ancestors were removed from the UK, England, Europe, over there,
mhm,
sent here to die. Yeah, we thrived.
Hmm.
I
yeah,
mean, forgetting what they did to the indigenous people back in the day, that's a different
yeah,
discussion. But like, you've literally got, what was it, 8 out of the top 10 most venomous creatures in the world in this
mhm.
country. But like we deal with it every day. It's not an issue. We just
And what about New Zealand?
because we deal with it so often,
Yeah.
it's just common knowledge. Oh, when you go do this, make sure you keep an eye out for this
Oh,
because
okay.
it is what it is.
That's just how it's just part of life now for you.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. Like
like
I
that's
go
the
drive
thing.
down the road, and it wouldn't be abnormal for like a kangaroo just to like go hopping across the
Hop
road.
across, yeah.
It's just that's normal.
Mhm. It's interesting because we used to have deers in some of these places around where I live, but sort of
Mm.
since the population has been growing and all that, this area, a lot of the deer population has moved, bear population has moved, coyotes have moved, but then every now and then you get these odd uh, lonesome creatures that sort of pop up. The smaller
Yeah,
ones you get all the time, like raccoons, squirrels. Obviously, squirrels are like the uh, what would you compare it with? Do you have rats? No, I think rats in New York and squirrels in
oh,
Toronto.
we got all that. We got all that stuff over here.
Yeah. So, but the squirrels are the
Drop bears are the best. Drop bears are the best.
yeah, the squirrels are the cuddly ones, right? You can still squirrels, chipmunks. Those are the cuddly ones that we have. Um, and
Mm.
even raccoons, when they're staring at you, right? They have this uncanny resemblance to human beings in their expressions. raccoons and especially
Yeah.
raccoons, right? They're just where is that guy who left a comment and then ran away?
Yeah.
What was the comment?
Sarlacc, something like that. He said there's no reason to join. There's no reason to be Muslim.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
Just enjoy your place in the hellfire.
bro.
Exactly.
Is it weird that I don't know? I need to move somewhere warmer because Ikhwan, I'm literally on the lookout for when it's gonna start to snow because I have to go. I have to go move my car. I just want to go clean it real
Oh,
quick. So literally, I'm on the lookout when it starts to snow. I
so
don't want it to
so
get too
what do you
much
guys
because
do? What do you guys do when it snows? Like, do you let it snow fully, or then you go out and take it off, or do you have to go out immediately because
well, for me, when it starts to snow, of course you go to your car. There's a coating that I put on top of my car that actually covers the snow, so I can just take off the coating and the snow comes off with it. The problem is I do have to be tactful because I don't want to possibly risk getting my car towed. Because if they see that, oh, wait a minute, we don't see a tag, we don't see a marker that you belong here, so they actually will tow it. So I have to be tactful to when to keep it, when to take it off. That's one. And two, what else? What else? What else? What else? I have to, if I have some salt, I put it around my car in the driveway because sometimes what could happen, me backing up, reversing, it kind of gets my car stuck. So just making sure that at least that part is clear. But besides that, that's really much it. That's all I really can do. And then of course I see my father not do anything. So it does my heart
what
well
do you
to see
mean
him
not do
struggle because
anything? He's
he
he's
just lets us know.
helped you grow up. That's enough. His work's
He,
done,
he,
my
he
friend.
just lets he just lets us know. And I'm looking at him. I say, Dad, you should probably just go help yourself. And the funny thing is, as a son, I'm afraid because if I help him one time, congratulations, it's your job now. But yeah, but it's not really. It's not the snow that's the problem. It's especially where I am. The windshield is crazy. So
Oh,
the snow when it snows is not really the problem. It's after it snows. That's where the problem arises because the wind starts blowing and it turns into ice, black ice and stuff like that. So and of course the
Mm.
windshield, it'll be 25 degrees Fahrenheit and the windshield will make it 15 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't. Let me see if I can convert that to metric system,
Well, that's cold. I get it.
especially for
But
Australians. So I
yeah,
would
I mean,
say
some
it's
some places
negative
we do get snow here, but
negative sorry, -3 degrees Fahrenheit, -3 degrees Celsius, basically.
okay.
it's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I mean,
True.
I'm saying for me because I work in the freezer industry.
Oh,
So
Ah,
I'm in and out of a freezer that's like -6 all night.
you know what? Yeah,
So
here. I don't like you. I don't like you right now. And Faisal, you live in Toronto. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, you said it yourself. You live in Toronto, Canada. I don't like you either. Oh, I'm just used to the cold. Yeah, you're used to everything because you're just a warrior like that. Apparently, I don't like you brothers right now. You
this
guys
is
need
you
to
don't
understand
really?
my pain.
this is something that I've
Uh,
actually wanted to do, and if I get the opportunity to do it, I'm gonna do it. Is to go
What?
snowboarding, but only wear a pair of board shorts and a t-shirt.
yo, believe it or not, there was this one. I had a friend in college, right? To this day, Juan, I don't know what his name was. All I know is we all called him Alaska. That's what we called him. And why do we call him Alaska? Well, the first thing is he was actually from the state of Alaska. He was from Alaska, born and raised
Mm.
in Alaska. And two, this man, okay, so as I'm telling you, brothers, it's snowing. It's about to snow right now. It's very, very cold. It'll be -9 degrees Celsius, and he'll be outside in shorts. And he'll just say, I'm not cold.
Yeah.
He's that guy, literally. The breeze will be blowing. He's just wearing not even a tank. He's just wearing a shirt, walking to class. And I'm looking at it. I'm over
Yeah.
here dressed up in three layers. You know, I got a jacket on, and I got a hat on, just going to class, shivering, and he's just there in a shirt.
How is he?
And I'm
How is he
asking,
in the heat though?
he's fine.
He doesn't care
Literally,
either way.
he doesn't care either way. And I look at him, I say, bro, what is your problem? He said,
Cool.
I was born and raised in Alaska, bro. This stuff doesn't really get to me. I said,
Yeah.
yeah, that's not what I asked. I said, what's your problem? Why are you dressing like this in front of me? Do you want to fight me or something?
Yeah.
So yeah, actually,
The
he was my
only
good
reason
friend.
why I wanted to do that was just I naturally have a high body temp.
Oh,
So
okay.
if I go to work, like it'll be pouring down rain, I refuse to wear a rain jacket. Only
Oh,
for
yeah, I
the
love the
fact
rain.
that if I put the jacket on and I go work in it, I'm gonna sweat and then I end up feeling like crap.
Oh,
So
okay.
I just don't wear it. I'd rather get wet and then spend a little time later, like trying to dry myself, than put
Mm.
the jacket on, sweat, feel like crap, and yet still trying to work at the same time. I've tried it, done it before. It
You
just
know,
doesn't work for me. So I'd rather just,
my
if
body
I have
temp.
to, be a little bit cold, just
Uh-huh.
bear it, deal with it, and not have to worry about sweating and feeling crappy. So,
Mm. We have someone backstage, right? Hold on real quick. Ah, there we go. Welcome, welcome, Dawit
hey,
Trucker.
that was trucker. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
salam alaikum.
wabarakatuh.
How you doing,
Waalaikumsalam
Fi?
wabarakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah,
Oh,
did you guys just begin the stream? Oh, 27
just
Yeah,
minutes
few
we
ago.
just
minutes ago.
started about
Yes.
about 30 minutes. We're still waiting for first non-Muslim. I do see some in the chat, but the link has been posted. I don't know why they are not joining. Well, I'm sorry, I lied. I can kind of tell why they're not joining, but at the same time, let's. Oh yeah, so someone who's commenting that there's no Spanish speaker here. Well, we have a Spanish speaker, alhamdulillah. So there's no reason for
Yoo-hoo!
you not to join now.
Aquí estoy
Okay,
si
here you
quieres
go.
hablar.
There's a question for you, brother Neil.
Yeah, go ahead, read it.
Sorry, forgot the L. I know, sister. I found a pigeon on New Year's Day and took it. What?
Oh, sorry,
What?
that's not the
What?
one.
Uncle Faisal, assalamu alaikum.
Grandpa Faisal forgot to put
Okay.
his glasses on.
So, you know what, Neil? After you're done, I want to answer this too.
Yeah.
Philippians 2:6 states that Jesus, who being in the very nature of God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Neil, I want
I
you
love that
to
verse.
wait on. I want you to wait on answering the question because here at Dots Connected,
Yes.
guys, let's not respond to anybody who makes a claim on the chat. If this, I think it's Cataline. If Cataline wants to have a conversation,
Oh,
let
Oh,
let
Catalin's
Cataline
back.
come
let
up
her
and
come up.
have a conversation. So let's not respond to anything unless Cataline comes up on the chat on the stage. That's it. No
Agreed.
responding to
Agreed.
anything on the chat, guys.
Agreed.
So Cataline, you said earlier that there's no Spanish speakers.
Mhm.
Alhamdulillah, we have a Spanish speaker.
Hey,
There's no reason for
Ali,
you
I
not to
think
join.
Ali, I think he's suffering from amnesia, bro. Did he forget that me and DeAndre spoke to him in Spanish?
It's, it's oh yeah, by the way, Juan, I do apologize on Sunday. I left the conversation. How did that end?
With Catalin?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it ended at a point where a lot of what we were saying wasn't registering with him, and we sort of decided, okay, let's end it
Is it?
mhm,
since it's not going anywhere.
because we were just going in circles.
Okay.
We, I think he had a problem with, comprehension, a language barrier. Um,
Language barrier. Hmm.
yeah. Despite,
Um,
despite that he could chew English to an extent, but I think his comprehension skills Because Ali, you see, the problem is, Ali, when
Hmm.
a Spanish, a native, I mean, Catalina, I think he's not Spanish. First of all, I think he mentioned that he's he's Central European. Okay, but
Hmm?
since he has a probably, yeah, since he has been, living and working in Spain, probably that's how he picked up the Spanish language, and so he most likely he's used to Spanish and not English. Maybe English is
Oh,
his, like, maybe third language. Yeah,
okay.
besides his native language. Okay, so so being influenced a lot, Ali, by, by a particular language, really tells a lot about the psychology of the person. Okay,
Hmm.
including the religion, particularly, Spanish, because
Hmm.
you know a person whose English is not their native language or their tongue, and let's say he has been exposed more to the Spanish language and to the, to the Spanish lifestyle, and, etc. Of course, his understanding most likely will be more related to the Spanish language than English, being a, a second or a third language, let's say, for example. I mean, as for me,
Mm.
I mean, Alhamdulillah, Spanish is my first language. Alhamdulillah, I'm proud of it. Alhamdulillah. Yet, to me, it took me 3 years in high school to learn how to chew proper English. Okay, not saying that, I am eloquent in English. No, I am not eloquent. I'm a very simple person, and I mentioned this before. I'm not big in
Hmm.
vocabulary like DeAndre is. May Allah preserve my little brother. Uh, you know,
I mean,
or like Fawad, having, making, Portuguese probably his third language, but yet he can relate. Him and I, we can
hmm.
relate very clearly. Yet our languages are distinct but similar in a way. I could understand Portuguese very, to a very good degree. Okay, because a lot of
Hmm.
Spanish, and they share a lot of commonalities. Uh,
Yeah, it all comes from the Latin language.
Yeah.
exactly,
By the way,
exactly.
Fawad knows more, at least four languages. Right.
Yeah, mashallah,
He
the
knows a little
brother.
bit of.
uh,
He knows Urdu, Pashto. Pashto is his native.
Mashallah, mashallah,
Urdu, English, uh, Portuguese, definitely. And then he lived in
subhanallah.
this. He lived in Switzerland. So I'm not
You know
sure
what,
if
In
he's.
Switzerland. So
Yes.
Fawad
So
knows
brother?
Swiss.
I
I'll
don't
say
think
this, Aquan.
Swiss is a language. I know
But
it's a cheese. It's cheese, but I think
it's
they speak French, German, or Italian.
yeah.
It's
It's not
something along that.
Swiss.
Right?
It's not a language. It's more of a dialect. So it's
Yes.
not its own
Yes.
Swiss.
language, but it's the way how they speak the German language. It's the way how they speak the French language. It's the way they speak it differently, from what I understand. And by the way, everyone in the chat, everyone upstage, as smart. For those of you who don't know Fawad that well, as smart as you guys hear his abilities on our streams and everything. When you have a
Allahumma
personal
barik.
conversation with him, he's even smarter. Literally, because the brother, when you have a conversation with them off stage, or in person, or just straight up just talking as like brothers and sisters, just brothers, the brother is smarter than you guys think. So I'll just stop by saying.
Fawad,
But
what I love about Fawad Ali, barakallahu fik, and
mhm.
barakallahu fikum jamian, is that Fawad is very articulate as well. I mean, Fawad
Yeah.
really, really knows how to, I mean, elaborate, how to break down things, how to, Allahumma barik fihi. I love Fawad. Wallahi, I express my love for the sake of Allah to Fawad. I love you, Fawad.
Okay, okay,
I miss you. I don't
okay,
know why
okay,
he's not
okay,
showing his face.
okay,
I love
okay,
you too,
okay.
Ali. Don't
Fuad,
worry. Don't
yeah,
worry.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Fuad is okay. We get it. We get it. I said he's smart. Okay, let's leave it there, because the brother's gonna get
Okay,
a big head
okay,
about
okay,
it.
okay, okay. Don't overpraise him. Okay.
Hey,
Uh,
Ali,
What's up?
do you want some tissues?
You know what the sad thing is, brother?
yeah.
I have some. I
What?
have some tissues. I have some tissues,
You
brother.
wanna
It's
cry,
gonna snow. It's gonna snow pretty soon. I need to prepare.
dude? It's
How much
it
snow are
was
you getting?
Oh, come on.
Ali. What is that background on your mashallah? I like your background. It looks nice. But what is it though?
Oh,
It looks like
but I
AI
have no idea.
generated, man.
Oh, it is. I've been having some fun with AI these past couple months.
Dude. Well, I need to learn how to do that, but I need a green screen. Rumsey told me, but how can I get a green screen in the truck, man?
I don't think I'm actually not using green screen. I'm not. It's just the background.
Oh, it's like you know printed it or you bought it and you
Yeah,
installed it there.
it's a feature on the StreamYard. If you want to do a virtual background, you could. All you have to do is
Yeah.
download the yeah, just download the whatever image you want and then just put as a virtual background. But yeah, that's and by the way, anybody who says they want my snow, you can have it. Send some snow, you can have it. All of it.
Ali,
Literally
How
just
much
all of
snow
it.
Ali,
you got forecasted?
you look like a fairy with those with that AI background.
Uh,
Uh,
Oh
okay.
wow,
See whether
crap.
SMK. Oh, SMK has a. I think SMK has a better background. SMK, you want to come up like that, or you want to turn off your camera? You good? All right.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Wa alaikum
Wa
salam
alaikum
Walaikum
salam wa
rahmatullah.
salam wa
rahmatullahi wa
rahmatullahi wa
barakatuh.
barakatuh.
How you doing,
Brother
Afi?
Neil, Alhamdulillah. Brother Neil, I have a hint for you. It's
Nam,
right. It's right there.
I cannot see it. Make him bigger, Ali.
Okay, I got it. There you go.
Oh, mashallah, mashallah, Allahumma barik. That looks amazing.
So
Is that a masjid? Oh
you
yeah,
can just go here and you can you don't need a green screen. You don't need anything. I shot my first video using this software.
dude. But I need a computer, probably, don't I?
No, I think it has a phone app as well.
Yeah,
Interesting, but I
it
don't know
should.
how that will work. You know, if I was playing live stream at the same time with you guys, you know. It's
You
okay.
know,
Subhanallah.
well,
What a better screen than my curtain behind.
You
you
just
know
need
what?
good
On a
lighting
side
because
note,
it works according to subject detection. So right now,
Uh,
like I don't have a proper light. I'm just using the light from my monitor and it's giving me enough
yeah,
light that it can detect me as a
yeah.
subject and get rid of the background.
that's interesting.
So, brothers, I'm gonna say something that's kind of contradicting.
Yeah,
I'm over here talking about how terrible the cold is, how terrible the snow is. Guys, I'm a football player. I played football, high school, college, and that
that
involved I
means
played in the snow before, and I have no problem
uh,
playing in the snow.
I was gonna
So
say that.
I hate the cold, but I've played football while it's snowing many times. So, and I have not felt cold. So maybe it's because
How
I'm
does
just
that
playing my
feel?
favorite sport. It feels numb. I don't feel anything while I'm playing.
Really, when you play in the cold?
Literally, because from yeah, when I'm playing, because typically the season is around. If you're in high school, the season starts in in the spring, which is around February, early February. So you do experience the cold in the beginning, and in college, the season was around. You know, it starts in September, August, September, and it goes all the way like around December. So you do get experience a lot of the cold, and again, while you're playing, you don't feel it. For me, while I'm playing, I didn't feel it. And I'm talking about because even when I wear my socks very low. I don't put those high socks. No, I wear my socks very low. I don't know why. It just feels comfortable. And the breeze will be blowing. We'll get to the game. It's literally, but as soon as the game starts, I'm okay. After the game is over, that's when I need to go inside. So I don't know how
Mashallah.
that works. Maybe it's just because maybe that's just when you're playing your favorite sport. That's basically it. So yeah.
Do
Adrenaline.
Besides
you
that, I don't like. There you go. Must be the
do you
gentleman.
wear do
Yeah.
you wear Ali
Hmm.
what do you call it? You know those clothes to keep you warm. What do you call them? Thermos.
Thermals.
Oh
You used to wear
yeah,
Thermals.
thermos when
thermals.
you used to
Uh,
play in the winter.
a couple of times, yeah.
Mm.
Because I would wear the thermal. I wear the thermal undershirt from time to time, like the sleeveless undershirt, and then of course I would wear the heat, well the leggings as well, or the spandex as well from time to time. But for the
Yeah.
most part, when I play, I like to be free when I play. So most of the time I don't. I like to feel loose. So it gives me, and you could say it's just a mental thing for me. I feel very loose when I play because especially since I like to run. I'm a winger, so I run up and back all the time. So when I'm running,
Yeah.
it's like I'm flying. So I don't really feel anything. Like you said, it might be the
Subhanallah.
adrenaline.
Barakallahu feek,
Yeah,
mashallah.
but now I'm not playing football, so the cold stinks. It sucks. So anybody who wants some of my cold, the stop laughing, Yahya. It's not funny. This is a serious matter. Okay.
How much snow you guys got forecasted?
Oh let me double check that by the way. Let me see how much we got. It shouldn't be a lot, but it's still something. And then, but again, wait, is Ali talking about Yeah, football. Yeah, the best sport in the world.
Mhm.
I mean soccer.
You mean soccer, right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I don't know if you brothers missed it, but I explained the history of where the word soccer came from.
Can you please repeat it because I missed it?
So you know how we deem the term soccer to be an American thing?
Yes.
It's actually not. So the term soccer, it actually came from, believe it or not, England.
I knew you were gonna
So
say
in the late
England.
18,
Hmm.
wait 1 second. We got someone backstage. Uh okay,
Party crasher.
champ. Assalamu alaikum, champ. I do apologize, Akhi. We already have 5 Muslims on. And unfortunately, I don't wanna flood the stream with too much Muslims right now. So please stay backstage. If there's any time later on, please do come back. I do apologize, Akhi. But if you're gonna, come up, please do come by later, okay? We'll be glad to have you later on. But right now, I believe 5 will be enough as far as the Muslims are concerned, all right? Barakallahu feek, Akhi. Thank you. So, Neil,
Hmm.
in the late 1800s, there was two sports called football around that time. There was association football, which is what we know as football or soccer today. It was called association football, right? Now there was another type of football. It was called rugby football. So the sport of rugby was
Yep.
called rugby football in the late 1800s, right? So there needed to be a way to distinguish rugby football from association football. And imagine saying association football all the time. It gets kind of tiresome. So what do people do? They cut it short. So when you're abbreviating association, right? Association is spelled
ASSO. Yeah.
ASSO.
SS.
Yeah. So
Yep.
they abbreviated it. So they cut it in half. ASSOC football. So it's basically spelled ASOC football, right?
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was putting together in my mind.
Exactly. So eventually, and going to the 1900s, they dropped the football from rugby and they dropped the football from soccer or association football. They dropped the football. So they would call rugby, instead of saying rugby football, they would just say rugby. Instead of saying association football, they would say ASOC,
To make a
ASOC,
distinction between the two.
to make a distinction, a simple distinction, ASOC, right? So now ASOC, eventually they added an ER, a soccer, a soccer, a soccer, a soccer. That was the slang. That was the term of what they would call football, right? And the early 1900s was around the same time ASOC or football became popular in America. So when America finally caught wind of football from England, what was the term? What did they hear the British call it? They heard the British call it a soccer,
ASOC.
and they took that. So when the British were calling it a soccer, eventually the Americans just dropped the A and said soccer.
Soccer.
But
Okay. Okay.
here's where things get weird. I think in the around the mid, like in the 1940s and 1950s, England dropped the association part. So they literally went back to calling it football around the 1940s to 1950s. They went back to calling it football in the 1940s, right? The problem is they did not let the Americans know. So England went back to calling it football, but the Americans still stuck with soccer.
Okay,
So the
so
reason why
tell,
Americans still call it soccer is because of it. Technically because of England. I was like, wait a minute, that's amazing.
so wait a minute, Ali. I'm trying to understand something because look, we know
Hmm.
that the foot soccer, the original soccer. I
Hmm.
mean that is well known in Latin America, from central Mexico down all the way down. I mean, the
Hmm.
most Latin Americans they play. I mean, so how did the term football came to be in Latin America? Did it also come from England? No. So how did that come to be? That's my question.
Well, here's the problem with that.
If that type,
Mhm.
if that's the original football, all with, I mean, I'm quite sure that it didn't reach England. It's much older. The Latin
So
American,
yeah,
football.
so remember, the actual sport itself was called association football, right? So from what I understand, around the 1800s, right? Now in the 1800s and going into 1900s, there are, there were of course European colonies, right? And a
Okay.
lot of those a lot of those colonies, you had a lot of those colonies was in Latin America. Right? At the time, I think was it the 1820s where Simon Bolivar was, the El
Yes.
Libertador,
El
was, I
Libertador.
think it was
Yes.
the, yeah, it was so yeah, Simon Bolivar in the early 1800s, right? So that's when around the
Yes.
time the yeah. So however, the sport itself has already been known around that time in Latin America because of the colonies, right? Now you had Spain. Most of the most of the Latin American colonies was Spanish ruled. Some of them were Portuguese ruled. Even a few of them were even French ruled, right? And then what happened?
Right.
England. What did England have to do with it? England kind of influenced Spain, France, and Portugal about football. So that's how it made its way into Latin America, especially when the Latin Americans gained the revolution. They still kept the name. Now around that time, remember this is not the late 1800s. It was around the mid 1800s,
Ali,
right? That's when what?
I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you. There's a couple of
Go ahead,
videos
Abby.
I wanna go over. So there's a few of them which are history, and I was
Mhm.
wondering if
Okay.
you would be interested in it. So the first one is, why was the Rosetta Stone so important? So I think we've
Oh,
talked about
perfect.
it in the number of times,
Let's do it.
right? And I think it will be interesting for this for the people to sort of learn about this part. And then the other
Yeah.
one is, how were the Dead Sea Scrolls discovered? Right, just those two that we will go over. So
Hmm.
I'll,
Perfect.
if you're okay with it, I'll send you the link just because I'm gonna step away for a few moments,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
So the first
All right.
one,
Let me
I
see it.
sent you the first one, the Rosetta, and the
Awesome.
second one is the Qumran
Scrolls.
scrolls.
Oh, the Qumran
All right.
scrolls.
Okay.
All right. Like, yeah, because
Let's
we
do
actually
it.
need to keep this more Islam related. So, but yeah. So as far as Neil, so the idea of football itself, this is around the early to mid 1800s. Around that time, football was already there, but around that, and of course, when they got wind of it, it was still kind of called association football. The term football kind of stuck. The colonies or the Latin Americans never caught wind of soccer because
Of
only
course.
America did, because America had a relationship with England around that time. So that's when they were caught winning the term soccer. Whereas the Latin Americans, they just kept it called football. And throughout the world, that's what it was known as. Apparently, it was only America that wanted to take the soccer slang term for it. So,
Subhanallah.
which is kind of weird.
Subhanallah. Yeah. I'm beginning. Yeah, my brain is working right now concerning that. No wonder. No wonder, Ali. No. For real. No wonder most of the every I would say every, not most, every, except for the maybe French Guiana. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they
Hmm.
they do play. They do play
Oh,
football.
then they do.
You know
They do.
they do in the Guianas
Hmm.
in South America. Okay,
Hmm.
then no wonder all of them they still use asociación. which means association.
There you go.
Every group is still until this day they use Asociación Club Real Madrid, Asociación Club Barcelona, Asociación blah blah blah.
Hmm.
Even when I used to love soccer when I mean soccer football. When I was younger back home in Honduras,
You know,
we used to be fanatics, man. So subhanallah, that's interesting. But you know what? Something is coming to
Taki
my mind too.
and Robert.
Nam,
Hmm.
really quick. Maybe you can do research on this, perhaps. I'm quite sure you probably don't know it. You
Go
haven't
ahead, Aki,
studied
go
it yet.
ahead.
But does the sport that the Mayans used to play, that they used to have a
Yeah,
rubber ball basically and shoot it into a wood a stone carved hoop like face
yeah.
like this.
Yeah, hoop on onto the side.
Does
Yeah.
what is the name of that sport? But maybe we can talk about it later. Maybe you can research about it. If this is this anything to do with the influence of football in Latin America as well? It's very interesting.
You know, You know, I'm pretty sure it does because the Mayans. See, this is the controversy. Historians actually say that it was actually the as early as the Mayan era because they do see the Mayans practicing a form, and not even just the Mayans. Okay, it was actually some African countries, some African tribes that were doing a similar thing as far as taking a circular object and kicking it.
Mhm.
So it wasn't just the Mayans in Mesoamerica or Middle America around that time.
Mhm.
It was also some of the Africans were doing the same thing. Now the problem with that is the accounts are weird as far as who took it from who. So I know for a fact that it definitely had an influence for the Spanish that went over there, like Hernan Cortez. You have Pizarro as well. It was especially with the Mayans. The Mayans was
That's
more
very
Cortez.
interesting.
Yeah, Cortez was Spanish. So as far as how much did the Spanish take it, and with the British, did the British influence the Spanish, or this? How much of that's where
Ah,
I need to get more information on.
now if you're talking about the colonization period of the Spanish kingdom after 1492, uh, by from that period on of King Ferdinand and Isabella, then most likely that probably was not non-existent. The idea of football or anything like that.
Yep,
I don't believe it was
yep.
existence whatsoever, or even the thought.
You know
But
what?
however,
W-
the Mayans, yes, they did, most likely develop this, or it was influenced by the Western African Muslims that came to the Americas.
See, and this is where history gets weird because unfortunately, after it wasn't our account of what happened in the Americas. It's very, very. It goes. It does not go back as far as you want it to. Whereas the Mayans existed long before the Aztecs, long before Cortez even showed up, but you don't know how long. Scholars
Way
even
back.
date
I
them to
mean,
be,
it
yeah,
it goes
yeah,
even before BCE.
yeah.
Way
Scholars
back.
even date them to be in the BC era. And by the way, there was this group called the Olmecs as well that kind of predated even that. So unfortunately, we don't our accounts of those, which is actually what I want to learn more about. But we do
If
have to continue after. But
if
before we do,
Anyways, yeah.
yeah. But before we do, I have a question for you, brothers. The same way how you talk about the association of football. Okay. Does anybody know what FIFA stands for?
Yes, I know.
Federation
Well,
International Football Association.
a
Federation of International Football Association.
Mm.
football association. There you go. So, but yeah, let's just leave it there. Let's actually get to the video to keep it more on task because we can have a conversation about this for a, a long period of time. So let's get
Yeah,
started. Alrighty, let me show you. You
let's
brothers,
do
let
it.
me know when you guys can see it. Okay.
Go ahead.
Come on, come on, come on. Load it up. Load it up. Is it snowing? It's not snowing. Good.
Alhamdulillah that here, it was snowing lightly, but Alhamdulillah, here I'm already in. outside of Salt Lake City, so no snow.
Oh, you're in Utah.
Yeah, well, I came from Idaho.
Uh, uh, I'm not a fan of Utah at all.
I like it.
But anyways,
It's nice.
can you both see my screen?
Yes, we can see
Yep.
it.
All right, let's begin, inshallah. Bismillah.
For centuries, scholars puzzled over the hieroglyphs they found carved onto ancient Egyptian ruins, tablets, and papyri, but a unique discovery would finally help unlock their meaning. In 1799, as the French military invaded Egypt, an officer encountered a curious stone on the
Napoleon.
outskirts of Rashid, or Rosetta. It was inscribed with 3 different portions of text: Egyptian hieroglyphs, which is the oldest Egyptian script, dating back some 5,000 years, Demotic Egyptian, which is a later derivative of Egyptian, and Ancient Greek. It seemed that each section was a rough translation of the others, meaning the stone presented an unprecedented key to unlocking hieroglyphs. English troops soon intercepted the stone and brought it to the British Museum in 1802, where it became one of the most popular displays. Various European scholars, including Johann Åkerblad, Thomas Young, and Jean-François Champollion, worked to decode the Egyptian scripts. There were some crucial initial clues. The Greek section included the names of royal figures, while certain areas in the Demotic section had bracket-like forms and some hieroglyphic sections were encircled. Could these portions encode the same royal names? Åkerblad matched some characters up and, in 1802, successfully decoded the royal names and some simple words like much and temples in the Demotic script. This led Åkerblad to believe that all Demotic signs were alphabetic, meaning each letter represented a discrete sound, much like in English. Thomas Young, in contrast, suspected that some of the Demotic signs were logograms, that is, symbols encoding entire words or phrases. For example, he believed a sun disk with a stroke indicated the sun or sun god. Around 1814, he deciphered some recurring Demotic words, like Pharaoh and Egypt. Young also had the critical insight that Demotic was a later iteration of hieroglyphs, and studying the hieroglyphic text, Young successfully decoded the royal name Ptolemy, but he still believed the prevailing misconception that most hieroglyphs were logograms representing ideas, not sounds. Using his knowledge of other scripts and languages, like the Egyptian Coptic he learned from a Coptic Christian priest, Champollion realized that most encircled hieroglyphs were phonetic. They represented sounds: the Egyptian vulture, and A, the 3 fox skins, Mes, and so on. This finally allowed him to read the Egyptian names Ramses and Tutmosis. Cross-referencing other hieroglyphic texts, Champollion confirmed that many hieroglyphs beyond the encircled names were phonetic. And on September 14, 1822, he ran to his brother's house and declared the breakthrough. Later, Champollion determined that beyond alphabetic and logographic hieroglyphs, some were classifiers that sorted words into categories, like occupations, plants, and abstract concepts. The first complete translation of the Rosetta Stone was finally published in the early 1850s. So, what did it actually say? The inscription was marked 196 BCE. It honored the first anniversary of 13-year-old Pharaoh Ptolemy V's coronation and outlined a series of benefits for the Egyptian priesthood. The inscriptions described laws for maintaining temples and performing rituals, like the burial of sacred animals. At the time, Egypt was a multicultural society. 2 main languages were spoken: Ancient Greek, brought by Egypt's conquerors, and Demotic Egyptian, the native language. Hieroglyphs represented Middle Egyptian, a language that was already antiquated but may have been included to convey a sense of authority. The decree was copied onto many stones and erected in temples. However, as regimes shifted, edifices were deconstructed and reconstructed. Some scholars think the Rosetta Stone was originally placed in a temple in Sais. It's unclear how it ended up 80 kilometers away, but it may have been transported up the Nile after the late 15th century. Once deciphered, hieroglyphs helped overturn misconceptions. Subterranean chambers within Egyptian pyramids were once thought to be secret sites of priestly initiation and study, but it was finally confirmed that pyramids were tombs housing sacred preservations for the afterlife. Soon, entire texts could be translated that showcase the complexity of ancient Egyptian religious compositions. Experts are still decoding new hieroglyphs as they arise and untangling instances of tricky grammar and wordplay. The Rosetta Stone helped illuminate one of the world's oldest written languages and the vibrant history it emerged from. And yet, the pillaged artifact remains far from its provenance today. Decoding hieroglyphs allow
Okay, let's stop it right here. All right. So after all that, Ikhwan, for those of you who are still kind of confusing, are still kind of confused, for those of you in the chat, the Rosetta Stone basically is the gave access to the lost history and the heritage. What the heck? Give access to the lost history and heritage of the ancient Egyptians that had been lost to man ever since, of course, the Romans. The Romans in the year, I believe it was 30 BC. Yeah, 29, yeah, 29, 30 BC under the reign of Octavian. Yeah, Octavian, who would later become Augustus Caesar. So that was the where they overtook Cleopatra and Egypt. So they're, of course, with the history gone, etc., etc. Now, around since 30 BC up until the 1800s, basically, our information when it comes to Egyptian history, when it comes to Egyptian culture itself, was gone. It wasn't until, because even when it comes to the hieroglyphs, we lost access to being able to read those hieroglyphs. So we would see it would be like a foreign language. It wasn't until the Rosetta Stone was discovered. Now, what, like the video said, the Rosetta Stone gave a way to translate those phonetic and those languages, the hieroglyphs, into the Greek language. So the moment you're able to translate it into the Greek language, now all the doors of the Egyptian history are open. Now you can actually find out Egyptian history, Egyptian culture, Egyptian language, Egyptian gods, Egyptian beliefs, etc., etc., etc. So that's why I would say the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, in my humble opinion, is one of the greatest discoveries ever, because it brought back an entire civilization that was lost for almost 2,000 years. So I would just leave it at that. Anybody want to chime in?
I have just one question.
Okay.
That when they found the stone and then went through the translation of the hieroglyphs on it with the other languages and then into the Greek, how accurate is it?
As far as its accuracy, now
Like,
that one, okay,
I'm not saying that
what?
they're all lying about the translation, but
Mhm.
how when they finished all the translations,
Mhm.
are they saying this is like literally like it, or is it
Now,
kind of like it's the best we can come up with?
I would say it's more the second one, because remember, just like how I would say with translations, you always lose certain things when you're translating it. So it's not an
Yeah.
identical word for word translation. However, it gives us the gist of what they're talking about. So it's, I would say it's the best that we can get, because the closest language that we have relating to the Egyptian language is connecting it to the Greek language, because around that time, lo and behold, it was the Greco-Roman languages that were the dominant languages in the world at that time. So that is the best that we can do. As far as how confident they are, how accurate they are, I would not be able to tell you, because I don't have that much information as far as the processes in a more deeper, in-depth view as far as how that worked out. So that's as best as I can give.
You know, Brother Ali, I was thinking about another interesting link. When you remember that stream in which Brother Wissam was here and Brother John Fontaine was here, and Brother Wissam was talking about the what was the name of those scrolls? The
Shapira scrolls.
The Shapira scrolls, yes. And we were discussing the link between hieroglyphs and Paleo-Hebrew and Proto-Hebrew. because obviously because
Mhm.
the Hebrew language had to be modeled off of the relevant language of the time, which was the Egyptian language.
Yeah, and that's primarily the case because the Hebrew-speaking people came out of Egypt. That's the primary reason. But there's a so if you look at history of languages, right, the first few languages that we have written accounts of are the Sumerian and the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Right, those are the oldest ones that we have. I know the people in the subcontinent would love to debate that it's Sanskrit or Panikrit or whichever one there is, right?
Yeah, that's when
But at
that's when they
least,
say it's dated from. As far as our evidence is it's a different story.
yeah. So again, it comes back to the question of, well, what do we have right now? And that's Sumerian definitely is the oldest one, and it's, when you look at it, it's one of the most primitive forms of languages, or the characters in it, the alphabets of the Sumerian language are one of the most primitive forms that we have. It's just like an indentation into the into clay, right, with a sort of a blunt tool, sort of speaking, and the different angles, the different characters are made with that. So it's a very interesting language when you take a look at that. The other thing is, when you're looking through some of this, one of the things that you guys were talking about, how words show history, right? Because the earlier discussion you were having, how soccer versus
No,
football, depending on when
Faisal,
it got.
uh, okay, I'm so sorry for interrupting you. Okay, I just want
Sure.
everyone in the chat, please, if there is a non-Muslim making claims, let's not entertain them. Just tell them to click the link and come up on stage to have a conversation. The more you adhere to their comments, the more they're gonna feel the need to make more claims and comments. All right. So I'm gonna say this to you, brothers and sisters, on the chat. Please, if you hear or if you see a non-Muslim make a claim in the channel, mods, either tell them to click the link or to stop making points and claims if they're not going to click the link. If they persist, then put them in timeout or ban them, okay? But please stop entertaining their claims and comments, Akwan. Please. Sorry, Faisal, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I was pointing out here is very simply these how you and brother Neil were talking about football versus soccer. Why in North America it's still called soccer, versus in South America and the rest of the world is football, right? These kind of things that we're talking about, right? Those are really interesting tidbits for us. But when it comes to the study of languages and when it comes to the historical analysis of languages, uh, the academics and the scholars, they hold on to these very significant as a very significant um, identifiers of when things happened or where things are coming from. So, for example, if today, right, somebody writes on football, depending on which region of the world it's being written down in, it could mean something different, right? So, football written down in North America would mean a different sport from football being written down in Europe or South America or in some of the other parts of the world. And those signs are taken into account to determine when something was written down, when you're looking back into history, because those are really important tools. And this is one of the ways in which the Old Testament scholars and also New Testament scholars determine whether or not a particular letter written by an individual was from that individual, or a particular um, translation being done, when it might have been done, because certain words may not be in use at the time when it's being claimed, and so on. So I'm getting some feedback. Yeah. So this just pointing that out. Now coming back to the Rosetta Stone, one of the things that stood out to me, Ali, was how the name of the place was Rashid and not Rosetta. So
Yeah,
again, one of
Yeah,
those few things where everything gets Latinized,
translated.
Orientalist.
it was
Yeah, yeah,
basically the language was bastardized. That's the
yeah.
term that is used.
Hmm.
Pretty much, pretty much. So that's one. The other thing is um how interesting it is how they did that analysis. Now, if anybody has played those games, I think it's called cryptography or
Mm.
cryptographs,
Orography.
right, where you're
Hmm.
given a code that A is equal to, let's say, 4 and B is equal to 7 and so on, and you
Mhm.
gotta figure out what is written on the piece of paper, right?
Oh, it's been a minute. Yeah, I remember playing the game once a couple of times, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think I stuck at it
So
now.
it's an interesting game. I mean, puzzles that more likely than not most people would have done. So these uncovering these languages is pretty much similar to what you're seeing here. Just the difference being that uh, you're sort of not very clear. It's not as well defined as you would have in the uh, what do you in the um, in that puzzle, right? Normally, they simplify it by just using numbers to represent characters or something very simplistic. Because let's face it, those games are mostly meant for kids and young adults, children and young adults, right? So
Hmm.
it's not meant to be super complex. Trying to keep your attention at the same time as making sure that there's that satisfaction of achieving something by solving it. So, but when it comes to these things, right, it's just works in a very similar way, but it needs you to do a lot more digging into it. Now, how do these words sound? Where, how accurate this is? Wallahu alam. I mean, we're not living uh, in the uh, 15th century BCE or the 5th century
Hmm.
BCE or any time like that, right? The other interesting thing is, depending on who's writing it. I mean, if Ali writes something versus I write something versus Brother Neil is writing something down or Brother Shah is going to write, our writings are going to be different, right? Our characters might be different, and one of us may be using um, what do you call it? The calligraphic writing. Others may be
Cursive.
block.
The
Yeah,
cursive. Right?
You know what?
cursive
You
as
know,
well. So all of these different flavors, right? So what these scholars have sometimes like, I mean, it's not an exact science because you've not seen it written down, but they have to make some assumptions at the end of the day that if this particular script was used, that means such and such time period, versus that script was used, it was being used in this time period, and so on. Go ahead, Ali.
I was gonna say, as you know, when you're talking about names and languages, right? And there's many things that we see to this day, especially with how we decide to change the dialect of the names depending on the language I would speak. If I was,
Mm-hmm.
if you were if you're in Arabia, right, and you try to say, what is it? It's Mikhail, right? If you are Russian, it's Mikhail or
Mm-hmm.
Mikhail. If you were in Latin America, it's Miguel, right?
Mhm.
So all these different styles of names, and even if you were in Africa, you will say it's
It's
Mikkel,
interesting
or
what you're. Mhm.
it's the same exact name too. It's you go from Philip to, but if you're Latin America, it's Felipe. It's
Felipe.
it's this
Yep.
it's as if there are different names, but it's actually the same. And one of the ones that I even find out when I'm doing my history of the Holy Roman Empire is, brothers, do you know the difference between the name Charles and Carl is?
It's just
Tell us.
the way that it's pronounced, the pronunciation.
It's the
Uh,
same name.
yeah.
It's the same name.
Just go ahead.
So
Okay.
yeah, it's the same name. So Carl, how we see, the first, I think it's Frankish in origin, the Franks, which modern day France in the like the mid fifth, sixth, seventh century, the Franks came up with the name Charles or Carl, right? That's why we see the name Charlemagne.
Charlemagne.
Charlemagne, what does that mean? That means Charles the Great. That's another way of saying Charles the Great. That's what the name Charlemagne means. So
That's
I think
that's what the word
so.
magno
All of
means. Magno.
Magnum, great or huge in stature, right? So a lot of these names, as
Or
far as
Isa
the
and
languages are
Jesus.
concerned, Isa and exactly. I mean, even I remember
Jesus.
they were talking when they were talking about the history of Jesus as far as what happened to him between the ages of like 10 to 29. Some Indians claimed that Jesus went to India, and
Yep.
in their accounts, what do they call him? They call him Isa.
Also,
So,
he also
but
supposedly Ali. What's even crazier, when Jesus, supposedly, sent the demon legions into the pigs and they jumped into the cliff. Supposedly, I
yeah,
heard that Jesus traveled to Spain
Oh,
because the cliffs, the description of the cliffs, they match some cliffs up in Spain.
Mhm.
Spain. Are you
interesting.
talking about the? Well, I know you're not talking about the Alps, right? Or the Pyrenees?
No, no. I'm not talking about that. The Pyrenees are in
Okay,
in
okay.
But
no.
there's another reference here that connects to Muslim history actually, the
Mm.
Normans. So the Normans,
There you go. Yep.
the Normans come from who? The Normans come from the Northmen.
Mm,
Who were the Northmen?
Northmen, the
The
yeah.
Vikings.
Northmen were the Vikings. So the Vikings became the Northmen, who became the Normans, who then said, "Okay, now what do? We've become the Normans. We have infiltrated the mainland Europe. Now
Hmm.
let's go fight the Crusades," because that's
No,
what they were. They were mercenaries.
even before that, who the Normans or the Northmen, what did they do? In the 7th century, they started attacking England and they started attacking
England, yeah,
France. Now,
yeah.
Yep.
one of those French kings said, "You know what? We keep getting our butts kicked by these guys. So rather than fight them,
Join them.
let's give them their land. Let's turn them into French people." So what
Mhm.
land do we know? What land did he give them? Modern day Normandy.
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 Normandy,
There
yeah,
we go.
yeah.
And it gets even worse too, because what happens? The North, some of the Northmen, the Vikings, started going into England. So what did they do? They started mating between one another, right? Now,
Mhm.
one of the kings, I believe his name was Alfred the Great. If I'm not Alfred the Great or something like, yeah, Alfred the
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
He
Alfred,
made
Alfred.
Alfred. He mated with a Norman woman, and he had a son, a bastard son named William. William
Mhm.
was the Duke of Normandy, and William spoke French, right? Or he spoke French in with a Viking dialect, so it was a different French that they spoke. Now, William ended up becoming King of England
Yeah.
He was the first king of
in
England.
the first modern the king of England in the year 1066, the Battle of Hastings, right? And by the way, this remember when I told you, brothers and sisters, that a long time ago the kings of England did not speak English?
Yep.
William started
They
that.
spoke French.
They spoke French, and
Yeah.
what did they do? They actually started changing the English language. So the English language that we know of with the Anglo-Saxons, the Anglos and the Saxons, Anglos, get it?
Yep.
The Anglo-Saxon,
Mhm.
it started being turned into Norman English, meaning English with the French dialect. Instead of saying something is fair or this woman is fair, what do you say? She's beautiful. Instead of saying you arrive or you come in, what do you say? You enter. Instead of saying a place, you say a chamber. So it made it bougie. And what was the term that they used? They used the term normal. So the word normal, that's what it means. So if you were normal, you were trying to be like the Normans. That's
Uh
what
huh.
normal. That's what all that came from. So again, that one, that's why, again, the Battle of Hastings, when we talk about the most influential battles in history, the Battle of Hastings is probably, in my opinion, top three, because it basically gave England their first conqueror, which was William the Conqueror, and it opened the door to the way, even the language that William the Conqueror spoke, the way how he spoke English. Well, he didn't really speak English. The way how the Normans spoke English, to this very day, anybody who speaks English, we speak the Norman English. That wasn't the original English that was spoken at that time. So that literally, as you brothers are talking right now, we're speaking the same English the French Vikings spoke almost 1,000 years ago,
And
which is go ahead.
it shows that amazing connection that exists between the historical narrative and language. How
I mean,
the narrative
mhm.
how the narrative is so intrinsically linked with the transformation of language, like you very clearly demonstrated right now.
Yeah, it's
So
very
almost
interesting, subhanAllah.
okay, Elias, I meant the term. The term was anyways. But anyways, um, and so what we're talking about Islam, right? What do we? How do we? So how do we? Let's get back to actual Islam. What do we actually implement when it comes to Islam? Well, think about it. Islam, the Quran was revealed when in the seventh century, right? This was literally at a time where access to anything Egyptian was lost, meaning that we had no access to Egyptian history, we had no access to Egyptian culture. There was no way we can even know. There's no one, not even the greatest scholars at that time, could know. Now, what's in the Quran about Egypt? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what does he say about it? The first thing he talks about is, of course, we all know the difference between king and pharaoh. During the
King and
time of
Pharaoh.
Yusuf
No.
alayhi salam, you have a king, and then during the time of Musa, you have a pharaoh. Now, this is just one. What's the difference? A lot of Christians would say, well, there's no difference. Even Jews, there's no difference. A pharaoh is a king. A pharaoh, that's not all the way true. And here's the problem: if you read the Bible, not one place, and Neil, you can correct me if I'm wrong, okay? If you
Mm-hmm.
read the Bible, not one place did it say the pharaoh thought himself to be God. It never says that. It never says in the Bible that the Pharaoh during the time of Moses believed himself to be God. It never says that. Is that true?
No.
Can you confirm that? Thank you. So now, how is that important? Simple. The reason why he's a Pharaoh is because he believed himself to be God. Why? Because let's actually start with the history. Historically, what do we know about, the greatest, well, the most well-known Pharaoh of all, Ramesses? He
Ramesses.
took himself to be God. That's why one of the seven wonders of the world, his temple of Abu Simbel, right? He is literally being next to Egyptian gods, Horus and Ra. It was a symbolic. And again, after they opened the doors to the Egyptian culture and Egyptian language, a pharaoh himself, every pharaoh during the second kingdom, the new kingdom period, everybody who was a pharaoh in the new kingdom period thought himself to be the reincarnation, or the sorry, not the reincarnation, the incarnation of the sun god Ra.
Ra.
That's why. So if you were a pharaoh in the New Kingdom period, you thought yourself to be God. And the greatest, most extravagant pharaoh of all that we know historically, and that Allah
Ramesses.
Subhanahu wa Taala talks about, is known as, well, Allah does not say specifically to Ramesses, but historically Ramesses the second. And this is where, and here comes the question: How did Allah How did Allah Subhanahu wa Taala know that the Pharaoh during the time of Moses thought himself to be God? That's one. And how did Allah Subhanahu wa Taala know that the Pharaoh during Moses' time thought himself to be God, but during the time of Joseph, Yusuf alayhi salatu salam, you never heard that. The king of Egypt, you never hear he thought himself to be God. You never heard him um talk about, you never heard him having issues with Semitic foreigners coming into his country, taking their jobs. I mean, Semitic foreigners coming into the country, and now you have a Semite who Joseph, peace be upon him, is literally becoming the governor of Egypt. Now, if you are Pharaoh, you're letting these foreigners come in and attack, basically have a high stature, have a high authority. Would you have a problem with that if you thought yourself to be God? Yes, you would. But
Yep.
why not? During the time of Moses, so during the time of Joseph, historically, it wasn't the New Kingdom period. It was, scholars say it was the second intermediate period. And the king of Egypt at that time was not Egyptian. Was not
Yep.
even, it was a Semitic group called the
Hyksos.
Hyksos. Thank you. And again, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knew all of this. He said this clearly, distinguishing Pharaoh and king in the Quran,
That's amazing.
knowing that for a fact there will be no. And what does he say about the Pharaoh? He says this Pharaoh is extravagant. He, how, again, how would he know? And two, and this is the best. This is the best of all. In the Bible, and I'm just scratching the surface here. In the Bible, right? During the time of Moses, there was two pharaohs during the time of Moses. There was one pharaoh when Moses was born, and then when Moses was of maturity, there was another pharaoh. So during Moses' time period, there was, which is I think when Moses was 80 years old, 80 years old. That's when he went back to hey, let my people go, stuff like that, right? Now
Yep.
within the 80 basically within an 80-year time span, there was two pharaohs during the time of Moses. Now, that's what the Bible claims. In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says differently. The first thing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, he does not say those two pharaohs. He says there was one. There's one, a singular pharaoh. That's one. Two, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, instead of Moses being 80 years old, the age of maturity was 40 years
40.
old. So now, these are two different claims, right? Now, historically, which one does history seem to affirm? Well, historically, the time of Pharaoh, where a Pharaoh would have been the title of the ruler of Egypt, did not come until the New Kingdom period. So, if you literally look at all of the pharaohs that came after the New Kingdom period, now it's the time of Moses had to be one of those guys, right? Here's another thing. I think, was this Pharaoh Meneptah? Meneptah, yeah. Now, in the New Kingdom period, right, there was this artifact that was discovered called the Meneptah Stela. In the Meneptah Stela, it talks about the Exodus, basically. So it talks about how just recently there was this group of people that was that were slaves, and that they literally escaped Egypt. They recorded it down. It's called the. Let me see if I can pull it up. Actually, it's called the Meneptah Stela, right? Faisal, can you do it for me, Aki? Let's see.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you, Aki. So yeah,
Do you want me
the Meneptah Stela,
to
right?
bring this up?
Please do. Zoom in a little bit. So yeah, this is the obviously we had no access to it until we actually, it's hieroglyphic. We had no access to it until we actually, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, on the far right, that's Ra. So this is yet another evidence as far as how a pharaoh took themselves in a godly sense. I think the one on the right, is that Isis? On the
Isn't
left,
that
I'm not.
Osiris? Isn't that
I think
Osiris?
either Isis, the one on to the far right. No, I think that's Ra.
This is Ra with
Yeah, that's
the
Ra.
sun on the top, right? The
Yeah.
symbol of Ra is the. Oh, is that
hmm
Horus?
No, it's Ra.
Ra. Okay.
The
Horus
one on
is
the left.
the falcon.
Is
Yeah.
that the god
No,
of death? No.
Osiris is the god of death.
No, that's Osiris, the god of the dog.
Yeah. So no, the one on the right is definitely Ra. I think the one on the far left, I think it's Isis, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, so Faisal, can you go back to Wikipedia? So yeah, so the Meneptah Stela was discovered. Now in the Meneptah Stela, it talks about accounts of these group of people leaving, who were servants in Egypt, leaving Egypt, basically the Exodus, right? It talks about that in the Stela, right? Now, what can we do about it, right? Israel reference. So Petrie called upon, okay, I'm not going to read all this. Yeah, right here. Petrie suggested that it was actually called Israel. Whatever. Hey. So this Stela dates or talks about these group of people leaving Egypt, right? And this was during the time of Pharaoh Meneptah. So whoever the Pharaoh of the Exodus, it had to have been before Pharaoh Meneptah was in charge, basically, which is, common sense, right? So if you actually look at the New Kingdom period, right? If you look at every pharaoh between the first pharaoh of the New Kingdom period to Pharaoh Meneptah, whoever the pharaoh of Moses had to be, it had to be between these two, right? Now, unfortunately, here's where the problem arises, right? Between the first pharaoh of the New Kingdom period and Pharaoh Meneptah, the biggest problem is there is no time during that time in which two pharaohs were in charge throughout an 80-year time span. It was impossible. It doesn't date accounts like that. However, there is an account of one pharaoh being in charge for more than 40 years. Only one pharaoh during the time of the New Kingdom period before Pharaoh Meneptah, right? There was a time where one pharaoh reigned for more than. So there we go. So Pharaoh Meneptah, right? So, okay,
Yep.
can you go up a little bit? So yeah.
Further.
That-
Let's keep going
ye-
up. We'll keep going up, but
Yeah.
this is we're talking about 1213 BCE 1213 to BCE 1203.
Yeah. So let me see. Pharaohs of the New Kingdom. Let me see if I can search as pharaohs of the New Kingdom period.
Yeah, so that starts with.
There we go.
Here
It starts
right?
with
New Kingdom,
Tutmos.
1450.
Yeah, Ahmose the first. Ahmose the first, right? So for everyone listening, right? Historically, whoever the pharaoh of Moses was, it had to be between Ahmose and Pharaoh Meneptah, because the Meneptah Stela talks about these group of people, right? So it had to be between them, right? Now the problem is, if you look at the dating of every pharaoh that took place, there's not one time where you see two pharaohs in charge within an 80-year time span. Within an 80-year time span, not one time. However, not one time. You can go and check it. Go ahead, Aki.
No, so we're clearly seeing the discrepancy.
25 years, 50 years in total. 20.
Usually the pharaohs, I mean,
21.
they will rule throughout their whole life until they died.
Yeah. And this is just
I think this is a typo. I think this is a typo. It means, I think they're trying to say 1504.
Yeah, 1504. I know.
Yeah.
I just read it at 1504. So Tutmose, 1504 to 1492. Right.
That is 12 years.
12 years. Sorry. Yes. And then 21. My mind's hopping. Give me 1 second. I need to move it to here. Okay. Can you read it, or is it too fine? All right.
I can read it.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'll do this, and
oh my god, that's
just
so small.
I can read it. This is better because it was too fine for me. I'm getting old, Ali. I'm getting old.
No, hey man, look, I've been old for 1,000 years, bro. I've seen everything, man.
I know. So Tutmose, first, second, third, 1504, 1492, 1492, 1479. Again, this is like just 25 years. 2 and 3, 1492 to 25. That's like 70 years approximately. So that's
three.
One possible.
Wait,
right?
Where?
2 and 3.
1492. Wait, 2 and 3. 1492 to 1425. That's not 80 years, Akhi.
No, it's not 80 years, but it's close. It's the
No,
closest that
no,
we've
but
got so far.
remember, yeah, the biblical account says when Moses was
80
80 years
years.
old, a second pharaoh was, meaning in an 80-year time span, it had to have
Yeah,
been two pharaohs within 80 years, and that's not the case, because if you go to 80 years, you go to Hatshepsut, Queen Hatshepsut, or
exactly.
Pharaoh. So even then, it does not count. So no matter, until you get from Ahmose to um Meneptah, there is no two pharaoh that were in charge for 80 years. Not, you won't see that. You will see 30, some of them were like 30 a time span. You won't see that. However,
Yeah,
there.
there's nothing so far. So
Mhm,
far, there's nothing 1400 to 1352, 50 years. I'm just going to call out the big ones.
mhm.
19 to 49. That's
That is 30 years. 30 years.
that's 30 years, yeah. And then 53, 36 less, 49
Less than
to
that.
36 again. This is probably the someone parallel. Let's see, 13, 36, 36 to 23.
That's less than
13.
20.
Way little.
Mhm.
27 to 95, about 20, 30
That,
so years, right?
yeah, that's
Then
30. 30.
1323 to 1294, again approximately
Nothing.
30 years. 2095 to 79, not enough
Uh
again.
oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh.
Seti
What?
1 to Ramses, 94 to 13. That's the 81 years. Right? Seti to Ramses 2, 81 years.
Hmm. Wait.
And then
1294 to
we hit
1230.
Merneptah, right? So that's
Yeah.
79 to 1203. That's about almost 76 years here.
Hmm. So there's literally the only. However, so the biblical account is not supported by history. The only pharaoh, well, in the Quran, what does it say? It says within a 40-year time span, because Musa alayhi salatu wasalam was 40 years old, right?
Mhm.
When and there was the same pharaoh that was in charge, meaning there had to have been one pharaoh that was in charge for more than 40 years during the New Kingdom period. Now, who was that? Ramesses II. Was there a pharaoh who? Yes, he was. Because how long was Pharaoh Ramesses in charge for? At least, because remember, when we say 40 years, we're not even looking for a pharaoh that was in charge for 40. We're looking for a pharaoh that was in charge for at least 40 years, meaning even by the time Moses was born in the Quran, and by the time Moses was born, the pharaoh was already established as pharaoh, meaning he was an adult.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to add that 40 years time, like, plus 20, because he was probably in his late teens or early 20s around that time, meaning he was an established man around the time Moses was born. So we're looking for at least 60 years to where a pharaoh was, a 60-year time span. Now, the only pharaoh historically that was pharaoh during that time span had to have been Ramesses II. Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not explicitly say it's Ramesses II. However, history supports the Quran's account, and it debunks, it refutes the biblical account of two pharaohs. Historically, that's not true. So if any Christian tries to say, hey, well, this is historic, the Bible is historic, this is just one of the examples as far as how that historical claim just bites them in the shoulder. And the funny thing is, Allah, we don't even claim the Quran to be historical. We don't even claim it to be a historical text. We don't claim that. But the Christians do. And why is it that history favors the Quran? Yes, you can come up, by the way. If you're willing to have a respectful conversation, you can come up. So, and this is just one of the examples as far as without the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, it couldn't have been possible to know this information. It really couldn't have been possible. So then here begs the question: how is it that a man who couldn't even read or write in the middle of the desert in the 7th century knew all of this historical Egyptian accounts at a time where no one could have known anything about Egyptian history at all? How did
was a dead
he
language.
know? Thank you. How did he know about it? And most importantly, how did he get it right in a detailed format? How could he have done that?
So there are two things that you know, let's say for example, we are not naming, you know, the author of the book, because I mean, if we, you know, if we go with the Christian logic, okay, they reject you know, outright they reject the Prophet ﷺ. You know, he produced it. Okay, I mean, that he was a prophet, so he produced it, he copied it. So therefore, I mean, this author, he got two things right. One, the ruler of the king of the ruler of in the time of Prophet Joseph, and the Pharaoh in the time of Prophet Moses. So, begging to your question, Ali, once again, this is part of that. How did he know? How did he get it right? When when the you know, the Old Testament you know, writers or scribes got that wrong without even realizing it.
So, and it just goes to show you, because for me, when I read other accounts, and by the way, when I say Bible, I'm not just talking about Christians here. This is the Old Testament. So Jews believe in the same thing. So we're not simply just attacking all Christians. No, we're actually attacking Jews too. Anybody who actually no, we're actually attacking, if you want to say, let's say we're actually attacking anybody who says that the Old Testament or the Bible, the 66 books or the 73 books or whatever book is from God. We're attacking that. Anyone who believes in that, we are attacking that, because for one, they claim it to be historical. History goes against it.
We are attacking, Ali, let's put it like this. We are attacking the historical reliability,
there we go,
of the claim of the Jews and the Christians.
The claim, we're attacking
and
the
historians.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not attacking any individual, we're attacking the claim here.
Yeah,
now, if anybody wants to say, well, I believe in the Bible, and the first thing we're going to ask is, why? Is it a theological claim, or is it a historical claim? What we're doing is we're getting rid Brother Diallo, wa alaikum salam, a long time, Aki. Good to see you again, Aki. So we're attacking this notion of a Christian or Jew would say it's historical. You're entitled to believe in whatever you want theologically. You know, theologically, you can believe the Son is God, which is astaghfirullah, which people actually did and still do, but whatever. But yeah, so, but a Christian and a Jew would say, oh, we believe it because history and theology. We're removing the historical claim, meaning if you are a Christian or a Jew, you cannot say the Bible is historically reliable. You can't say that. If you want to say theologically, that's a prerogative. We can test that. We can test that too. But you cannot say, this is just one example of showing you guys why you cannot say it's historically reliable. And this is just one example, by the way. We didn't even go to this idea of, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I mentioned earlier about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala deeming the Pharaoh as extravagant. But okay, let's actually talk about how many Egyptians were there during the Exodus. You want to go there again? Or Pastor, if you want.
How many pharaohs were in the Exodus?
No, not pharaohs. The Israelites.
So Israelites. My apologies.
Subhanallah, Ali.
Yeah.
Brothers,
so before we even go there, right? So, one of the interesting things I just want to highlight here, Ali, is because of this confusion about which pharaoh it would be. There's multiple timelines that are drawn up by biblical scholars, right, of when Musa alayhi salam would be living. Now, in my presentations and everywhere else, you would actually see me use the one that reflects Ramses II as the pharaoh of the Exodus, right? And the pharaoh of basically he's the one in whose house Musa alayhi salam was raised, right? I'm just taking that as an assumption. But again, wallahu alam, we don't necessarily know exactly when everything is, but from what it seems to be Ramses II. But academics disagree on this significantly, and there are historians who believe that it would be, if there's any the closest
We
we've
cannot hear Brother
gotten
Faisal.
to,
I,
sorry,
I,
can
I
you hear me?
thought I thought it was just me. I thought I froze for a second. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
you
hear
No,
now.
cut
All
out.
right, go ahead.
Can you hear
he
me?
Sometimes
cut
you
off
cut out.
for a moment.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
go
Yeah, we
ahead.
can hear you.
So the closest we've gotten to any mention of the Israelites is what we just saw, right? The Manepta stele, right? And now, given that it happened, whatever Exodus was, it happened before that time, it just gives us two Ramses II. And Ramses II is very befitting because Merneptah is the successor of Ramses.
Mm-hmm.
So he would also be the most relevant one to note that down, because that was still fresh in the memories of those people, and they would have made some sort of document around it. Do you want to go over the next video, Ali?
Yeah, we can go ahead.
I'm actually gonna, if you can bring it up instead of
I
me
got it.
bringing it up, it would be
I
better.
got it.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Barakallahu
I'm
feek.
just gonna step away for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
You know that actually, Ali, in Greece, they have another stela
Mm.
in the museum. Yeah, that basically mentions also, something similar, and mentions, Bani Israel and Egyptian hieroglyphics as well. It's very interesting. Yep.
What's it called?
I'm not sure, but I mean, if I had another phone, I would search it. Wallahi.
Inshallah. Yeah, make sure if you find it, Akhi, please do send it on the chat if you can. So in our WhatsApp
In
chat.
the group, yeah.
Yeah, the group chat. All right. All right, let's get started. You brothers, please let me know if you guys can see my screen.
It's loading until now.
Yeah. Right.
The caves of Qumran were unearthed in 1947. They are located 13 miles east of Jerusalem, along the shores of the Dead Sea. Here, a discovery of biblical proportions was made. The caves of Qumran, a modern discovery with an ancient past. In the heart of the Judean desert, only 1 hour southeast of Jerusalem, a remarkable discovery was made. A cluster of caves that are now known as the Caves of Qumran yielded some of the oldest and most ancient copies of several books of the Bible. The scrolls, which include fragments of the books of the Old Testament and commentaries on communal living and apocalyptic war, have shed important light on Judaism and the origins of Christianity. This discovery came at an interesting time. In 1947, the world was just beginning to recover from the devastating war against Hitler's Nazis. And for the first time in 2,000 years, Jews from all over the world were returning to the British-controlled land of Palestine, which 1 year later would again become the nation of Israel. It was during this time a Bedouin shepherd was tending his flocks near the Dead Sea and stumbled upon what some archaeologists are calling the most important discovery in archaeological history.
Mere chance that one shepherd went to look for his goat who disappeared, and he saw in a cave something which looks like jars. He was suspicious that those jars are ammunition or something like that, because in World War II, and remember it was only 2 or 3 years after World War II, the Germans sent spies who were parachuted in Jericho area, and they came with ammunition. It was the idea of the Germans was to, along with the Jerusalem Mufti, to create a revolt against the British in Palestine when the British were occupied, fighting the Germans in Europe. So he was suspicious that maybe these are arms because they're very long, narrow jars, they look like bombs. He threw stones, broke one, and he saw the inscriptions, and so actually the thing was discovered. He brought them to merchants in Bethlehem, and the rest is history.
Scrolls from this cave began to appear in the hands of Bedouin antiquities dealers, and some even appeared for sale in the Wall Street Journal.
Some were purchased immediately by Quranic, who realized their importance, the late Professor Eliezer Eliphaz Quranic. So the 7 first scrolls are now exhibited in the Israel Museum. All the other scrolls came later in all kinds of ways, and especially in 67, because they were stored in Rockefeller in 67, they came to our possession when Jerusalem was reunited.
Today, many of the Dead Sea Scrolls are on display in the Shrine of the Book, located in Jerusalem. This amazing building was designed to keep and preserve scrolls in its special climate-controlled environment. But how did these animal skin and parchment documents survive for 2,000 years in the Judean desert?
The fact that the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in the Judean desert is a very simple reason. Judean desert is very dry, which makes possible for organic materials. Because you speak about scrolls, remember, mats were discovered, all kind of basketry, all kind of organic material was discovered.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I do think for something being 22 minutes, yeah, I think yeah, I think it's best if we find another video that probably isn't as long. What do you brothers think?
Yeah, probably, because there seems to be a lot of fluff added here.
Yeah, so this is something this is basically something I listen to for fun because I'm just that kind of a boring person. But as far as yeah, as far as the yeah, for the stream, I think it's the people will be better off with something less than 20 minutes. All right. We have someone backstage. Oh, Brother Hassan is backstage. Okay, how many people's what he got over here? Okay, we got 4. Cool. Let me actually until Faisal comes back. Let me stop. There we go. All right. Assalamu alaikum, my Brother Hassan.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum
How are you,
warahmatullahi
brother?
wabarakatuh.
How you doing? Alhamdulillah, how you doing?
Walaikum salam.
Okay, did you just wake up?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. No, I didn't just wake up. No.
I can testify to that.
Wait. Oh man, it's starting to snow.
Time to rescue the car.
No, it's only. I got about 10 to 20 minutes. I'll be out. Anyways, let's more positive things. I can't wait till I go somewhere down south. But anyways, so for those of you who don't know, apparently the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in a cave in the year 1947. Good time. It was 2 years after World War II, and they're basically it's basically the earliest known manuscript. I think. Well, the first did mention something with the Shapiro Scrolls. I don't know as far as their dating, but we know of the Dead Sea Scrolls to date back to the 3rd century BC, and
So the Shapira scrolls go further. Some say it's between 9 and 600.
yeah.
Yeah. So they are dated to older than the Dead Sea Scrolls.
You know how long the Shapiro Scrolls are actually? Because I did forget what Faisal kept on saying. I gotta learn more about that.
What do you mean by how long?
Like, is it how big is the manuscript? How much is it covered?
Okay, so that's the interesting part about the Shapiro scrolls, because I went back and I watched all of Brother Wissam's interview with Dr. Idan, and they are far shorter actually. And what Idan was saying in that interview was that that is more in line with the narrative, because the Tanakh, or the scripture, was supposed to be small enough that they could roll it up and carry it with them.
Yeah.
So the Shapiro scrolls are far more in line with that narrative than the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are far longer. And it changes a lot of things. Like the laws that are mentioned in the Shapiro scrolls are different than the laws mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The stories are different. Like the entire narrative of the spies that they sent out into the land, that entire narrative doesn't exist in the Shapiro scrolls. So there's quite a bit that is different between the two.
Well, I'm reading here that apparently the person who discovered it, what's his name? Moses Shapira. Apparently, when he discovered it, people didn't believe him. People thought it was a forgery, and it led to him unaliving himself because of it.
So what actually happened is that Moses Shapira, if you read the history of Moses Shapira, the Shapiro scrolls were not the first manuscripts that he had sold. And all the manuscripts that he sold prior to the Shapiro scrolls were 100% verified. What happened in between him selling the previous scrolls and the Shapiro scrolls was that he sold an artifact that somehow turned out to be a forgery, which is possible. So after he sold that forged artifact, he said that I have these scrolls which predate the Dead Sea Scrolls. And what a lot of people started saying is, wait, no, you sold a forgery, so we don't believe these scrolls either. They refused to even look into them.
I see here that the Shapiro scrolls are basically the manuscript is only the book a short reading of the book of Deuteronomy. So, and it says here that it's an altered version, or it's a different version of the book of Deuteronomy. So it's not even the book of Deuteronomy that we have today.
Nope. Wow. There's so many things that are different. Like if you read that interview, that's what Idan says to Brother Wissam. He's like, it is a completely different narrative than you'll find in what we have today. A completely different narrative.
SubhanAllah.
and that's why. Here's the funny part: no one knows where they are, where the Shapiro scrolls went. So the only preservation you have for the Shapiro scrolls right now is not even the people who copied them down, but the people who drew them out. Because the people who were transcribing the Shapiro scrolls, so the people who were transcribing the Shapiro scrolls were injecting their own readings into it, and they weren't transcribing them accurately. So the most accurate preservation that you have for the Shapiro scrolls are the people who drew them out, line for line.
So yeah, this makes it the rabbit hole keeps getting deeper for Judeo-Christianity. I'm gonna actually start saying Judeo-Christianity because I don't want it's because we get accused here that who's that? So yeah, we get accused here of just strictly talking about Christianity. No, a lot of things that we talk about, if people are actually paying attention, we actually talk about Judeo-Christianity itself. So we don't just target one specific. Anybody can get it. If there were Hindus here, they can get it too. And if Brother DeAndre was here, he'd go for everybody. So, so yeah. But speaking of which, Faisal, do you know what DeAndre is? I think maybe busy.
Oh yeah, he's got that thing in Texas.
He went for the competition.
The competition. I think it said Memphis or something.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know. Texas,
That's
Memphis.
California will be the final one or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone, please make dua that. Please, everyone on the chat, make dua that brother DeAndre is successful. We all know he's a brilliant brother. So I want him to
Allahumma
know
barik.
that we're all giving him our support. Please make dua that he's successful in his competition.
Allahumma
May Allah
ameen.
subhanahu wa ta'ala give him success, and may he make him the best out of all of them. I mean,
Ameen.
Inshallah.
Ameen.
Ameen.
Allahumma ameen.
So brother Ali, I just posted a link in the back chat, and in here you
Uh-huh.
can actually see the lithograph of the lithograph that was made of the Superior Scrolls, and to show that this is the only form of preservation that exists right now for the Superior Scrolls,
all right.
which is the lithography of it.
Wait, that's it?
Yeah. If you scroll down
Oh,
about a couple of pages, where it says discovery of the scroll, and the last image before presentation of the scroll, this is just lithography like this is what you have for the preservation of the Superior Scrolls.
Loading. The picture's loading. I'll let you know when it gets. There we go. Let me actually share my screen so people can see it.
Yeah, the thing is, we've lost the originals to history now because
no one
nobody
knows
paid
where they went.
attention to it. Nobody paid attention to it.
Really?
Now it's gone. Maybe it's
Wait, no one
turned
knows where
out
the
to
original, the quote unquote, the original Shapiro scrolls were.
You know
yeah,
what?
because go ahead, brother Neil.
I have a clue where they went.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a clue. There is only one association worldwide that loves to collect these things and keep it in the darkness.
I know. I was
Except for
thinking about this as well.
Please say it, Uncle Faisal.
Oh,
It starts with a V.
It starts with a V.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what the name.
It's probably buried somewhere in the dungeons
In the
here,
archives.
with the
It's
bones of
in
the
the
guys as well. This is like
in the smallest country of the world.
yeah. By the way,
smallest country in the world.
brother Neil,
I think that's enough.
is your Muslim name Abdul Rahman, right?
Yes.
What's your Muslim name, okay? So I'm from
That's
today onwards.
my Muslim name.
I'm just gonna call you Abdul Rahman. That's like it's one of the most
That's
beautiful
fine.
names.
Whichever. Actually, Uncle Faisal, I believe that my original name Neil is Arabic. Has Arabic origin.
Oh, mashallah. Oh,
yeah.
What would it mean?
Spanish,
because Spanish does have a lot of words from Arabic, so it
but
be
you know
too...
the name Neil. It's actually, I heard that it comes from the Irish. So we know that the Irish had a lot of contact with the Arabs, with the Turks.
Okay.
So I am very sure, 100% sure, without a doubt, that my name has Arabic origins. I was told by your Jordanian sheikh in my early years as a Muslim that the word Nil means actually the Nile, the Nil.
Yes.
The river Nil.
Mm.
And for example, there's if we go back to the Sira, actually, and in the Hadith as well, there's a famous story of the days of Jahiliyyah of a couple. I forgot the name of the guy, but the woman's name was Naila. Just listen to the name, Naila, Nil, Naila, and so, anyways, I strongly believe that my name has Arabic origins, as you know, that many of we Latinos, altogether, we inherited much of the Arabic names.
And let me take this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me take this further, because this whole idea of the name Neil coming from Irish origins. Well, let's actually talk about that, because we know. So, what group of people do we know that's from Ireland?
What group of
Celts.
Gaelics. What group of people
do we know that's from Ireland? The Celts.
That
Specifically
I don't know.
to Ireland.
The Cal?
Yeah, Celts. Yeah.
Celts.
Mm.
You know, Celtic.
Oh, the
Celtic,
Celts.
Celtic.
Celtic.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
Celtic.
yes, yeah. The
Yeah.
ancient. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So now, but here's the problem. Modern day Ireland used, back in the times, Britannia, during the time of the Roman, etc., etc. The Celts
Yeah.
were not originally from in that England, in that region, right? They migrated there originally, or as far as we can date them, they were actually part of Central and Western Europe. It wasn't because around the time
Yes.
of the Roman Empire, what were they doing? They were being held as slaves. I mean, in the Second Punic War, this is like in the what third century BC. Um, Hannibal of Carthage used Celtic warriors in his
Hmm.
campaign against Rome, which is Central Western Europe. Some of them actually lived in Rome.
Right.
So the Celtic origins date to Rome, Iberian Peninsula, Western Europe, and even during the time of now, what happened 1,000 years later, right? What happened in the year 1000 AD? What group of people started taking over Western Europe around that time?
The
And
I know, I know. Don't tell me. The Visigoths, the German Visigoths.
no, no, that was earlier. I'm talking about 1000 AD, 1000, 1100 AD, 1200 AD.
Who were the people? Do you
The
mean the King
Muslims.
of England? Sorry.
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
Al Andalus, basically, Muslim Spain.
Oh, that's what you mean.
The
Sorry.
Vandals.
Sorry. I
The
Around that,
thought
Vandals.
you were
yeah.
talking about England.
The
No, I'm
Vandals.
talking about no. The Vandals were actually about the 6th century, 7th century.
Yeah, no.
If I'm Yeah.
I was thinking of something else,
So,
Sorry, completely. Sorry.
no. So around we're talking about the Iberian Peninsula. The Iberian
Yeah.
Peninsula is where Portugal, Spain, and
Yes.
Portugal, Spain, and France, where it is today, right? Now, in the 12th century AD, right? The people said the Moors, the Muslims started coming or spreading their influence across the Iberian Peninsula. That's where we have Muslim Spain, Al Andalus. That's where it came from. So that's where they started more and more being more acclimated around that time. Now,
Ali, that
during the
was
time was
actually
what's up?
early 8th century, right?
No, I'm talking about
Tariq.
that's where they had a foothold.
7th century.
As far as having a foothold, as far as
Oh,
them
okay.
having a foothold into that, because they started going the many battles that took place, including the Battle of Tours with Charles the Great, with Charles the Hammer. My apologies, but it was one I think around the time of the 11th, and I need more historian to kind of correct me on this. But I'm going to say it's safe to assume even around the 12th century, the Muslims were already in Spain around that time. That what was I saying? They were already the Muslims were already in Spain around that time, and the Celts were still there too. Meaning, even in the 12th century, 11th century, 10th century AD, the Celts were still part of the Iberian Peninsula, Western Europe, and Central Europe at that time. Meaning,
Wow.
and I'm not saying for sure, I'm saying there is a possibility, Neil, of what you're saying historically. The Celts could have been influenced by the Muslims because they would have been around the same area geographically at the same time. That's what I'm
Definitely,
saying.
just like we know, it's historically known that the Normans, the Vikings, who actually raided the island of Majorca and part of of the south of Spain and Portugal, the east of Portugal. I mean, they interacted with the Muslims. I mean, some of them became Muslims. Uh,
Mhm,
those were captured, and yeah, they did have contact with the Muslims as well.
mhm. So, obviously, I'm not when it comes to history. This one thing I love about history. The best thing I love about history, you can't be 100%. So obviously, I'm not saying conclusively the Celts were completely influenced by the Moors or the Muslims. Rather, Moor is kind of a derogatory word. So, anyways, so by the Muslims that were in Spain around that time. So there are a lot of things that could have been possible that, as far as the influences, especially around the tribes of the Iberian Peninsula, which, by the way, why was this important? Simple, because Rome, or what's called the Holy Roman Empire, was still active, and the Celts had they didn't want anything to they didn't really want anything to do with them. So what would they have done? They would have spread westward to the Iberian Peninsula, and also eventually going to England and what's now today Ireland. So
into the British Isles,
yeah,
exactly.
the British Isles and stuff like that. That's what felt that gave their need to spread westward, because of the Roman Empire, or the Holy Roman Empire. You know
Remember,
what?
yeah. Ali, remember that. I mean, of course, the previously, I mean, the Western Roman Empire. I mean, they're the ones who are dominating the Celts in the British Isles.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, once alhamdulillah, Europe gave way to Islam in Spain, and what is today Spain and Portugal. I mean, Al-Andalus. Definitely, we know that the great influence that the Muslim culture played in Europe, because I mean, it was basically considered the torch that lit up dark Europe in the Dark Ages, and that's where all
It's
the
the
influence
Renaissance,
came
right?
into the Europeans.
That's
The
where
Renaissance.
when they started conquering the Iberian Peninsula, that's where the Renaissance started, right? That's the beginning
Yeah.
of their Renaissance.
Yeah,
All
Ferdinand
right.
and Isabella, respectively.
Yeah, and the use of bidet.
What?
So
I didn't hear what Hassan said. Hassan bhai, what did you say?
I think, and the use
Hassan
of the
been
bidet.
to Japan already. He's just informing us that.
But and this is the crazy thing, really. When we talk about the I'm this is why I kind of miss Brother Asimbai. Oh, Asimbai, yeah, he's his Asim, Asim, anyways. Brother Asim, I, whenever he was here, I was completely mystified in his knowledge, because the way how he talks about history, I wish again he would come on for some more for some more streams in the future. Inshallah.
All
So
right.
when he was
Inshallah, we'll talk about it,
Mhm.
because some of the streams we did with him, they were some of the most eye-opening and informative streams that
seriously,
we've had here.
seriously, it was and when he talks about the influences of the Muslims around that time, in the medieval times, because when they talk about Renaissance, I think the word Renaissance is a way of saying rebirth, right?
Yes.
When in reality, they just took the stuff from the Muslims.
It was more a copycat or
So basically,
Exactly.
plagiarism,
the
sort of
reason
thing. That's
reason
all it
that,
was.
yeah, it is true. It is true. But the reason why it is called Renaissance, it is because it is the rebirth of the lost or dead Greco-Roman culture. Anything that had to do with them, including philosophy, particularly. This is what is included in the word Renaissance. Is the revival of the arts and everything that had to do with them, with that culture.
Wait,
But
what?
I agree with Uncle
You know,
Faisal. It is the Muslims who caused it. It is the Muslims who
you
had
know
the
what?
Renaissance.
I typically don't like calling people out by name, but I'm gonna do that. Jude, if you make one more comment, and you're not, and because you've been here for over 20 minutes now, if you make one more claim without clicking the link, I'm gonna have my mods, let's just kick you out. All right, Jude, you're obviously not listening. I'm gonna do
Bye-bye.
myself. I told you many times before. No.
And the guy just comes on and makes the same old tired arguments with
What
no
arguments?
points.
What arguments he makes?
Who was on the
silly
cross?
argument that sorry?
What?
He keeps on asking, but who was on the cross?
Yeah.
It's just absolute nonsense.
I mean, if he's gonna start making that argument, I mean, he should step up to the stream and talk. I mean, and we can go over it because apparently, I mean, once again, these Christians they all have the same mental problem. They are mental, like Hamza says. I mean,
Absolutely.
they still lack they lack the brain cells to really understand that whenever they make a claim about their books, they miss the point that to understand that their authors are pseudographic, and they are anonymous and they are unknown. So if he doesn't
Whenever you
resolve that
throw,
big elephant in the room,
Oh,
khalas, you have no argument.
now
yeah, whenever
we have a Hindu keyboard warrior in the chat. This is new. I haven't seen one of
Where?
them in a
Where?
Gaggu Siddhap. Gaggu Siddhap.
Okay.
I-
One thing I should say, guys. With regards to people who Brother Neil says that they lack brain cells. I would say it's more than that. I think they want to go to Jahannam. I think they crave hellfire. I
I
think
mean,
crave
we
it.
can't do anything.
I think so.
Like, think about it this way: you're
Well,
trying to save
you know
someone, and they keep saying, "Oh no, 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 no! I just want to plunge into the depth of hell." Right?
you know,
There's
and
nothing.
Mm.
what
There's
what
nothing
does
brave about that. There's nothing brave about that. It's just
what does
pure
Allah say,
nonsense.
Uncle Faisal? What
Yeah.
does Allah say in Surah Al-Mulk? وَلَوْ كُنَّا نَعْقِلُ وَلَا كُنَّا نَسْمَعُ أَوْ نَعْقِلُ. And if we only heard and use our intellect, نعقل,
Yeah.
لو كنا من أصحاب الجحيم, we would never been of the people of the fire.
Yeah.
you
They
know
will
what?
regret that,
In
inshallah.
in all seriousness, actually, sorry, Quan, I want to
Naam.
let me make this fun. All right, let me give you guys an analogy, and as I'm speaking, I want you guys to follow along with me, and I can tell you what this analogy is for, how simple, you know, this mindset is. Okay. Now, one of the things that that we all talk about, throughout history is quote unquote this idea of colonization, right? Now, when we talk about colonization, yes, we talk about it physically, going to another country and literally taking their culture away and making it your culture, right? But one thing we don't really talk about as much is are the mental consequences of your colonizers or the colonization mindset, right? So one of the Faisal and I, we talked about this recently when we talked about how people Neil, if I'm gonna mute you, Aki, because it's getting a little bit loud on your end. Whenever you feel like speaking, then yeah, thank you, Aki. Whenever you feel like speaking, please unmute yourself, Aki. So when we talk about assimilating or taking on basically the thoughts and the mindset of your colonizers or the oppressors, that goes a long way. So what did they do? When one country is trying to take over another country with their people, what do? They can do several things, but typically back in in those times, they would just come blunt full force and say, hey, I'm taking over you, I'm coming and I'm attacking you. Yes. However, today it's that they're being more slick, meaning they've advanced in their methods. Now, a lot of countries, when they're trying to oppress them, they come within the guise of I'm here to save you. When the Spanish during this when the Spanish went to all these Latin American countries, what was their mentality? Their mentality really was to, what did they say? We want to civilize you. You guys are primitive. We're here to show you guys the way. We're here to basically we are your saviors. And through that came a lot of blood. Through that came a lot of violence, right? But eventually, what happened? The people of which they were oppressing started to assimilate, meaning they started to speak the language. When you speak the language, you forget your own language. So they made sure You speak now, you must learn Spanish. The more your people learn Spanish, the less you're going to learn of your native language. The more you take on our attire, the way we dress, the more you're going to look like the way you used to dress. The more you take on our religion, the less you're going to take on the religion that you followed, your tribal religion, right? Now, what does that do? Eventually, it gets to the point where now, instead of me locking you in a cage, I don't have to worry about the cage being open. Because if I lock you in a cage, why is that? The reason why I'm locking you in a cage is because I fear you escaping. You have some fight inside of you. I fear that. So I gotta lock it up. But what am I gonna do? I'm gonna treat you I'm going to make you feel like you're not good enough. The way how you're supposed to live is the way I told you to live. And when you start having that mental mindset, what do? You become I I basically make you in my image. I remake you in my image. So what do? I open the cage and I don't have to worry about you leaving. As a matter of fact, not only do I not have to worry about you leaving, I know for a fact that you want to stay. I'm going to make you want to stay to the point where you are even willing to fight your own people in order to stay here when they're trying to convince you not to stay here. Now, how does this relate to what you brothers were talking about? Simple. That same tactics, when we talk about what the devil, Shaitan, Iblis, may the curse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be upon him. When we talk about Iblis, his methods, what is his ultimate goal? His ultimate goal is to get us to be just like him. Cursed, condemned. That's his ultimate goal. In the beginning, what was his methods? He was trying to literally he was trying to trying to go to Adam alayhi salam and try to get him to fall or get him to disobey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but that didn't work. What to do? He changed. What did he do? He started coming from the side. Even in Surah An-Nas, what does it say? Min sharri waswasi khannas. Coming from the side, alladhi yuwaswisu fi sudurin nas min al-jannati wan nas, meaning whispers, meaning being that kind of person that will never come to you face up. He's trying to always
Deception.
deceive and appease in that kind of way to say that this is what you need to do. Now he expands in that because again, Shaitan, he's patient. What does he do? He waits, he sees one generation, and then he waits to the next generation, and then the next generation. So now he's saying, rather than me forcing people to hellfire with me, what am I going to do? It's better if I make people willingly walk to hellfire with me.
And
so now, go ahead.
And that the other narrative that also fits very well with that is where Iblis says, where on the day of resurrection, I but just called out to you. I did not make you follow me. Why did you follow me?
Everything you did of your own volition, of your own choice. And this is where sometimes I actually get sad because there are going to be so many people going to hellfire, but they think they're going to heaven. That's the sad thing. And how? Because what the shaitan do? It's literally just like the colonizers. What did they do? They literally.
Allahu Akbar.
I'm not kidding.
Ali, you're reminding me of what Shaitan says in the Quranic fact. He says, I promised you, and I failed in my promise. And Allah promised you, and Allah fulfilled His promise.
So you see the same. It's the same similar tactics that's being used. What does Shaitan do? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says he sent a warner to every single nation. But what does Shaitan do? Shaitan goes to those nations and he's trying to get them away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But he can't force them because again, Shaitan can't force you to do what you don't want to do. What does he do? He tries to sway you, deceive you, to now people that are literally on their way, if they were to die today, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows the future. If they were to die today, astaghfirullah, they will be condemned. If some people, they could be Muslims tomorrow, inshallah. But right now, there are some people that are not on the true path, that if they were to die today, they'd be condemned. But the problem is, they would literally say, if we go to a non-Muslim and we say, hey, if God takes your soul away today, you'd be condemned. What would that non-Muslim say? He'll say, no, I have no problem dying today, because they believe in their hearts I'm going to heaven, not realizing that they're condemned. Kind of like that same person who has been his mindset has been so assimilated to his colonizer. Even when the colonizer opens the cage and he says you can leave, the person wants to stay. And then somebody's saying, my friend, don't listen to your colonizers, come, go back to. And the person's like, no, I want to stay here. I want to be more like my colonizers than I do my own people. And we see that to this very day. You see some people that, unfortunately, one of the things that you see in my country is people trying to lighten their skin. Because why? To try to affirm or to assimilate more with the colonizers. Because now people start hating their own skin. They start saying, you know what?
Like
if
Michael
the darker
Jackson?
I am, I'm not gonna go there. But they'll say certain things such as, they literally don't like who they are. I see a lot of African women not like their features because they're trying to look more like Caucasian women. I see a lot. Why is that? Because they're literally told since from the very beginning that they need to look like the colonizers, and it gets to the point where it's mental now. To the point where now, I would say this. Allegedly, I say allegedly, slavery was abolished in America in the 1860s. But do you know what I actually said? I actually heard someone say this. He said, think about it. The Americans got so comfortable brainwashing the African slaves that they felt comfortable to abolish slavery and still not feel threatened. I said, wow, when he said that. Because think about it. Physical slavery is apparently over, but look at what's going on now as far as the mental slavery is concerned about it. And that goes in line with what Shaitan is. That goes in line with what Shaitan does. When he takes a religion, right? Let's say he goes to a group of people that were on the straight path. What does Shaitan do? He waits. One of the things he'll do is, one, he'll try to sway the people away from the prophets. He'll try to make the prophets an outcast, literally make people not listen to the prophet, meaning not listen to reason. Be comfortable with who you are. And how many of us today want to be comfortable in our society to the point where we don't even care about truth? People to this very
Excellent point.
People to this very day would rather be in a comfortable lie than an uncomfortable truth. Islam is the uncomfortable truth, because how many countries you go to today, people demonize Islam. And even I would hear people talk about how, hey, I can't be Muslim because if I can't be Muslim because if I do, my family said they're going to disown me. So because of that, someone actually told me the reason why they have not accepted Islam yet is because they are afraid of their families, which is understandable to an extent, but still, that matters to people, meaning the comfortability matters. So, and then I know I've been talking for a while, so let me just land it for a little bit. This idea of what Shaitan has promised to us about how he whispers and we just follow. He did not make us do anything. The methods in which he does that, we assimilate to the standards that he wants to set for us mentally, to the point where he's brainwashed. He's going to be brainwashing to disbelievers to literally willingly walk behind them to Jahannam. And not only that, but the worst thing, Shaitan is literally laughing at those people. Because why? He's watching them walk towards Jahannam with a smile on their face, thinking they're going to Jannah. Can you imagine that? And the method
Ali,
that he
that was
uses,
Ali.
the brainwash method that he uses, is literally not that different than what the colonizers use for us. But go ahead. So,
Ali,
sorry, I
the
spoke too long,
worst,
by the way.
the worst thing about what you just mentioned about Shaitan wanting to take us to Jahannam is that Allah promises. Once again, the promise of Allah is true. And you know, we know the shaitan. Allah says the shaitan promises nothing but a delusion. Subhanallah. And Subhanallah, what I wanted to say before I forget. Subhanallah, that Allah promised too. On top of that, after He allowed Shaitan to use all of his tactics in order to deviate those whom will who will be ungrateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, those whom Shaitan will make his soldiers, his troop soldiers. Allah said that He promised that He will throw them all into Jahannam, of the jinn and mankind who follow Him. So yeah, even though we know that is to one, make them ungrateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Number two, change the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by whispering on them. And we know that Shaitan, I mean, subhanAllah, he has knowledge. This guy is knowledgeable. And so, yeah, so he will use all the tricks in the books that he knows. And in order for Allah, one, for him to fulfill his purpose. Number two, in order for Allah to fulfill his threat.
SubhanAllah, brother Ali, if you could, something that just fits so perfectly with everything that has been said till now, if you could pull up Surah Al-Araf, Surah number 7, ayah number 12.
All right, 1 second. It's loading. Oh snap! So do you just want just that one ayah, or do you want the context?
No. Can I read it out? Can I read it out?
All right, no problem. Let me pull up on the screen real quick before you do. I want to make sure we get there. Perfect. All right, I'm sharing my screen right now. Brothers, let me know when you guys can see it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can you see it?
It's coming up. There we go. So, subhanAllah, the context is where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks the angels and Iblis to bow down to man. And we pick up here with Iblis refusing to. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, A'udhu billahi minash shaitan rajim. And we'll go with the Sahih International. Allah said, "What prevented you from prostrating when I commanded you?" Satan said, "I am better than him. You created me from fire and created him from clay." Ayah number 13, Allah said, "Descend from it, i.e. paradise, for it is not for you to be arrogant therein. So get out. Indeed, you are of the debased." Ayah number 14, Satan said, "Reprieve me until the day they are resurrected." Allah said, "Indeed, you are of those reprived." Satan said, "Because you have put me in error, I will surely sit in wait for them on your straight path. Then I will come to them from before them and from behind them, and on their right and on their left, and you will not find most of them grateful to you." Allah said, "Depart from it, reproached and expelled. Whoever follows you among them, I will surely fill hell with you all together." Astaghfirullah.
Astaghfirullah. And sometimes when I think about this, again, I like to use examples that that make things simple. I go back to this many times now. The story of the golden calf, right? Because as we all know, in the Quran, it was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what's what I'm looking for? Vindicates the claims being made that it was actually Prophet Harun alayhi salam that was the one that made the idol. Astaghfirullah. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala vindicates Harun alayhi salatu salam. In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says it was this figure known as As-Samiri that was one that made the idol, the golden calf. Now, but here's the thing, and this is when I found out about this, subhanallah, I was I was dumbfounded as far as the method, because again, when you look at the foundations, the method and the tactics, it does not matter what you do. If the tactics are the same, it is one is not better than the other. And if the tactics are the same, if you understand those tactics, those same tactics that's being used, the more you are, the stronger you are from being deceived if you understand the core tactics that's being used. What did Asamidi do? He created the golden calf, right? However, it's one thing to create the golden calf, it's a whole other thing to convince the people to worship it. What did Asamidi do? Did he say, "Hey guys, worship this calf, this new god, the not the God that saved you from Israel, so not the God that saved you from Egypt, not the God that saved you from Pharaoh, not the God that saved you from slavery. No, worship this new God." No, it would not work. What did Asamadi do? He convinced the people. He said, "Hey guys, this God right here, that's the same God Moses worships. It's the same one." Meaning, in order to convince the people, what does he do? He infiltrated the truth. He put the lie within the truth. Does that sound familiar? Christianity, does that sound familiar? You add the lie within the truth. I
It's
didn't want to say Judaism.
Well,
it's appropriation of the narrative.
So it's literally adding in because the greatest lies are those with truth. You try to add the truth within it. So what did Asamadi do? He literally convinced me. He tries to put in some of the truth within his overall lie. He says, "Hey guys, in order for me to get you to worship this calf, I'm telling you, this is the same God that saved you from Egypt. This is the same God that saved you from Pharaoh. And this is the same God that saved you from slavery. And yeah, this is the same God Moses worshiped." And that's what convinced them. Literally that. And the tactics that's being used, is that not the same tactic that Shaitan uses?
The worst
Subhanallah.
thing about
Is
what
that
somebody
literally not the same
said,
tactic that Shaitan uses? Go ahead, Aki.
yeah, the worst thing about summary right there, the context of in Surah Taha, I believe, that's where it's found, Surah Taha, is that he clearly said, هذه إله موسى نسي. This is the God that Moses forgot.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the catalyst for
hmm.
Bani Israel to return to their shirk.
Literally. But but the funny thing is this also. There's one thing, and this is where it's incumbent upon us to whether, because I kid you not, when you look at subhanAllah, when you look at the Quran, there's so many stories to think about. And for someone like myself who I overthink about overthinking, subhanAllah, it's something that I should stop doing, but it's something that I'm just used to doing, right? What it's also
Ali,
incumbent upon.
Akhi,
What's up?
did you just say overthink about overthinking?
I overthink about overthinking. Yeah.
That's
How
that's a
do both
statement
work?
in and of itself.
So, Ikhwan, it's bad. And I'll literally be up all night, even though I gotta go to work at a certain time. I'll literally be up just looking at my, hey, because when you're at night is where the crazy thoughts come in, the random thoughts, my finances, my savings, I wonder about this, my library card, 10 years ago. Like all these thoughts kind of come in all these random thoughts come in your head now. So yeah, I'm
That's when the crazies in your own head wake up and start talking to you.
facts, and it's just so weird.
Astaghfirullah. I know that feeling so well. Oh my God. Subhanallah.
Hey, Ali.
What's up?
Ali, detracting back to when we were talking earlier about the languages, how the languages, one language influences the other, and the words become very similar. Guess what I understood very recently? One word that not a lot of people are aware about. particularly in Spanish, in Portuguese, in Italian, in French. Okay. Um, English, forget about it. It's not even included. But since these four languages are very, very related to each other, do you know? Do you know the in films, in old films, what is the word that is used?
In old films,
In the old film,
cinema.
especially in the ending, what was the word that is used when the film ended?
Oh,
It's a Latin word.
Fin?
not Finn.
Yes, el fin,
Finn?
el fin.
What?
Fin, yeah.
Oh, I fall down.
El fin, or el fine.
Finn.
Guess what? I just came
Uh,
to understand where that word came from.
why?
It came from the Arabic.
Huh?
It came from the word alfana. Alfana.
Alphala?
Which
Oh, okay.
literally, alfana means basically the end of all, when there's nothing left.
Yeah,
Ah,
And I came
okay.
yeah.
to understand linguistically where that now I understood what the word meant, and not a lot of people know this.
Nice.
And alfana is a concept in Islam, especially Sufis use it in Sufism. Alfana, meaning the ending of the
Yeah,
oneself,
yeah.
basically.
Apparently, this sister says I don't know. So I
Hassan,
don't
you're
know.
familiar with this word?
I don't know if this is a sister or brother, but
Fana.
it says
Yeah.
yeah. They say it was also used in a Bollywood film too. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if it's a sister or brother. I do apologize.
Right. So
They said
fana actually, brother Neil, right? Fana means fana in this context would mean uh, basically the annihilation of oneself.
The annihilation
And
of
when I say
oneself.
annihilation, I don't. Yeah, when I say annihilation, I'm not talking like bazookas. I'm talking
The
like the inner
self-destruction. No,
self.
no, no. It's
Yeah,
exactly.
The ego,
yeah.
the nafs,
Yeah.
the
The
annihilation of the
elimination of the
nafs,
ego,
the,
Uh,
basically. Yes.
the spiritual
yeah,
context.
yeah, yeah.
And that's how I understood the word el fin in the end of the movies.
The annihilation of it.
the annihilation.
Exactly.
You know what's so funny? I remember watching those old Dracula movies where it would say Finn with a question mark. The annihilation.
Exactly. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah. So just to finish my statement. But yeah, what was I? There we go. Yeah, when we talk about what the responses were, well, think about it. As somebody tried to get the people to worship that calf by convincing it was Moses' God, right? But here's the thing: as somebody could not force them to worship the calf. The people willingly did it. He didn't force them. The people willingly did it. And why were they so willing to do it? Because why? The iman was, you would actually make the statement that it was weak, because what were these people doing? Literally, can you imagine? First of all, the simple fact that you just saw all of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's miracles, you literally just saw a miracle of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, a bunch of them in Egypt, but one right outside of Egypt. You saw Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through Moses split the Red Sea. You saw all of these experiences, and it took Moses going away for 40 days to get you back into disbelief. It took that. And even even before that too, what was going on? Even as they were leaving, what were the people doing? Apparently, the Israelites were literally harassing, annoying Moses by not only, hey Moses, what do we have to eat? They were actually contemplating going back to Egypt because they had better food over there. They were contemplating all these things. They were literally making things harder for Musa alayhi salam every step of the way. Now, to me, these does not sound like people with sorry. this does not sound like a people with a high iman. At least to me, it does not sound like that. The fact that you're literally going, arguing, making things, and even during this in Surah Baqarah, right? The story of the actual story itself, right? The cow. What did they saw? Okay, this person is dead. Somebody killed him. What do we do? Oh, let's go to Moses. Moses, can you come and tell us? Can you come and show us? Who did this? Who's the? How do we? How do we conclude this? How do we solve this? Musa Islam goes off and seeks counsel with Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. He comes back and he says, "Just slaughter a cow, sacrifice a cow. What kind of cow? It does not matter. Just any cow." And then these people are like, "No, it does matter." It's like, oh my God. You're telling a prophet he's wrong. He's saying, no, you're basically saying to prophet, oh, no, Moses, this is too easy. They're literally making it difficult on themselves. And when I see that, it makes me understand how some of these people were, how some of them were even able to succumb to the advances of Asamadi. Because your iman already had to be weak enough as it is. Because I want to be that kind of person, and I pray, and I hope to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala that I am strong in the face of my, in the face of my tawhid, in the face of my, my religion, al-Islam. If somebody comes to me and says, "Hey," Ali, you see that picture of an owl stuck for Allah? That's your God. Man, I wish someone would say that to me.
slap them. I will slap them like the Ottoman Turks, baby.
I wish someone would say that to me. Can you now you would say, well, if someone's iman is strong, they will never succumb to those advances. However, if someone's faith is weak, they could actually succumb to those advances. So, astaghfirullah, if I was weak in my faith, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows the truth about me more than I know myself. But if I really was weak, that I would succumb. There would be a chance I would succumb to that. But if my faith was strong, then there was no way in hell that I would even. I'm not even willing to even think about that. Ew, get away from me. So, and this goes back to the time of the people. Instead of asking, why is it that somebody used the golden calf why did he try to get people to worship another God besides the God of Moses or the one true God? I want to focus more on why did it work? Why was somebody successful in dissuading the people? So instead of me looking at somebody as the one who's guilty, which he is guilty, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to deal with him on the final day. I want to focus on how come those people were even willing to entertain those thoughts. Because honestly, everything that we do today.
SubhanAllah. Ali, I have the word. I have the word for that. The answer for that.
Go ahead.
It is because their minds and their hearts were so desensitized to the point where they worship Firaun.
Thank you.
It became second nature to them.
It goes. Do you guys remember what I told you guys about colonization? You guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It's that you escaped Egypt physically, you escaped slavery physically, but you didn't escape it mentally. That mental slavery was still in there, and it's that same mental slavery that led them to succumb to that led them to entertain the idea that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could actually be a golden calf. Astaghfirullah.
Brother Ali, I'm so sorry to cut in here, but there was
go ahead.
That came into my mind regarding this exact thing. Do you remember where the gold for the golden calf came from?
From the Egyptians.
Yeah.
So
from the people of Pharaoh.
Look at the insidiousness of it. So they leave Egypt, they come to the land, and then somebody gets up and he says, "Give me all this gold that you bought from Egypt," and he fashions an idol out of that same exact gold and says, "Now this is the same God, worship it."
Remember that, subhanallah, I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes very clearly, Ikhwan, that the cow could howl, it could moo, as if it was alive. This is how Allah is describing the calf,
Ooh.
al-ijl. It could
You know what?
howl, it could move.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so imagine them in their lunacy and their drunkenness, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala describes, because Allah says, wa yushribu fi qulubihim al-ijla bi kufrihim. Subhanallah, their hearts drank, yushribu, to drink. Wa yushribu fi qulubihim, they drank into their hearts. Wa yushribu fi qulubihim al-ijl bi kufrihim, in their disbelief that they were committing, in their disbelief, through the calf, their hearts drank the love of that disbelief.
Oh my God. You know what? I just had it literally just popped in. The same
This is deep.
as SMK. Yeah, but literally you just gave me an idea. They just came back from Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Remember, mental slavery. That same Egyptian gold that they had, they used. Now here's the big question: why a cow? Why specifically a cow?
Because the cow was a sacred animal in Egyptian mythology. It became.
Thank you. It is. It's actually the.
Oh, by the way, Brother Ali,
what's up?
Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
We have an old acquaintance in the chat.
Sheldon.
Yeah.
No
you
way,
look- you see his
Sheldon,
comment?
really? Oh
Yeah,
my
dude.
God, I cannot believe it, dude. Really? Oh my God.
I mean,
I cannot believe
I'll
it.
give credit where it's due. I actually do like Sheldon a little more than I like most Christians. So even that,
Oh my God. Oh my God.
not for
Oh my
nothing.
God.
There are some qualities of his I do appreciate.
May Allah guide
So,
him. May Allah guide him
know
if
what?
he's worthy of
I
guidance.
mean, I mean.
You know what? I would say this. I would say this. I actually do agree with Sandra here. Moses put up with them for 40 years. I wouldn't have lasted 40 minutes. Honestly, Ikhwan, I wouldn't have either. I would not. I would not.
Sister, I agree.
Literally.
I mean, whatever our disagreements, I agree. And 40 minutes in 20, I imagine I would have actually stuck one of them in 40 seconds. Stuck all of them.
Literally, the stuff that they were, and so the fact. Oh, by the way, one of the Egyptian gods is actually a cow. I think it's the goddess Hathor. Like she's an Egyptian goddess of fertility. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah, fertility. You're right.
Wait. I hear. I hear feedback. Who's that?
I think that's Brother Neil.
Somebody said it. No, it's not me. I didn't say it. Even though,
No.
or
The wind.
oh, it's me. Mute me, Ali. I'm outside. I'm fueling.
No problem. Brothers, this is starting to make sense. And again, this is just me overthinking a lot, right? They were in the desert, right?
Mm-hmm.
As somebody takes the Egyptian gold and he makes a cow, and he tells everyone that this is Moses' God.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reason why it's a cow is because there is an Egyptian god that has the head of a cow. Does anybody know what that cow was the goddess of?
I believe you got it right. It was fertility, I believe.
It was they're in the desert and they're fertility.
Abundance and fertility. Yeah.
Oh my God. The math is literally starting to math. And the funny thing is with that, again, mental slavery. I remember this to make matters worse. I remember even when Musa alayhi salatu left Egypt with them, what was one of the first things these people did? When they literally went to Musa and asked Musa, can he make them an idol for them to worship?
Yeah.
So this is the definition of you can take the man away from Egypt, but you can't really, just because you took the man away from Egypt does not mean you took Egypt away from the man.
Out of the man, yeah.
Literally. And that's exactly what, again, it's a similar tactic that Shaitan uses. That colonizer mentality, it's the same tactic.
Because me and Brother Hassan are from a place that was colonized for such a long time, and it's a place that had so many colonizers, there's actually a very interesting phrase I heard someone use, which applies amazingly: intellectual imperialism.
Oh, which is basically
And
brainwashing.
Yep.
yeah,
It's
so
basically brainwashing.
basically brainwashing. But I was having this discussion with someone, and he used this phrase, and because what we were discussing something very akin to what we are discussing today, which was the English language, and how and how in the context that I'm a Punjabi, okay, and our mother tongue is actually Punjabi. It's not excuse me, it's not Urdu, and Punjabi is now thought of as a very um, low class, ignorant language to speak, something that no one with any form of education speaks. And then, Urdu is thought of as slightly more cultured above that. But then, of course, you have English, which is the creme de la creme. And we were speaking about how um, uh, we are still slaves of that intellectual imperialism that we were subjected
I mean, it's like saying, and this is what that's why they make sure that you lose the knowledge of what you had previously. Remember, Shaitan, what would Shaitan do to get people to become idols? He would literally start off by saying, "Hey, these people were amazing. You should build a statue. What you should build a statue of these. Don't worship it, but just to commemorate these people, just build a statue of them, right? What would Shaitan do? He'd wait till the next generation. Why? Because the next generation did not have the knowledge of the previous generation. Similar tactic. What would the
to.
colonizers do? They would take away, they would take away your language eh, to make sure that you had no knowledge of your previous language. Meaning, for example, for me, my tribe, I'll say this right now, I don't know my tribal language. I know the language that I speak in my country, Creole, but my specific tribe, my father knows it, my mother knows it, my sister can understand it, but I myself don't know it. Because why? I was trying to learn English. So that's just one of the examples. So you learn your oppressor's language in a sense, and what do? You forget your own, meaning you have no knowledge of what came before you. And if you have no knowledge of what came before you, you're going to be at the mercy of the one that has control over what knowledge you have, of what knowledge you can learn. That's what they say. um a man will believe in anything if it's the only thing that he knows. So what do the colonizers do? They make sure that the only thing that you know is what they are teaching you. The same
Absolutely.
thing, the same thing with a lot of religions that you see today. Like we ask a lot of Christians, for one, I don't even think Christians know their own religion. That's one. But two, if you ask a lot of Christians, hey, what do you know about Islam? They'll say nothing. What do you know about Hinduism? Nothing. What do you know about even Jews? You would think Christians would know what the Jewish faith is. Why? Because the Jews believe in the same books to an extent that the Christians do. So you would think they would at least have an understanding of what the Jewish perspective is. No, they don't know it. Like I would ask if any Christian was up here. By the way, I do see some Christian in the group chat, but apparently they're allergic to links these days. They're allergic to clicking links. I have no idea. But if we would ask the some of the Christians that I know that are on the chat, it would just say, "Hey, what do you know about the Jewish? Do you know what the Jews view as the Messiah? Why they view it as the Messiah? Why the Jewish concept of God is the way it is?" They wouldn't know. Why? Because all they're taught is their own faith. And this is the same thing that they use in cults, cult-like tactics. Make sure they isolate you from everything, meaning what you know is you only know the things that they teach you. And that's exactly what Shaitan uses. That's why Shaitan waits until the next generation. He isolates you from knowledge and makes sure the only knowledge you have is something that he has given you himself, the whispers, the waswasa. That's exactly the same thing he uses. That's what makes you weak. And for me, it may just be me, but when I put these links together, It's the same thing that's being used again and again. That's when they say, if you don't know your past, you're doomed to repeat it. So this notion of how Shaitan gets to turn us away and literally, but I feel say literally, that's exactly what it is. Satanic brainwashing. That's literally it. Those people who Shaitan has misled, they're basically they're colonized by Shaitan, his influences, his ideas. And the funny thing is, some people are so colonized they don't even know it. You go to certain countries, you ask them why they speak the language, they don't know. You know, but I don't know if Brother Neil's available, but okay, when you go, when you have you ever asked somebody from your country that, hey, why is it that we're Christians? Is it because we choose to be Christians, or is it because the colonizers came and destroyed our people? Neil, are you there? Okay, I think he's busy, but I got two packets over
Remember, we
here.
muted
Yeah,
him.
Ali. Yeah, Ali. Yeah. I was
Yeah.
outside. It's windy. It's windy. I was.
So,
Subhanallah.
so no, so no worries. But have you ever asked have you ever asked someone from your country, or someone
Yeah.
who's another person who's Hispanic, hey, why is it you are a Catholic? Is it because you choose to be a Catholic, or is it because colonizers came and forced Catholicism onto your people?
It is because it was forced.
But when you ask them, what did they say?
Oh, they don't know. They think
Thank
that's
you.
because they found their forefathers doing it. That's why they're
That
doing it. Exactly
the
like the
same
Quran
thing.
says.
The same thing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you. They don't know, meaning they have no knowledge of what came before them. The same way how Shaitan would wait till the next generation and tell the next generation new things. Eventually, Shaitan would say, hey, these statues, worship them. Making sure Shaitan does not, they don't know, these people that are choosing to worship these idols now, they don't know that the previous generations did not worship these statues. But they have no knowledge of that. That's the issue. Similar mentality, similar tactics, and thank you, Sister thank you, Sister P. But I would say, yeah, satanic brainwashing,
Wait a minute.
satanic
Pretty
colonization.
J, Ali, Pretty J, she's a sister?
Yes,
Oh
yes,
my
mashallah,
God, I
she's a
didn't know
sister.
that.
Is exactly neither
MashaAllah.
job, but mashallah, she's a sister, mashallah.
Give
So
me a
yeah,
shout out
it's
to Amatur Rahman if she's here.
the goat. Sorry, yeah, the female goat.
What the heck are you saying?
I don't know, man. You know when they say you're the goat, you're the greatest of all time. GOAT, greatest of all time.
Oh,
Brother Ali, I
Don't,
gotta
don't tell me
say,
you didn't know that.
Ali, you better run,
okay,
man.
The greatest. She's the great.
Brother
No, the
Ali,
greatest of all time, man.
how was how was work today?
I didn't work today. Actually, I don't work Fridays.
Oh, no wonder. Yeah, okay.
What?
No wonder.
What?
I
Anyway,
don't
The
mind.
goat.
so sorry about that. Again, so sister, if I insulted you,
Don't
if you
worry.
felt
Don't
insulted,
worry.
I do apologize. Sorry, sister. But Neil, brother, sorry. I don't know, man. Kathleen is backstage. You want to speak to Kathleen?
Oh yeah, bring
Oh,
him up.
he left.
Oh
Well,
no.
I don't want to say this, but I'm not gonna say this. No, it's too personal.
I mean, he did
It's
want to come back up
One thing.
on Friday. So the backstage is open. If he wants to come up, have a conversation.
In fact, he was looking forward, Uncle Faisal, everybody. He was looking forward since the last time we spoke to him. Yeah, he was looking forward to the next stream to talking to us.
So there's a couple of other things that just because we were talking about how cultures are sort of erased and all of these things, how they happen, right? When you analyze this, right, and I would say one of the best case study is the subcontinent. Okay, we've how many years has it been? 70 plus years almost since most of the subcontinent has been has gotten its independence from its rulers. But even as of today, the shackles of slavery haven't left the people. And a a few of the best examples of how that is happening is, number one, is how the army works in both India and in Pakistan. Especially, I'm talking about these two nations, right? Because the way the military operates is still the way the British left the military as operating. Another thing is the language. The official language in both countries is still English. Another very interesting way in which we're still colonized is how the taxation and the legislation and how the statutes work. We still have the British criminal law. We still have the British civil law in place, the British common law in place. We still have the very structure of the society in how the bureaucracy works and how all of the how everything operates. It's very clearly British still, right? The English language is still the main language being used in offices, in official government organization, and so on, right? So some of these things, like the way English is taught in school, the way the curriculum is still predominantly English, right? That's such a key aspect of how colonization never left that land, right? Is still today somebody who is supposed to move ahead in the hierarchy within any organization. They're expected to know the English language. Otherwise, they're not expected to be eloquent enough to represent the organization in the right circles. Okay. Then one of the other things that is there is how the education system is working currently. The operation of the education system is still built on that the format defined by the Britishers. It's not been changed. It's not been modified to represent the local cultures and customs. So in so many ways, it just shows how some of these societies have been able to supplant, even though the Britishers never actually came here fully. They were never a majority here in the subcontinent. Actually, they were very few Britishers who were present in the subcontinent at any given time. There was never a huge military invasion by the Britishers. So the way they were able to conquer all of India was the tactic known as divide and conquer, where they pitted one region or regional ethnic group or social group or language speaking group or one against the other. They identified their differences, they identified or religious groups against the other, and so on. So that
ideologies.
Yeah, so just pit them against each other. Sort of
Nationalism, basically. Also,
nationalism, or however you put it, right?
Yeah, to an extent. An extent, yes. I wouldn't say
yeah.
that's the full picture. It's definitely a part of it.
Yeah,
I would say
but these
instead of saying like in India, because I know there's many different groups, there's many different tribes, there's many different groups in India. Instead of nationalism, in sense of, well, it'll be the Punjabs versus someone else. It will be some other people, so that in a sense they see themselves rather than as all Indians, all people from the Indus River. They will see themselves more into their particular tribe, like tribalism in a way.
By the way, Ali, do you know what the population of Africa is? All of Africa.
Population of all of Africa. No, I do not
All of
actually. Isn't it
The
about
entire continent.
like
the whole
30%?
No, what is the
30%?
population? No, it's not
Oh,
30%.
let
But
me check
what
it
is
out.
the population of all of Africa?
What is it?
Oh, Africa. Let me check it out. I never actually thought about that.
It probably has
Yeah,
maybe
One
maybe 2 billion.
1.3 billion. 1.3 billion.
1.3 billion. All right.
What?
Okay.
That is crazy.
Now the interesting statistics over there, Ali, for you to
Uh-huh.
realize how significant this piece of
I
land
get
is.
it. I know what you're about to do.
What is the population of India?
1.4 billion.
1.4 billion. And now, Ali, just remember, this is just India. If you add Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and all of these other countries that form part of the that region, we're talking almost 2 billion people,
I
right?
don't understand. Ali,
So
I do not understand
Over
what's funny though.
over 2
so
Oh my
billion.
god.
what's
That is
funny,
Abdurrahman.
Ali?
crazy.
What's
Oh
funny,
my
brother
god.
Abdurrahman? Akhi, what's funny is that India is such a huge
It's a huge country.
it's such a huge country that just India's own population is more than the population of the entire African
Continent of
continent,
Africa. Oh my god.
right? And Ali, the interesting thing, you put together North America and South America, and it's still not, India still has more people than North and South America put together.
What you
Oh,
guys?
that is
I'm sorry.
crazy.
What did you do? What did you guys do, man? Come
So what a lot of people miss out on when you're thinking about, because we just encompassed like 1.4 billion people into this one word, right? You forget that all of these ethnicities that you have in Africa, all of these ethnicities that you have in Europe or in North South America, right? That's just as many people that we have there in India, and there will be these divides. So it's it was something only like the Britishers figured that out. They were able to use that tactic to control a region that's almost 2 billion people, close to 2 billion people today, right? And it's anyone who's thinking anything, right, they would be considering how many of these Britishers were there at any given time. It's less than 0.01%. Like,
my
we're not
god.
even talking about at no given time were there more than 100,000 Britisher, right? And that's just taking all the people visiting, touring, and all of that, right? But they were
Oh
able
my.
to sow discords among
Dang.
the people of that nation and just control that nation so completely. And not
Oh,
just
and by the way.
control that nation, like
Uh-huh.
the word grape that nation and all its wealth, so that when they came, a nation that was about 25% of the world's GDP at that given time, 25 to 30%, right? It came down from that to less than 4% of the world GDP when the Britishers left,
Wow.
because that's how how well they controlled it.
Well, sorry, okay, real quick. Sheldon, by the way, I I think it's I think we're better for you to. Well, I didn't say it's good to. Actually good to know what your fathers did. And by the way, what you're saying here when you said Ali, it's sometimes good to not know what your forefathers did. Exactly why Joshua said, "Do not do what your forefathers did." It's better not to. No, if you don't know what some people did, how could you know if what they're doing is not good?
Exactly, Ali.
So I didn't say it's you have to do what your forefathers did. I'm saying it's the knowledge. You have to know what they did. And one of my favorite philosophers. Well, it's not philosopher. One of my favorite philosophers is Niccolo Machiavelli, and one of the things he said is this. Well, I don't want to make this a philosophy thing, but one of the things he said is this.
Machiavelli.
Yeah. One.
Are you talking about the shaitan who in the 13th century who basically maybe it's no 16th century who basically created the what
The
do you call
Prince?
it, the divine opera?
I don't think that was him. I don't think so. No.
The Machiavelli.
Was it?
Yeah.
Prince, the prince. Yeah.
Yeah,
The Prince. Yeah.
Machiavelli, the shaitan who put the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Jahannam in his divine opera.
No. That was
I have
someone
to.
else. That wasn't
No, no.
Machiavelli.
That was a Machiavelli, bro.
Are you
So
sure?
yeah,
I think that I think that might be
Dante.
Dante. Yeah.
Dante. I'm
It was
sorry,
Dante.
Dante. Yeah,
Machiavelli.
Dante's
Yeah,
in
I'm
front of
sorry.
that. No, Machiavelli is someone else. So basically,
Please.
Machiavelli, he's known for the Prince, basically. So Machiavelli, one of his best quotes to me is when he says,
Sahih.
"You have to know, you have to know the way to hell in order to avoid it." And that's exactly what Allah Subhanahu wa Taala teaches us in the Quran. He tells us, in a way, he actually tells us the way to Jahannam. If you worship others besides me, Jahannam. If you don't do what I told you, he's literally just giving us the manual on how to avoid Jahannam by telling us what we will have to do to get there. Meaning, hey, this is the road to Jahannam. Now you know what the road to Jahannam is. Don't follow this road. Go somewhere else. Go the opposite way. So it's always good to know what your forefathers did. But I didn't say it's good to follow what your forefathers did. No.
So that you don't follow them.
Exactly. In order for you to ensure that you're not going to follow them, it's best if you know what they did so you don't have to follow them. Because why? If you don't know what they did, you'll end up following them and you didn't even know.
Ali,
So
perfect
knowledge
example,
is
Ali.
always good. Go ahead.
Perfect example about this saying. Is what Bani Israel fell as soon as they crossed the Red Sea. I mean, this is a perfect example to know what they did. They worshipped the calf. Yusha bin Nun, who was a direct, student of Musa alayhi salam, and his successor in prophethood. I mean, he witnessed it. He witnessed it. He witnessed the worship of the calf. He witnessed the Bani Israel killing themselves as a form of repentance. He witnessed it. So that's a perfect saying, perfect example.
You know what? Ali, you have a super American way of saying Jahannam. Come on now, really?
Okay.
That's not fair.
Jahannam or Jahannam. Okay.
Jahannam.
All right. You know what?
Jahannam.
Let's forget pronunciations. Let's forget pronunciations for a minute. If we talk, we're talking about the Bani Israel and their worship of the calf. But there's one other thing that they started back then, and even afterwards, and they still do it today. And I know a lot of Jews are going to get really angry at me for saying this, but a certain form of man worship.
Yeah.
Rabbis.
No different, Achi. No different.
Yeah. And so I actually wanted to make a point earlier on because of the reason I was
Sorry,
talking
Aki, go
about
ahead. Sorry about that. Sorry, I changed everything. Sorry
the
about that.
divide and conquer and all of these matters, right? So it's the fact that so the Britishers did it really well, but this isn't something that hasn't happened before in history. As you read through history, and especially the Jewish history and all of these things, right? It's the same type of tactic, okay, which is you look at the human psyche, see what it wants, and you give it to them, right? Because the reason why the Britishers were able to infiltrate so easily is because they were able to identify what each one of these groups was looking for, right? Or certain people within these groups were looking for. That's what Summary did. That's how he was able to control a certain faction within um, the children of Israel, right? Remember, not each and every one of the children of Israel was part of this, but there was a significant faction that was responsible for it. There were still some who refrained from any sort of calf worship or idol worship, right? And this is an important part of it for um, for us to sort of identify, because we need to for us not to be controlled by a certain group, we need to be very cautious about understanding what we want, and when we're getting it, we got to be careful in accepting it as well, because what is the one thing that every Muslim wants to happen right now? Is the khilafah, right? Every Muslim wants the khilafah to be reestablished and all of this. Now, what has happened in recent history, what we've heard in the khilafah and the coming of Imam Mahdi, right? Those are a few of the signs that Muslims have been waiting for. So we will see people come up and try to claim these type of things, because that's the easiest way to control certain factions and groups within Muslims. And that's really how certain groups go deviant, because they start following these cultist organizations which are able to control you through this willingness of the Muslims to believe in the reestablishment of the Khilafah or things like that, right? So for the Bani Israel, when you think about it, they were looking for this. They were looking for some way to worship which is easier for them, which they've been seeing, which they're used to, and Samri was able to exploit this. And what did he get from it? When you talk about, I think it's, I was listening to a particular lecture where this was one of the interpretations that was being talked about, that what Samri was talking about when Musa alayhi salam asked him is that he tried to imitate Musa alayhi salam in basically getting a little bit of what Musa alayhi salam had, right? Being able to lead people, being able to guide people, and sort of feel that power, feel
It's
that
it's
strength.
it's jealousy. It's jealousy, really.
Yeah, I don't think it was jealousy per se, but it was sort of because he didn't. It's not mentioned in the Quran, but let me look up the
It's
particular
because
ayah.
he said it's because his nafs whispered it to him.
Yes. So this
Mm.
is the part which we got to be careful of, because, and it's also one of the reasons why we need to be very careful when like I we need to be very careful about small groups only, and to basically make sure that we're always in compliance with the majority of the Muslim Ummah, right? We need to stay with the Jamaat, sort of speaking, like instead of being part of a sort of an isolated cult where they're trying to make sure that you're seeing the rest of the Muslims as these are deviants, right? To basically stay away from that type of influence, because that can lead you astray as well.
Mm. Mm. Cult like it's cult like tactics, because
Yes.
cult like tactics, one thing they do, isolate you. They isolate you to keep you away from to everyone. That's one. What else do they do? They do what's called love bombing, meaning they try to get you to, get your emotions into play. Meaning, because typically people who join cults, they're vulnerable. Like you said, Aki, when you talk about their desires, that's why most all pagan religions really are it talks about worshiping God in the way that you feel most comfortable doing. The worst example to me are the Hindus when they say you can worship God however you want. If God comes to you in the form of Brahma, if you want to worship God in the form of Brahma, astaghfirullah, then you can choose Brahma. If you want to worship God in the form of Vishnu or Shiva or Krishna or Parvati or Lakshmi, whatever, even Hanuman, then you're welcome to do that as well. So it's literally picking and choosing on steroids. So, and that's going along with humans and what makes us comfortable. So it's no different than the same thing as love bombing, making you emotionally invested to whatever you want. It's the same thing. And yeah, so we do have someone backstage, brother Huck. Faisal, do you know if he's going to turn on his camera or?
No, it's fine. You can bring him up.
Okay, no worries.
Assalamu alaikum wa
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa
Wa
alaikum assalam.
alaikum
Wa
assalam
alaikum
wa
wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So how you doing, Akhi?
I'm fine, Akhi. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. So is there
We
anything
don't
you'd like to
hear
add?
we don't hear any cars or anything in the background. Are you at home today, Akhi?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I'm at home right now.
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
So is there anything you would like to add?
No, Akhi, you can continue.
Barakallahu feek, Akhi. So I mean, and for me, as this is, alhamdulillah, not any Christian or non-Muslim came today, but honestly, I enjoyed the conversation we had tonight because once the ideas started flowing with one another, we bounced off one idea. Now it's, you start looking deeper into the stories of the Quran as far as the links between the tactics Shaitan uses and use that with everyday life. So nah, for real, it's eye opening. It
Can I
really is.
can I add another link here?
Go ahead, Akhi.
Sure. I'm actually going to be sharing something. I
Mhm.
know this is going to be fun. A lot of people have most likely already seen this, but we'll go over this again. So Bart Ehrman on the question: have the Gospels been accurately preserved down through the centuries? Again, historical basis for the Christian religion. I mean, any Christian who comes up and says there is historical proof of this being true because of history, you guys are total buffoons. Either you don't know how to understand what history is, right? Or you think that the rest of the world is supposed to be as clueless as you guys are. There is no proof whatsoever. Zero. Actually, even minus 250,000 or whatever number you want to put in there, that the Gospels go back to Jesus, or the Old Testament, the Torah goes back to Moses. There is no proof whatsoever of any of this, right? So stop making that silly argument. First of all, you guys never bring any proof. There's always a claim without proof, an assertion without proof of
A
what,
presupposition.
yeah, and you're never able to establish that. And when it's established to you, you actually switch to what we call the theological basis. And if you start with that, we're fine with it. But we're to question why it makes any sense, because then it's just a theological claim. And a theological claim can be refuted on theological basis. It doesn't need any historical basis to be refuted on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's hear what Bart Ehrman has to say. Do you want to just read this first?
Oh no, just subscribe. Just subscribe to Saifullah. He has a stream today, so it's just to subscribe to his channel, everybody.
Okay. All right, Akhi. So let's play this.
centuries?
This is a terrific question that I have been interested in for a very long time. My first interest in this particular question about the accurate preservation of the Gospels started out when I was a student at Moody Bible Institute. At Moody Bible Institute, I believed, as did my professors, that the Bible is without error in the autographs. In other words, the originals of the New Testament did not have mistakes in them, even if subsequent copies of the New Testament may have mistakes in them. The problem is, we don't have the originals of the New Testament. What we have are thousands of copies of the New Testament that were made, in most cases, centuries later. We don't have the originals. We have copies made centuries later. These copies that were made centuries later contain numerous mistakes, thousands of mistakes, tens of thousands of mistakes, hundreds of thousands of mistakes. This was a problem for me at Moody Bible Institute, and I decided that I wanted to learn more about the Greek manuscripts of the New Testament. I went to Princeton Theological Seminary to study with the foremost scholar in the field, Bruce Metzger. I devoted years of my life to this study. This has been the core of my research for the past 30 years. At some point, I came to the realization that my belief in the inerrancy of the autographs didn't make sense. If God inspired the Bible without error, why hadn't he preserved the Bible without error? I couldn't think of a good answer then, and I still can't think of a good answer now, even though I think I've heard every answer ever proposed. I couldn't any longer believe that God had inspired the originals because I was sure he had not preserved the original. Let me tell you now what I think about this entire situation, which is that we cannot know whether the Gospels have been preserved accurately through the ages, and I'm going to try and illustrate with you by explaining how it worked. Take the Gospel of Mark. Whenever Mark was written, say it was written in the year 65 or in the year 70, in the city of Rome, say, I don't know where it was made. Whoever wrote Mark put it in circulation, and somebody copied the Gospel of Mark. Then somebody copied that copy, and somebody copied the copy of the copy. Then somebody copied the copy of the copy of the copy of the copy. And we don't have any of those copies. Everybody who copied the text made mistakes. Our first surviving copy of Mark probably dates to around the year 220. AD. That is 150 years after Mark was first produced. Our first complete copy of Mark comes from the year 350, about 280 years after Mark. We have lots of copies from later times. From thousands of years, 1,000 years after Mark, we get lots of copies. When you compare all of these copies with one another, they all differ from one another. And what is striking is that these views are taught at virtually every institution of higher learning in the entire world that is not fundamentalist or evangelical Christian. Most of these people teaching these views are themselves Christian, but they don't have an evangelical assumption that the Bible is without mistake. The only ones who say otherwise are fundamentalists or conservative evangelical Christians. How can that be? Is everyone else, apart from evangelicals, not as intelligent? Are they blind? Are they demonically inspired? Everyone else? How is it that the only ones who think differently, the only ones who think that the Bible is completely reliable, are people who have a particular theological point of view that affirms that the Bible does not have mistakes in it? This is a theological view, not a historical view. And people are, of course, welcome to have it. But the people who have it should admit that when they say the Bible is reliable, they are saying so not on historical grounds for historical reasons. They are saying so because their theological views require them to say it. If they did not have these theological views, they would agree with everyone else, Christian and non-Christian, that the Bible does not provide a reliable account of the historical Jesus and of the history of the early Christian church. Let me tell you why I think it matters. Many good Bible-believing Christians think that the Bible provides a blueprint for faith and ethics, for how you should believe, what you should believe, and how you should live. Questions over such things as abortion, gun control, gay rights, that the Bible provides us the blueprint. The problem is the Bible is not a single book. The Bible is a lot of books written by a lot of different authors who have a lot of different points of view that disagree with one another. This means that we should not be dogmatic about what we think and insist that what we think is what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches lots of different things. The Bible welcomes lots of different views, and we should too. I want
to stop there because then he sort of is going into something completely different. But this. Let me actually check. Did I miss any part?
I thought that the Gospels were completely reliable. Now I no longer think so. It's not that I decided to jump on the scholarly bandwagon and abandon my evangelical faith. I looked long and hard at the evidence. I studied it for years. I grappled with it. I prayed over it.
Yeah. So anyway, like this is, when you listen to this, Christians, come on. What are you guys talking about when you bring up this historical claim and then I look at history and Jesus must exist and all of this, the silliness of this argument.
And by the way,
Dogmatism.
don't try to just say that, oh well, it's Bart Ehrman. No, because remember what he said. This is the common scholarly view.
Exactly.
Meaning, even scholars that profess to be Christians, like his own teacher, Bruce Metzger, followers that profess to be Christians share that same view. So it's not just a fringe opinion by one scholar named Bart Ehrman, who's like, for some reason they say, oh well, he's agnostic, so they try to discount him by saying he's agnostic. Okay, that does not mean he's no longer a scholar, by the way. So no, but this is the actual majority view of Christian scholarship, people who are Christians and people who are not Christians. So don't try to dismiss what he is saying by trying to attack him for his views.
Yeah, and when these type of things come up to you, like, don't take their words for it. Go look at the evidence that they're providing, right? And nowadays, it's pretty easy to dig into the stuff because you've got the internet, you've got AI, you've got all of these things. It can do a lot of the groundwork for you to go look for the resources, and you can dig into the resources and do your own research, right? So what is interesting about what Bart Ehrman was saying is that he's talking about the evidence. And what is the evidence that he's speaking about? Number one, the originals do not exist. And he's not even talking of the original, the gospel that was revealed to Isa alayhi salam. What is the document? What is the autograph that he's referring to? Ali. He was talking about
the Gospel of Mark, something that came a generation after him.
Right? So understand this, right? This is the huge difference between these historians and what we Muslims claim was the gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Bart Ehrman stops at what Mark has written. The first copy of Mark, and that's it. They're going to stop doing their further digging. That's the point where they're going to say, okay, now we've got the first copy of Mark. Okay, that's it from their perspective. That's the historical document. All right. Now, what are we claiming as Muslims that the gospel is?
Something that was given to Isa alayhi salam.
The revelation given to Isa alayhi salam, right? There's a huge difference between what Mark wrote and what Isa alayhi salam got.
And
Okay.
Faisal Bhai, I'm so sorry. Just to kind of hammer that point home, nowhere does that even say for us that it was written into a book. Nowhere.
No, it doesn't. And even let's just give it that even if it was written into a book, right? The key question for us is, how are you going to establish that link between Mark and that revelation? How are you going to show us that Mark actually got everything he's writing down from that copy written of the gospel written down by Isa alayhi salam? If he wrote it down, let's say, or if it was oral, how are we going to establish that? There is no chain. Mark is not telling us that he heard it from so and so, who heard it directly from Isa alayhi salam, right?
Why don't we
Mark never
start
heard.
why don't we start with a confirmation of who Mark even really is?
That's true.
What we
But
do
we're
in the
giving
in
it to
the
them.
in the second century, all the way almost
Yeah.
100 years later.
But at this point, Shah, we're actually giving it to them, right? We're
Okay,
saying that
that's fair.
from a historian's perspective, they've all, let's say they succeed in their work and they find the original Mark, they find the original Luke, they find the original Matthew, they find the original John, right? What is it that, from our perspective, the standards that we Muslims have, what is it that we are asking them to do? Because they're not up to our standard. So I'm saying, okay, let's just give them all of that, right? What do we need for that to come to our standard?
I love the comment that
That's a very good question.
Sister Amethyst just put Mark ibn Nobody.
The brother asked a very good question.
Put that on the screen, bro. That deserves screen time.
Where is it?
That deserves screen time, man. It's a comment Sister Amethyst wrote in the chat. That deserves screen time. That's
Pull it
so
up, Ali.
good.
Pull it up.
Is this Sister Amat?
Yeah,
No, Sister Amethyst.
Sister Amethyst. Pull it up.
Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah. That's fine.
Mark even nobody.
I've been nobody.
And that's the point, right? We don't know who these people are, right?
You know what?
We don't know
I do one better.
where they're getting their information from. We don't know how they
So in
got
other words,
the words of Jesus from.
you're
How
speaking
are
about
you
the
expecting us-
reliability.
Exactly. All right.
You know the
Sorry,
funny thing is,
go
Laquan,
ahead.
I do one better, okay? Because apparently, and this is what I believe Papias in the early second century, I think around like 230, 130 AD, around that time, right? He says that he's the one that started coming with the idea that Mark was the scribe of Peter. But here's the problem: just because you're the scribe, so it's basically saying Mark is getting his words from Peter. Peter is telling Mark what to write. But here comes the big question: why isn't it called the Gospel of Peter?
Exactly.
If Mark
Yeah.
was if Mark was the scribe, exactly, because the same. And by the way, and how does this?
The letters
We have
of
to be
Paul.
consistent here. Thank you, because in Romans, Paul is not the writer of Romans. It says so in the actual book itself. The writer of Romans is this person named Tertius, Tertius. But you'll still give it to Paul and say, "Oh, letter to the Romans." Paul's letter to the Romans, not Tertius's letter to the Romans.
It should have been Tertius's letter to the Romans.
Thank you. So if Mark was the scribe of Peter, as Papias, who's later deemed as a heretic, by the way. Anyways, who Papias says Mark was the scribe of Peter. Why isn't it called the Gospel of Peter? And here's the simple answer. You brothers want to know why?
Why?
Because there was already a Gospel of Peter somewhere.
Aha. Aha.
When it was being named by Irenaeus, in the when Irenaeus gives context to the Gospels Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John in the late second century, there was already a Gospel of Peter somewhere. that Gospel of Peter is apocryphal, but it's still the Gospel of
Exactly.
Peter.
I was thinking of that.
So, and here lies the
Okay,
question:
we've
if
got Brother
there's
Aladdin in the backstage. I'm just going to bring
oh,
him up.
mashallah, nice.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Aladdin.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa
Assalamu
rahmatullahi
alaikum
wa
wa
barakatuh.
barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Alaikum
Walaikum
assalam
assalam
wa
wa barakatuh.
I thought I was in for a second actually.
No,
Of
that
course.
was Brother Shah. He
Oh,
confused
okay.
Here once again.
What happened? Did you kick him out?
Wait, somebody just
Anyway,
left.
Brother Aladdin, you have to tell us what you wrote down in the back chat.
That's why I wrote it down for you to read it because I am busy. I'm
No,
working.
akhi,
That's why someone will
since
read it.
you're here.
I am busy actually. Wallahi,
Oh,
I
okay.
am busy.
Okay.
That's why I just posted for you. That's actually when I had my discussion with this popular guy named Testify. What's his name with his channel? That funny guy with almost 150,000. We actually had a semi-debate in regard of how reliable their gospels are. So those are some of the parts that I mentioned, and he was mad, blah blah blah. So I just wrote it down for you. It's
All
in
right.
regard
So let
how
me-
to prove that Matthew is, Matthew, Mark, John, and those gospels, how not reliable they are for a Christian themselves. How to prove that they are not even as the words of God. You see?
Yeah. So let me
I
read
just
it
write
out.
it down and you read it, inshallah, because I am
Yeah.
busy. I'm busy with
So
my wife beating me. I'm busy with my wife beating me up. She beat me up. So I
Was
have to
that
go
the
back.
first one or the second one?
And let's keep it as a secret. That's my secret already.
All right, akhi. Assalamualaikum.
Subhanallah.
Assalamualaikum.
I was not prepared for that. Oh my god.
All right. Okay. So the Gospel of Matthew. Matthew relied in his gospel on the Gospel of Mark, as he transferred from Mark's 600 paragraphs out of the 612 paragraphs of Mark. And he also relied on another document called M. J.B. Phillips says J.B. Phillips says in his introduction to the Gospel of Matthew, Saint Matthew was quoting from the Gospel of Saint Mark, and he was revising it, trying to arrive at a better and more perfect conception of God. Seriously, I gotta pause at this.
Wow.
I gotta pause at this
It's
statement.
incredible.
Like,
Can you read it again?
what did J.B. Phillips, what did he say in his introduction to the Gospel of Matthew? Saint Matthews was quoting from the Gospel of Saint Mark, and he was revising it. If you quote someone and you're revising it, are you quoting that person?
Nope.
No.
No.
Nope.
No. All right.
Quoting
And
it
what
will
was
be
the
verbatim.
reason?
Okay. You know
What
what would be better?
No, Ali, you gotta let me finish this. You gotta let me
Oh,
finish
sorry.
this.
Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Saint Matthew was quoting from the Gospel of Saint Mark, and he was revising it, trying to arrive at a better and more perfect conception of God.
Subhanallah. Subhanallah.
I guess John was successful at that, huh?
Yeah. So how would you read it in another way? How would you read it in another way? Trying to arrive at a better and more perfect conception of God.
Mark had the wrong idea. Mark had the wrong idea. That's how I would read it.
Now, Uncle Faisal, I agree with Bart Ehrman says that the authors who wrote these gospels, they were highly trained in Greek prose.
Oh yeah, they had to be.
Oh yeah,
they have to be.
They had to be.
Right.
Because
So-
no third century poor illiterate fisherman of Galilee, he says, could have written this.
Yeah, and let me just actually remind you, because I think the brothers
Finish.
didn't pick up on this part, right? When he says this, right, trying to arrive at a better and more perfect conception of God, what does that mean?
He was trying to give
He's trying to correct it.
a different idea of God, a different understanding of God.
What
Mark
does that
got it
mean?
wrong.
So either Mark is getting it wrong or Matthew is going to get it wrong, because there is only one God. you cannot come at a better conception of God or a worse conception of God if it's in the text, right? If it's in the text, what is it supposed to mean? It's supposed to have come from divine inspiration. So only one of them could have gotten the conception of God right.
I agree.
Okay. So if Matthews is the author of the Gospel of Matthew, how could he quote from Mark? Who is Mark? He is a disciple of Jesus. Matthew is a disciple of Jesus. So really, too many questions. Christians, I don't think you have the guts to come up and defend this.
Oh no, they
None
could.
of the
They
Christians
could try.
do. No.
They're
They'll come
gonna
up and lie. They'll come up
they're
and
gonna-
gaslight, but they
Yeah.
don't have the guts to actually come
Uncle
up.
You know
Faisal,
what?
they're gonna fall
And
into.
it begins.
They're
No,
gonna fall into
Faisal.
the. I'm sorry, Ali.
No. When I told you they're gonna try, Faisal, read the. It already started.
Who is Prophet J.B. Phillips?
What?
Oh, wow.
What the hell?
Told you guys.
What? No, they're gonna fall into sola scriptura or that scholar has no bearing in my life.
Yeah, we don't listen to scholars. We listen to the Holy Spirit.
So
It's
the problem with
theologically sound.
Yeah. So the and here's the thing: if Mark's theology was not up to par to Matthew's theology, then one of them was getting their theology wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If not both of them, at least one of them is getting their theology wrong. Okay, so that's the conclusion that these guys are coming to. Because again, the other thing, this person is asking about who this prophet J.B. Phillips is, but it's up to him to come and tell us, because it's this person is wise enough to write the introduction to the Gospel of Matthew. He's knowledgeable enough to do that. And you're someone who
sorry. You want to know how you know someone isn't sincere? We just mentioned a guy he's never even heard of. Rather than say, where does he get this evidence? He just literally said he's wrong. Literally.
Ad hominem,
literally
right?
just meant exactly. Instead of attacking the evidence, attacking
evidence,
his conclusion as far as why, asking,
They
okay,
attack the person.
what evidence does he have? How does he know? Give me his sources. What does he use? Nah, you just straight go to who's Prophet JV. You just go straight. That's how you know for a fact. You're not really looking for the answer. You just strictly going. You just rejected his views without even knowing how he got there immediately. That's how you know you're not. Your mindset is not to learn. Your mindset is to attack. Your mindset is to be on the defensive immediately. So I suggest, Jay, look in the mirror and actually start reflecting on, do you actually care about the truth, or you just care about what you want to care about?
Or don't even
Start
look in
doing
the
that, 'cause
mirror. Click the link and we can help you look in the mirror.
You know, I like your advertising out here. I do. I like that. So, Faisal, you want to go with the next one, or you want me to read it?
Before you started, I just want to read something. I just want to play something.
No worries. Who's Prophet JB Phillips?
Anji?
That's kind of funny, actually.
Okay, let me.
Or
bring
maybe
this
he
up.
meant to say professor.
No, he said prophet.
He's
All
right.
Prophet.
I think he
God,
missed
these
this.
Christians.
I think he missed this part. Let's play it. Right.
Striking is that these views are taught at virtually every institution of higher learning in the entire world that is not fundamentalist or evangelical Christian. Most of these people teaching these views are themselves Christian, but they don't have an evangelical assumption that the Bible is without mistake. The only ones who say otherwise are fundamentalists or conservative evangelical Christians. How can that be? Is everyone else, apart from evangelicals, not as intelligent? Are they blind? Are they demonically inspired? Everyone else? How is it that the only ones who think differently, the only ones who think that the Bible is completely reliable, are people who have a particular theological point of view that affirms that the Bible does not have mistakes in it? This is a theological view, not a historical view.
Yeah. So
wow.
This is a
History is out of the window.
theological view, not a historical view.
Subhanallah.
All right, let's go ahead with the Gospel of Mark. I mean, if they were not able to defend the Gospel of Matthew, let's go ahead. Gospel of Mark.
All right. You want to go, Akhi, or you want me to do it?
Yeah, Ali, go ahead. And
All
we'll
right.
give the last
So
one to Shah. Brother
you
Shah.
want me to do my Hamzas? You know when Hamza gives for Father Brown when he reads.
It's up to you, Akhi. How are you want to do it?
Please do it.
Father Brown.
Please.
No.
I want to crack up so badly.
I'm gonna let Hamza keep that. I want to let Hamza keep that. But the Gospel of Mark. Mark was not a disciple of Christ, but a disciple of Paul and Peter. Luke's commentator Dennis Ninham says that no one by that name was known to have had a close connection, a special relationship with Jesus, or to have had a special reputation in the early church. Another strong evidence is the testimony of the historian Papias, 140, and it was 140 AD, when he said that the elder John used to say that when Mark became Peter's interpreter, he wrote down with great care everything he remembered. I knew it was 140. I got it wrong, obviously. I had a
Is
feeling.
that referring to John the Presbyterian?
It was talking about. Oh yeah, John the Elder. I think it was John. I think John the Elder was John the Presbyterian. I think. Let me double check.
Elder John, that's what he's who he's talking about.
Yeah, John the Elder.
Probably John the Elder.
So remember, Mark, the guy who Matthew is copying from, almost like 90% of
John the Presbyterian.
Yeah, almost 90% of Mark has been copied. Okay. In Matthew, okay, and the individual Mark that we're talking about, he has never actually been in the presence of Jesus, peace be upon him, or Isa al-Islam.
Absolutely.
Okay, who is he getting it from? Is he writing it on behalf of someone? If he was, then why isn't that individual the author of the gospel?
Subhanallah. And you know, when you actually read Mark, it's presenting such a like an eyewitness narrative, and at the same time it's not telling you who this eyewitness is.
I mean, none of them do.
Exactly. It just boggles my mind. It just completely boggles my mind.
I mean, and the funny thing is, in Luke, and this is where we'll get there when it comes to Luke, and again, all of this, what I'm talking about, are things that even I realized when I was listening to Ahmadiyyats. This is before I realized that, I realized Islam was the truth. I'm literally looking at debates between Jimmy Swaggart and Ahmadiyyats. You have Robert Douglas. You have Stanley Sjoberg. I'm listening to the debates about Christianity or Islam, and this is me at 15 years old. I'm saying, well, wait a minute, we don't know who they are. I'm 15 years old still. Well, how can I trust them if I don't know who they are? So it's this, what Ahmadiyyat is saying, that we don't know who, like Luke who, Mark who, in his typical Ahmadiyyat vernacular. So,
I remember
and for me, at 15 years old, I'm still saying to myself, it's like these how come we don't know who they are? Then how can we trust these guys? And then, of course, what took the cake from me was when Ahmadidas Rahimullah mentioned Matthew chapter 9, verse 9, where he said, and where he uses Matthew in the third Matthew, yeah, and there he met Matthew, a tax collector. But if it was Matthew if it was Matthew writing, it shouldn't it be, and he met me, the tax collector.
Exactly.
Exactly.
First
And for
person.
me, at 15 years old, I'm saying, then yeah, how could he write it then? I started having doubts about this notion even before I really knew anything serious about Islam whatsoever. So it's not just, oh well, you're Muslim, so you're supposed to say no, literally no. So even someone who quote unquote has a clean slate, or somewhat of a clean, because we're all biased in some way, even someone that has the cleanest of slate will see this intellectual and just be asking themselves rationally, how can I trust it if I don't even know who these people are? Literally, if you are if you're in college, right, and you go to whatever whatever major you're in, whatever class you're in, right, and you sit down and you talk to the teacher, right, and the teacher tells you to get out a textbook. The textbook has no one's name on it. It's just a textbook. It just says engineering textbook. It just says physics textbook. You don't know who this person is. You don't know what they do. And the teacher is literally telling you, hey, by the way, this textbook you guys are reading, we have no idea who this person is. It just says this, but we don't know for sure. Well, how can I trust it if I don't know who this person is? Just trust it, bro.
Brother Ali, when you apply that approach, and this is when I was restarting my journey, alhamdulillah, and I was doing a very clear cut, applying a very common sense, rational approach to things. One of the things that struck me most is that, hold on, why is there no gospel by the people who were closest to Christ? Why is there no gospel of James? Where's the gospel of Peter? What is this about? Why is it coming from these people who are unknowns? It doesn't make sense.
Like you would think that the ones, if it's claiming to be an eyewitness testimony, you would think, first of all, you would think that the person was actually an eyewitness. That's one. But two, you would think that, wait a minute, shouldn't it be, Andrew, Bartholomew, Barnabas, you have John, you have you have all these guys, you have Peter, you have all these different people. Why not use them? And on top of that, why wait until 40 years later? Because if it's the truth, why aren't they writing during the time of Jesus?
Exactly.
Literally, why? They're looking at Jesus do all these different things. Literally, they would have been like, and they can write because obviously they wrote later. They can write apparently, or they can be inspired to write. Why wouldn't a God say, you know what? Let's even grant that Jesus is God. Let's even grant that for a second. If he's on earth and he knows that he wants to write, he wants people to have accounts of him. Why wait 40 years? Why not do it now? Why not? Hey guys, I know, but I want you. Why not have Jesus tell the people, his own disciples, hey guys, write what I do. Write what I do. Record down what I do,
Ali,
and the Spirit will inspire you.
Brother Ali, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
ILJ and Catalin, especially you have been waffling in the chat since the beginning of the stream. Why can't you put your money where your mouth is, bro?
Who?
You said, oh,
Catalin.
there's no Spanish speaker. Spanish speaker has been on the stream for almost 2 hours. Where are you, bro? Why are you waffling?
I guess he's afraid to deal with
and now you want to talk about Ignatius of Antioch? Really?
That's
what you want to go to?
They don't even know what Ignatius did. And I'm pretty sure they just Google. But if they actually know about Ignatius, they wouldn't bring him up.
It's a joke. Ignatius of Antioch. I mean, come on, man. Like, stop being keyboard warriors.
Wasn't he a heretic?
SubhanAllah. Put your money where your mouth is. Develop some testicular fortitude and click the link.
Mods, please. Mods, please. Monitor ILJ, and because at this point, Catalin, now I'm really starting to doubt your sincerity. So mods, please monitor those two. If they don't click the link, then please take care of them.
Yeah, I don't. I agree with you, Ali. I don't think. I don't see any sincerity in him anymore. Not
And
since
and and,
how we ended.
and it goes
Mm.
back. You asked the question at the beginning of the stream, brother Ali. Where did it end with Catalan? You will not believe where it ended. We asked him a very simple question: where is your definitive, explicit statement from Jesus of his divinity or of worshiping him? You know what? You know what the answer we got is?
Mm.
How do you honor God? This is the answer we got.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I
Huh?
remember that.
Yeah. This is
Makes
the
no
answer we
sense.
got.
It doesn't make sense. And anyway, and we responded to him, but he sort of got stuck, Catalan. Anyway, this question, previous scriptures. So there's a difference between scriptures and revelation, right? Hindus have scriptures. They do have scriptures. Are we
Older
forgetting
than
that?
yours. Older
Yeah.
than yours.
Probably, actually, that's a debatable one, SMK.
Okay, yeah, debatable.
Yeah,
I'll retract. I'll retract. I agree.
There's this tendency with anything that comes out of the subcontinent that it needs to be verified. And
True.
until it's verified, right?
I humbly retract, but Pastor Bhai, I humbly retract my statement.
But still, they are scriptures. They are scriptures. So, are you not in contradiction of those scriptures? The question is it contradicting previous revelation? And if you can show us revelation, not your scriptures, because we don't believe those are revelation.
Nope.
If you can show us revelation, previous revelation, then we can have a conversation. Otherwise, this is just like throwing the spaghetti on the wall, trying to see if it would stick or not.
He'll probably say the new things that Jesus brought was revelation.
Oh man, it's snowing. No, brothers, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. It's snowing.
The snow.
Take 10, bro.
The snow has come, Ali. The snow has come.
All right, brother Shah, do you want to do the last one? Gospel of Luke?
I'll take Gospel of Luke. Subhanallah. Okay, the Gospel of Luke is the third and longest of the Gospels and consists of 24 chapters. The first 2 chapters talk about the prophet John and the birth of Christ. Then the rest of the chapters complete the biography of Christ until the resurrection after the crucifixion. As for the writing of this Gospel, sources differ in determining its time between 53 to 80 AD. The writer relied on Mark in his sources, and he quoted from him 350 of its 600. I think that statement is incomplete.
Yeah.
Say that again. Can you read it?
Mark in his source, and he quoted from 350 of his 612. That's 612.
I can't see the rest of it in the back chat.
Yeah. I think it's talking about the paragraphs in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
probably.
That's what this is.
So he cut it by half.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a straight up 50%, copy paste.
Uncle Faisal, I have always, I myself, I read the Gospel of Barnabas. I read the Gospel of Thomas. And to be honest with you, I find those two to be more reliable, more closer to the authors themselves than the synoptic Gospels or John itself.
Okay. Oh, brother Aladdin. Oh, he's the last few parts. He's going to just make sure that Brother Shah is able to read the last part.
Jazakallah khairan, Brother Aladdin. Jazakallah
Brother
khairan.
Aladdin, can you still paste the last part? I think there it is. Okay.
Okay. Oh, here we go. So the writer relied on Mark in his sources, and he quoted from him 350 of its 661 paragraphs. He also quoted from Matthew or from other sources shared between him and Matthew.
Yes.
Man.
Wow.
Wallahi.
Wow.
The more I hear this, the more it destroys the credibility of each gospel.
Like it's mind-boggling. It's just completely mind-boggling.
This is
Now,
new
here's the
information.
thing. I'm actually going to bring something up. Let me see if I can. Here it is.
Wallahi, if any Christians reads this, they will be in complete denial.
It's cope. I mean, all they can do is they can inject and snort and huff on all the copium that they have.
I mean, Christians are really so gullible. Wallahi ladim. Even the young Christian that I was arguing with in the laundromat when I was in Saiful Lies stream, wallahi, man, same mentality, man. Same mentality.
When did that happen?
Maybe more than a week ago.
So Juan, have a look at this. All right.
Oh.
So this is how the synoptic gospels are sort of they're related to each other. Okay. So this is Mark. Okay.
That's a good graph.
3% of which is unique to Mark. 3% more of which is in Mark and Luke. Okay. 18% of which is in Mark and Matthew, and 70% of Mark is in both Luke and Matthew.
Wow.
Right. So if we're looking at Matthew and Mark, it's 76 plus 18. So that gives me over 90%. 94% of Mark is copied into Matthew. Okay. So half of Matthew is actually copied from Mark. Okay. Then we have Luke, where just a little bit less than half of Luke is copied from Mark. Right.
That is crazy.
Then Luke is taking a lot of information from Mark as well. Yes, Saki? Brother Huck, do you want to add anything?
No. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll be back because on Discord some Muslim brother wants to talk. Can
No
you give
worries.
me 2 minutes?
Sure. Just come back up whenever you're ready. All right. So again, and then we've got this a third of which is unique to Luke, and on Matthew, a fifth of Matthew is unique to Matthew. So Matthew was using sources which were unique to it. Luke was using sources which were unique to Luke.
And Mark
the
was
double
using
tradition.
the Q source, correct?
Yes, the double tradition is the Q source. Okay. So the triple tradition, or Mark, Luke, Matthew, this triple tradition is basically believed to be from Mark itself, right? And then that's how these are related. Now, here's the question. We've heard Christians bring up what? That different people are talking, they're going to give you different stories. Does this graph show you anything about that? Does this graph show you that if it's being copied, if it has been copied, sometimes word for word, what does that actually show you? It's not an eyewitness account.
Yeah, no eyewitness is going to describe it word for word ditto. It's just not going to happen.
No.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's lazy eyewitnessing.
And what is the gap between each gospel? Each of those three gospels, Uncle Faisal?
Sorry, between
what
when
is
they
the
were
gap
written?
in years? Yes.
Yeah, that's an Ali question. We'll have to wait for him to come back.
Wait, let me see if I can
mean, Bar
actually
Ehrman said that Mark, the Gospel of Mark, was written around 65, right?
65 to 70 AD. Yeah.
65 to 70, yeah.
And the others were written after.
Right. So, subhanallah, I mean, subhanallah.
Okay, so Gospel of Mark dates from 65 to 70, Matthew and Luke from around 85 to 90, and John from 90 to 110.
So so Matthew and Luke are in the same range.
Yeah.
Roundabout, yes.
No wonder the graph demonstrates it very clearly.
Subhanallah, that's a really good point.
Wow. No wonder they copy from Mark. No wonder they are. Oh my God. I mean, forget about John. It is the farthest down the line.
Absolutely.
No wonder it is different. Why?
So
you know why? Because by then, the Christian, the Trinitarian theology had already been, somewhat formed.
No,
I mean,
even the Gospel of John is not Trinitarian.
It's not.
It's not
Even though it
Trinitarian.
differs, even though it speaks
There
more
is
about the so-called
monarchical
divinity.
Yeah, there's monarchical binitarian divinity in there.
Wow.
Right? But it's not Trinitarian.
No, it is not, of course. I mean, the Trinitarian Creed didn't come until 325.
Yes.
And
Okay.
and another interesting factor here, like when I was when we were talking to Brother Wissam, and then I went and I listened to some of his videos and stuff. So he was explaining one of the principles of textual criticism, and he said that what you see when you do textual criticism is the older accounts are usually shorter and more accurate, and the later accounts become longer and more inaccurate. So even if you look at the older manuscripts, they're going to be shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. Everything else is added on later.
So it develops, in other words.
It develops, exactly. It develops like a narrative away from truth.
All right. Let's look at this. The focus of the four Gospels. All right. Who's the audience of each of the Gospels? Matthew is Jews. Mark is Romans. Luke is Hellenists. And John is Greco-Romans.
What is Luke? What is Luke?
Luke is Hellenist.
The Greek
Hellenist.
ideology.
The Hellenistic, yeah. Right. And the focus is that Jesus, in Matthew, Jesus is the messianic king of the promised Davidic kingdom who fulfills the Old Testament prophecies and covenants. Some of the key words that are used is kingdom of heaven fulfilled. Right? Mark, what is Mark about when it's addressed to the Romans, right? Jesus is the authoritative Son of God. He is God's triumphant envoy come to suffer and die in order to claim victory over sin and death. Kingdom of God immediately now, right? These are the keywords that you would find there. Luke is Hellenist, right? Jesus is the perfect Son of Man, not the Son of God, not the messianic king, but the perfect Son of Man, the Messiah prophesied by the prophets, who came to save and to minister to people of all nations through the power of God, the Holy Spirit.
The
Kingdom
Holy
of God,
Spirit
Son of
suddenly appears when talking to the Hellenists. Subhanallah.
What the hell?
And then John, which is to Greco-Romans, so the Greek influenced Romans. So Jesus Christ is the fully divine Son of God who existed before creation. He is the true Lamb of sacrifice through whom we receive the gift of eternal life. Word of God, only begotten Son, believe, eternal life. All of these are some keywords. Very interesting table here.
Very
Random.
interesting. And if you look at
go
the
ahead.
evolution of the keywords, wow.
Juan, you know what the crazy thing is here?
What?
Notice how not one of these focuses on the Trinity.
Yeah, exactly.
Nope.
By the way, Jay did come up in the back. Let's bring him up.
Oh, Jay's here. Oh, okay.
Jay, do you want to turn off your
this ought
camera?
to be good.
Can you type in the back chat if you want to turn off your camera? Okay, that's good. I'm bringing you up. How are you doing, Jay?
Yeah, good. How are you guys?
We're
How are
doing
you doing,
okay.
Jay?
Yeah, I'm good.
So, Jay,
So
you've seen the last few the presentation, the video, and the discussion that has been happening. The question, obviously, of the stream is, what is keeping you from Islam? And we sort of want to ask you that question again.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll just go back to like I'm a Christian, so I actually don't need Prophet Muhammad. It kind of adds nothing to my faith.
So you're going to hell, and you're okay with going to hell?
Wait. So, Faisal, if I may.
No. I want him to answer that question first.
Okay, no problem.
No, that's not the promise in the Bible, is it?
No. Jay, my question to you is, are you okay with going to hell?
Where do you get the concept of hell from?
Are you okay with going to hell? Don't change the question. Don't ask a question in response to a question. I'm just asking you a very straightforward question. The message of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the fact that you're saying that you don't need the Prophet, peace be upon him, he came with a message. His message was very clear. The consequence of not following the Prophet, peace be upon him, is that you are going to go to hell. Are you okay with that?
But
you're taking a risk. See, the risk is on you. I'm just asking you, are you okay with taking that risk? If somebody comes to me and tells me there's a flood happening, there's going to be water coming in, right? Everything is going to be destroyed. You got to leave and go for higher grounds. And then if I ignore that message, I am taking the risk. Okay, so now you're ignoring the message. You're taking the risk. So I'm asking you the question, are you okay with the consequence of it? Are you okay with going to hell?
But that's just a claim like Joseph Smith made the claim as well, right? Like he claimed to be a prophet, got revelation from God.
Do not change the question. Answer the question. Are
Yeah,
you
I'm going
okay? Are
Muhammad
you
made a
okay
claim.
with going to hell? Are you okay with going to hell?
It's a simple question, man.
It's a simple question. And then we can discuss the validity of the claim and everything else later on. But can you answer this question? Are you okay?
Let's say no. Yeah.
Are you okay with going to hell?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It wasn't that difficult. It wasn't that difficult of a question, right? Just a little bit of sincerity.
There has to be a beginning point where you get the concept of hell in the beginning, right? So I'm getting it from the Bible.
That is irrelevant. That is irrelevant.
Yeah.
That is irrelevant. Where do you get the concept of hell from? And all of these things.
Because Christians believe in hell too.
The reason I'm asking you, because you're coming up here, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is irrelevant and all that. His questions, his statement and his warning makes this relevant to you. Now, whether or not you want to accept that or not, that is a fact. That the Prophet, peace be upon him, came and told us, you follow me, you'll go to heaven, you reject me, and you follow and you rebel against God, you go to hell. And that makes it relevant for us.
No, I understand the claims Prophet Muhammad makes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, perspective.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Saifullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Continue with the conversation, ya ikhwan.
Sorry, Jay.
Jay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's go back to Jay.
So do you understand the reason why you cannot claim that the Prophet, peace be upon him, is not relevant to you?
No, if his claims are true, yes, it is relevant. Yes.
That's the point. So now it's not a question of that he's not relevant to you. You cannot dismiss this. I'm a Christian. This is not relevant to me. You cannot come and dismiss this. It is relevant to you. The question is if he was speaking the truth. And Ali, you can take over, Akhi, from there.
So, Jay.
Yes. Yep.
I remember we've had many conversations with you before, and quite frankly, I'm off the I'm actually starting to believe you're not really sincere, just based upon your reaction to tonight and our previous conversations with you. But I'll buy it, okay?
In which regard, like I'm trying to get a feel for what you guys actually kind of claiming as well, right?
Okay. What now? Here's the thing, Jay. Out of you were here listening to a lot of things that we said, okay? And here's one thing I want to ask before.
Are you talking about today? I've just come in the last
No,
hour. Yep.
Okay. Based tonight, since you came in, have you heard us misrepresent Christianity in any way possible?
No, like I've
Did we
just popped in when you guys just talking about like scholars and stuff, right?
Let's be honest.
No,
What up,
Jay,
JB Phillips?
Jay, I need you to follow along with me, okay? What did I say? See, this is what I said. Listen to what I'm saying. I said from what you heard. That's what I said. So listen to my words, okay? Don't look to respond. Listen to actually understand and comprehend my point.
Yep, sure.
Based on everything you heard, did we, any one of us, did we misrepresent the religion of Christianity in any way?
No, you're just quoting other scholars and stuff, what they kind of their opinions, right?
So we did not say opinions. We did not misrepresent. Jay, don't talk over me, my man. Okay. So we did not misrepresent Christianity. And by the way, the scholars that we brought up, my question to you now is, do you know who they are?
No, I've heard, not heard of
So
JB Phillips.
if you don't know who they are, why not just ask, where did they get their evidence from? Why is your first response trying to attack this particular scholar? Why, if you're truly sincere, why not at least ask, what evidence does this scholar have? Why don't you do that?
Yeah, like I understand you guys like to bring up like Bart Ehrman and all.
Jay, directly answer my question, okay? I'm asking you, why did you not ask for the evidence that the scholar has to conclude what he's concluding? Why was your first response attacking the scholar?
Because I've never heard of him, and I guess I thought he might be Unitarian or some other.
So I'll give you an example. You said because you've never heard of him, right? Just imagine, okay? Let's use that same and keep that same energy, right? Imagine if I've never heard of Christianity. If I've never heard of Christianity, I've never heard of Jesus. And the first thing I do, the moment someone brings up Jesus to me, the first thing I do is attack it. That would not make any sense, right?
Okay, yeah.
Wouldn't you say, well, at least let me tell you about Jesus first. Let me tell you about what he did. Let me tell you about the Bible. Was that not what you would say?
Yep, sure, yeah.
So why, going back to you, why was your first response attacking somebody you've never heard of before? When we say he's a scholar, why is your first response not, let's see what his evidence is? Why was your first response to attack him?
No, like he's going off the scriptures, right? And he's just
Jay, stay on task, bro.
Yeah.
Why was your first response to attack him if you didn't even know who he is?
I wasn't really
an
attack,
honest
right?
response, Jay. That's all.
No, I'm just saying you're just naming like a scholar, right? So I wasn't really attacking him. It's like you can pick and choose any scholar, right?
Jay, why did you attack him? Why didn't you ask for the evidence?
Okay, let's start again then.
No. I'm asking, before we continue, I want to know why you did what you did. Because for me, I don't think it's beneficial for us to have a conversation with someone who's already made up their mind. And I'll do this by asking you, I want to know your frame of thinking, okay? I want to know your mindset too, because I actually care about having fruitful conversations, okay? But I want to know your mindset, because right now, when I say I'm questioning your sincerity, I am questioning your sincerity. So let's actually find out if you truly are sincere. Let me ask you this question. If somebody comes to me, if somebody comes to you and say that, let no, let's actually try this, okay? If somebody comes to you and they ask you, what do you believe in? And you say you believe in Christianity, you believe in Jesus Christ. And they say they don't believe, right? And you ask them, do you know who Jesus is? And they say, no. Do you know about Christianity? No. Then you would say, well, how could you say you don't believe something you don't even know? And they say, well, because I have my own faith and I don't need to know Christianity. What would you say?
You'd
Brother
kind of
Ali,
you'd question their belief, right?
no, it's not even
What would
about
you?
that. Understand
No,
what Brother Ali is saying.
go ahead,
You
go
are
ahead.
being passive aggressive. When you made that statement that who is Prophet XYZ, you are not only being passive aggressive, which means you're not only attacking the person who is being quoted, you're attacking the people quoting that person as well. So by being passive aggressive, you're being hostile to the people who are talking about that person and the person being referenced as well, which is why Brother Ali is saying that he thinks you are not sincere in your approach. And this is what he wants you
Literally.
to address.
And to make it worse, I actually do hold the position that you are closed-minded, and it goes back to what I was saying before. So I would like for you to answer my question, please. If somebody comes to you again and they ask you, Jay, what do
Yeah.
you believe in? And you say to that person, I believe in Christianity, I believe in Jesus Christ as God, right? And
Yeah.
the person says, well, I don't believe that. And you ask that person, you say, well, do you know about Jesus Christ? Do you know about the Bible? Have you read the Bible? And the person says, I don't need to know. I have my own faith. Why would I need to know? What would your response to that person be?
Yes, like I said, I'll question what their faith was, what they actually believe, right?
But no, you would know. If you would know, you would question to that person, how could they say they don't need to know if they thank you, meaning you would conclude that person is closed-minded, willfully ignorant, meaning that person is closed-minded. They don't want to know because they're literally saying, they're literally telling you, Jay, Christianity is not the truth, but I don't know Christianity. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You'd question their faith, right?
Does
Where
that
they're
make
from.
any Jay? Does that make any sense?
No.
It does not make sense, correct? Now, would
Yeah.
you see that person as open-minded, or would you see him as closed-minded?
Like it's a hypothetical. It depends if conversation goes any further, right?
Would you see someone who tells you, if somebody tells you, I know Christianity is not the truth, but I don't know anything about Christianity, and I don't need to know anything about Christianity. Is a person who does those three things, who has those three stances, would you classify that person as open-minded or closed-minded?
If he's not interested in asking about it as well, then he will be closed-minded, right?
So
it
Jay,
depends on the conversation where it goes from there.
Jay, would you classify that person as open-minded or closed-minded?
From that one sentence, you could say closed-minded, right?
Thank you, closed-minded. So here's the problem. Are closed-minded people, can you have a conversation? Can you have a fruitful conversation with somebody who's willfully closed, who's letting you know, I am closed-minded? Do you think you can have a fruitful conversation with that person as long as they remain closed-minded?
No, if he tells you he's closed-minded, then you can't.
If they show you, exactly, thank you. If he shows you that, no, because people won't tell you they're closed-minded, they'll show you they're closed-minded. So if this person shows you that he's closed-minded, you will not have a conversation with that person, or you can't have a conversation with that person, correct?
Yes, yeah, sure.
Thank you,
Sure.
Jay. That's exactly what you have portrayed tonight.
But you're judging.
The moment you came on and Faisal asked you, why aren't you Muslim yet? The moment you said you don't need to know about the Prophet, That's literally the same thing. I told you.
That's exactly
Meaning
the same thing.
That's not what I
it's
said.
same. That
That
Faisal,
is not what I
are you
said.
there, Aki? Faisal, are you there, Aki?
Yeah, I am.
Can you please tell us what Jay told you when you asked him the question?
Said he's a Christian. He doesn't need to know what he doesn't really care.
No, I said Prophet Muhammad adds nothing to my faith.
No, Jay, I literally heard you say yourself. You don't need to know.
That's not what I said.
You know what? So be it. All right.
Subhanallah.
So here's the question, Jay. I want to know from you. Would you classify yourself as someone who's open-minded?
That's why I'm here. I'm kind of interested.
No, no. Just because you're here, that does not mean you're open-minded. Wait, I hear an echo.
Yeah, me too.
Is it me? Is it?
Yeah, I think it's Jay.
Oh, I think it's Sifula, but it's okay. So Jay, just because there have been people we have had many people, countless amounts of people that have been on stage that have been closed-minded. So just because you're here does not necessarily mean you're open-minded. So I want to ask you right now, would you classify yourself as someone who's open-minded?
Yes.
You're someone who's open-minded. Okay, now Jay, because I'm literally feeding off of you right now. I want to know, can you tell me, I want you to tell me what it means to be open-minded.
You're open to new ideas, right?
Go ahead. Look, keep going. I'm listening.
That's it in a nutshell, right?
Build on it.
Okay, what does it mean to be open to new ideas? Explain
Elaborate
that.
on it. Elaborate, please.
Yeah.
Like you take something in, right, and process it. Chucky, be quiet. Just my dog's growling. So sorry.
Can anybody else hear him? I'm having trouble hearing him.
Can you hear me?
Cut
Jay,
out a little bit.
Jay,
Yeah, we
can
can
you
hear
repeat
you.
that?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I'm just someone that's open to new ideas and kind of takes the information in, processes it, and makes a judgment.
So basically,
That's
okay.
That's what being open-minded is to you.
That's what I would kind of assume. So yeah. Oh, you could elaborate.
Okay. No worries. And by the way, everything that you've just told me, I am holding you accountable to everything you're telling me. So literally, if we continue this conversation, you're claiming to be someone who's open-minded. If we continue this conversation, I am holding you to what you just told me. Meaning, if by tonight you go against your own word of who you are, then that is the last time we'll have a conversation.
Chucky.
1 second.
Oh,
1 second, Jay.
Oh, sorry.
Meaning,
that's my dog. Yeah,
Jay. Oh, okay. That's your dog. No
I'm
problem.
putting him on mute. This is like Jay. At least respect us as much that if you're not gonna be talking to us, put yourself on mute.
So
Go
yeah,
ahead, Aki.
Jay, if we're even gonna have any conversation whatsoever, I'm holding you to what you said. Meaning, if you show that you're really insincere and closed-minded, like I still think you are, then this will be our last conversation, at least with me. If anyone of the brothers want to have a conversation, that's fine. But there's no point. Like you yourself said it. There will be no point in having a fruitful conversation with someone who's closed-minded. You said that yourself. All right. Let's hold you to that same standard. Okay. So you claim it to be open-minded. Let's actually see what we got. And by the way, let me actually give you what I would say I believe is a better definition of what it means to be open-minded. Being open-minded literally means everything that these brothers tell you could be the truth. Literally. If someone comes with a claim, being open-minded is not poo-pooing or dismissing the claim or saying, I don't need to know the claim. If someone comes to you with a claim that it is the absolute truth, instead of you saying, it can't be, no, you study it. You look at the evidence. You have in your mind and you say, you know what, if I study this and it's shown that No, the evidence is consistent. It's really amazing. It's downright miraculous evidence. And even if it goes against what I believe, I have to be willing. I have to literally seriously consider changing into this, or converting, or reverting, or accepting this particular view or this particular claim. That's what it means to be open-minded. Being open-minded is the most sincerest form of humility. That's what being open-minded is. Now, Jay, would you classify yourself as someone who is open-minded, like I just said? Is that you? You're gonna mute yourself, Jay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I was just muted for a minute there.
No worries. So would you classify yourself as someone who's open-minded in the way that I just described?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So I'm taking your word for it. I'm holding you accountable to your own words. Okay?
Yep.
But let's start. Now, let's actually start the conversation. Hopefully, God willing, this will be a fruitful conversation, okay? Now, Jay, let's start with the conversation of the room. I'm going to re-ask you what Brother Faisal asked you again. What exactly is keeping you away from Islam?
Yeah, like as a Christian, I don't know. Like you've got to prove Muhammad was a prophet, and it kind of adds something.
Oh, so if we show you that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, he was without a doubt a prophet of God, of the one true God, then will you accept Islam? Because if he was a prophet of God, if he was an actual prophet of God, then you'd have to follow him. You'd have no choice if you want the truth, correct?
Oh, absolutely. If he is in line, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
then
if we,
that means that you're willing
yeah,
to
thank you.
accept the truth then.
Yeah, if we can demonstrate to you and give you actual evidence, objective evidence that Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is a prophet of God, will you then accept Islam? Or will they at least consider it? Okay.
Absolutely. If it's
Brothers, we have this. Let's take this, okay? Now, let's continue. Tell me, what exactly do you know about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him?
Like I've watched a few videos and stuff. Yeah, like
Give us
what are you
something
asking?
basic. What you know about
Like,
him.
just it doesn't have to be that much. Just tell us what you know about him.
Like he got his first revelation in a cave. Is that what you're asking?
Okay.
Keep going.
And
Keep
he
going.
got a revelation
You
over
don't find. You don't
23
find.
years.
Okay. Keep going. You don't find.
What else are you asking? Is it?
Just tell us everything you know about him. That's it. It's no trick question. No, just tell us everything you know about him.
Yeah, like he just claimed to be a prophet, and then people kind of followed him, and then I think he started in Mecca, went to Medina, and then came back.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah. Are you asking if I've read the Quran or?
No, I'm asking.
No,
I'm asking you.
Basic
Just tell us
information. What you have heard.
anything you know about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Just anything at all. It's not a trick question. I'm just literally asking you, what do you know about him? That's it.
Like I know the basics there, and I've kind of come across a few hadiths and stuff as well. We talks about the Christians and stuff.
What I'm at, Jay. I'm gonna ask this again. Just tell me. Tell me what you know about the Prophet, peace be upon him. That's it.
Look, you don't need to invent lies. We're asking you honesty. We're asking you honesty and sincerity, because if you're an open-minded person, you will just tell us simply, hey, you know what? I heard this about the Prophet Muhammad on this video, and I wanted to know if it's true. I heard about this about the Prophet Muhammad, so and so and so and so. That's it. Very simple
And Jay,
things.
and right now, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to basically start from a clean slate, meaning everything that you know, I want to see how far you are. And if there's
Ali,
anything that's what's up?
Before we continue, let's just get something out of the way, because this is an interesting conversation between a Muslim and a Jew. And
Okay.
the Jew, let's see what they say. All right, this is a Jewish rabbi.
Chucky, leave it.
Not just a regular Jew, a Jewish rabbi.
Please pay attention to the video, Jay.
Jay.
We believe the Prophet Muhammad is a true prophet for Muslims. I'll tell you why we say it.
Go on.
For us, the word prophet comes with the regulations, what it means to be a Jewish prophet. A Jewish prophet, rule number one is he can't change the Torah.
Yeah, I believe.
And from
I
that
know that.
perspective, he can't be our prophet, but he could be a prophet for Muslims.
I understand that. Yeah.
We believe.
Did you understand that? From a Jewish perspective, he is a prophet, but they don't consider him to be a Jewish prophet. Number one, he was not a Jew. And number two, he's not following the Torah, right? So the Prophet, peace be upon him, brought a new Torah, okay? A new law, a new book, okay? So that's one thing. And the Jews accept. What do they accept? Let me actually show you. Okay, and I think this.
Let's take from that.
Okay, now let's hear this one.
Allah is taken from them from Alaka. Alaka, which is, we use that word all the time. We have the same God as the Arabs. We believe in the same God, one God. Allah.
Do you hear those two?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And by the way,
So
that's
Jews
actually one of the
confirm-
top. That's actually one of the top rabbis in the world
Jewish
today.
world.
Really,
Yeah,
yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's continue. Remember these two, because
Yeah.
I'm bringing this up because it's just putting things in context, right? Don't go and tell us that the scriptures or your scriptures or the Prophet, peace be upon him, does not confirm those scriptures. He's correcting them. He's divinely guided. He's a prophet. He has the right and actually the duty to correct what has been corrupted. So he's doing that. So don't bring up the scriptures, because the Jewish scriptures, the Christian scriptures, the Hindu scriptures, and all the other scriptures, because you guys, the Judeo-Christian world isn't the only one that has the scriptures. There are other scriptures out there in the world. Just because they're not part of your tradition doesn't mean that they're not scriptures. But the question is it revelation? And that's what we Muslims have the ability to decipher, because we have the only preserved revelation left on this earth. And that's what we're trying to tell you, right? It doesn't matter if you're Christian, Jew, or whatever else. As long as you're not a Muslim, as long as you're not someone who's accepted Islam and submitted to God and accepted the way that the Prophet, peace be upon him, taught us, you're a loser, literally. You're going to lose in this world and in the next world. Because no matter what you do in this world, it doesn't matter. You've already destined yourself for hellfire.
Subhanallah.
And the next world is, what's the point? You're already going to hell.
Should
The
I-
cross, you'll follow the cross into hellfire.
Should I quote the
Anyway.
verse from the Quran on Surah Al-Imran?
Sure,
Dr.
Akhi.
Faisal?
Sure.
You know, Jay, just so that you know, okay, I mean, look, we whatever you tell us, if you have no knowledge of the Quran or even read a verse, we accept it from you, okay? Allah says in the Quran, God Almighty says in the Quran, chapter 3, that whoever desires another way, a different way, other than the believers, meaning other than what the Muslims believe in, Allah will leave them on that path that they have chosen, and in the afterlife they will be of the losers. This is what Allah says.
Yeah.
You know what, Akhi? Actually, Faisal, you remember that secret? Then keeping in line with what we learned about earlier with the secrets of Egypt, right? You want to bring up that video, one message from sorry, not one. Many prophets, one message.
Oh,
talking
that one is
about
good.
Egypt.
Yeah, but
Can I
but
just-
let's.
Yeah,
let's
just
not
go
bring
back-
any- Sorry. Who's speaking? Ikhwan?
Oh,
Me.
sorry.
Jay wanted to speak.
I'm saying the conversation is going all over the place.
Yes,
He made
that's
2
what I
points.
was saying.
So,
That's what I was
He
saying.
made
So
2
let's.
points. Let's focus. Yeah, he made 2 points. Let's focus on one of them. He
Yeah.
said that he said that he doesn't need the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, that he adds nothing to his faith. And he said, prove to me that Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam is a prophet. Choose one of these two and focus on that.
By the way,
All right.
Brother
So
Saifullah,
let's
your
Yeah.
volume is really loud. Can you check and see if you can just adjust it a little bit?
Who say Fullah?
Yeah, Brother Saifullah's volume.
Yeah, yeah. It's echoey.
So, all right. So, but Barakallah fiik, Saifullah. So let's stick with one at a time. So Jay, you made a point talking about, you made a point and you made a claim actually, and we asked you if he was a true prophet, would you then accept him? You said yes. Okay, but let's start from the very basic. Okay, what is a prophet? When I say basic, we'll start from the basic of the basic. Okay, Jay, what is a prophet?
Oh, could I just comment on that? Like, I'm just saying from that first video, I actually watch a few of those guys from Speaker's Corner as well. That one with Samsey and that Jewish guy as well.
Let's not
Jay,
deviate. Let's not change the
please.
goalpost. Let's keep it simple.
Can you-
We're trying to keep it simple with you.
Can you tell us? Just tell me, what is a prophet?
Someone that gets a revelation from God, right?
Someone that gets a revelation from God. Basically,
What else?
God's representative, correct?
Yes, yep.
All right, cool. Now, how can you tell if someone is a prophet?
Like in the Bible, they do miracles and they have prophecies.
Okay, miracles and prophecies. What else?
Okay, what else? You're on the right track. Keep going.
They have scripture. Is that what you're asking?
Not necessarily. Not every one of them.
So, okay, Jay, there's a problem with that. You ready?
Yep.
If a prophet does not prophesize, is he still a prophet?
No, but it'd be one or the two. If he's get a revelation from God, he's made a claim.
No, I'm asking. A prophet is someone who gets revelation. There's a difference between getting revelation and prophesying something. Is a prophet who prophesizes? Sorry, is a prophet who does not prophesize? Is he still a prophet?
No, he has to get a revelation from God to kind of.
I did not say revelation. I said prophesying.
No,
Ali, I guess he'd
He
simplify
thinks
it for him,
prophesizing.
Ali.
Okay, so Jay, there's a difference between being given revelation versus prophesizing something, right?
Yes, yep.
So there's two different things. Okay, I'm not asking for the revelation because we both agree that a prophet is given revelation, right? I'm asking you, if a prophet does not prophesy, is he still a prophet?
Yes, in the Bible, there's people
So
called prophets that don't.
meaning whether or not you prophesize or not, that does not take away from you being a prophet or not. Just wanted to get that, okay? But the one thing you hit the nail on the head is revelation, right? If a prophet is given revelation and that revelation itself is from God, then that affirms that this person that is claiming he got that revelation from God is an actual prophet, correct?
Yes, if you can verify the claim too, right? Yeah.
Thank you. If whatever this person who claims to be a prophet, and he claims that he was given revelation from the one true God, if you can test that revelation, and if you can test that revelation can be from no one but God, then that will affirm that this person who was given that revelation has to be a prophet by default, correct?
Not necessarily. Like I believe in jinn. You guys believe in jinn and angels, right?
Even if, are you telling me right now that even if the revelation that this person is claiming to come with, that this person is claimed to be revealed in, even if it's shown that it's from God, that God gave this person a revelation, that still does not make him a true prophet?
Like Joseph Smith made the same claim, right? Like he made the claim he got a revelation from God.
Jay, I'm gonna repeat. Listen to what I'm asking you. Listen, I'm asking you, if someone comes with a revelation and they claim that this revelation is coming from God, and it can be shown, it can be verified that this claim itself of this revelation coming from God is true, meaning it's true that this is
There's
from
no
God,
doubt
and
about
there's no doubt whatsoever that this revelation God gave to this person. You're saying even after it's been verified that it is from God, it can be from no one except God. That still does not make that person a true prophet. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm just saying, like, you could get a revelation from an angel of the unknown, right? And it's correct.
Ali, let me take it in another way, because I think there may be a more direct approach that we can take with this, right?
I was going.
Yeah.
Now,
So,
would you guys agree, though? Like, an angel can give you a revelation of something of the unknown, and it can be true, verified, right? And doesn't have to be from God. If it's from a jinn.
so how is the angel giving it to you? What are you talking about, Jay? I am like, just don't speak from your behind, really, at this time,
So
right?
what is okay?
So,
What
Ali,
is that angel?
let me no, don't fall into that tangent. Don't go into that
No.
tangent, right?
I want to get back to
No.
what
Don't
I want to get back to
don't.
actually what we're saying about this revelation, literally,
Yeah,
because we need to test this revelation.
but Ali, let me just take a more direct approach. If you're going to give me a few minutes, maybe this might help, right?
Okay.
Because Jay, there are certain criteria that we Muslims have, and I'm going to list them down for you so that you can understand what we see as the proof of prophethood, right? Number one, a prophet is someone who preaches Tawheed, or the belief in the oneness of God, and the worship of the one true God alone without partners. Do you agree to that?
No.
Do you
that's
think a
our
prophet is
concept.
someone? A prophet can be someone who's going to come and teach you how to worship Zeus, or Odin, or Mars, or any of those. Would you consider them a prophet?
No, you're presupposed because, like, assuming like there's only one God, like it could be triune God, right?
No.
Jay, here's the question: who's the creator of the universe?
God is.
God is,
No, wait,
right? You didn't
hold
say
on.
the triune God, right?
Sorry,
You said that
is,
God
is triune God not one God then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's basically implying that, but let's not get
But you guys are assuming it's three, right?
let's not get into tangents again, Brother Shah. The
Okay.
question is, who's the creators of the heavens and the earth?
God is.
God is, right?
Yes.
It's not that complicated. If the messenger is coming from Zeus, would you then consider that to be a prophet?
No.
Obviously not, right? So the prophet has to teach the worship of the one true God. Would you agree with that statement now? Is it that complicated? It's not a very complicated statement, Jay.
No, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's very simple, my friend. Like, don't make yourself look like a buffoon here. Literally.
You're waiting for the trap door. It's like you're
Yeah,
waiting for the hit to
exactly.
come, bro. Stop being.
So
We're not trying to knock you out. We're not trying to get you. No, because
yeah.
you keep waiting for the hit, bro.
No, it
Lower your
seems
guard.
you're trying to attack the Trinity here, right?
We're
In that
not
way.
attacking the Trinity. We're making a very simple statement.
And that's the point. You're waiting for the attack. You're literally on your guard and you're waiting for the attack. And that's the idea. Jay, not one time did we even this entire conversation we had with you, not one time did we mention Christianity.
Okay, yeah, no, let's keep moving forward then. Yeah.
So
Ali,
the creator of the one true God,
then
that's
lower
the
your
worship,
guard
right?
and go ahead, Faisal.
Okay. So the second thing, the prophet has to have a character that people are willing to follow. He cannot be a crooked person. He cannot be the Hitlers of the time. He cannot be the Pharaohs of the time. He cannot be the Netanyahus. The prophet has to have an exemplary character, which people would follow, the best of characters of the people of his time.
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you would actually follow a convict.
No, I
You
mean
would
there's
follow
prophets
you
that can
you
do.
would follow a grapist.
No, I don't believe prophets are perfect in that sense.
So you don't believe, but you would follow them, right? You would follow a grapist. You would follow people like that. Is that the kind of people you would want to follow?
Will you follow a prophet who commands you in morality?
No.
No,
Ah,
right? So would you follow anyone who is an immoral person in your life?
No.
simple.
So it's a simple question. How are you actually denying that? The prophet has to have an exemplary character. Otherwise, why is he chosen by God?
Do you think, Brother Faisal, may I ask him the following question concerning this?
Sure, Akhi.
Do you really think that the one true God Almighty would choose the most corrupt person as a prophet for your guidance?
Yeah.
Huh?
Like I have come across like a few things about Muhammad that's a wee bit questionable.
Jay, please
But-
answer the question.
Wait. I will repeat my question again. We're trying to keep it simple with you, Jay.
Yep.
Do you think that God Almighty would choose the most corrupt person as a prophet for your guidance and your salvation?
No.
Thank you. So that answers Uncle Faisal's question. That the prophet whom God chooses, he should have the most, the best of characters.
Yep, sure. Yep.
By definition. Go ahead, Uncle Faisal.
Go ahead, Faisal.
All right. So the next one is very simple. The prophet will come with prophecies, and those prophecies will come true.
Explain to
Do you
him. Make
agree
it
to this?
simple.
Yep.
All right. So if a prophecy does not come true, if the prophet makes a prophecy and the prophecy
claim.
cannot come true, okay, it's now impossible for it to come true. All right. What does that mean? That person is not a true prophet.
Yep.
Do you agree?
Yes. Yep.
Can we show him biblical context, Uncle Faisal, so that we can make it even more clear for him?
If we can stick to the let's not bring the Bible here because I think that's what he's waiting for.
Let's finish this
Then
up.
we
Let's
can go to the
stay
Bible
away
later
from the
on.
Bible for now.
Okay. I guess
Right.
that's what we're gonna jump into the video, inshallah.
Yeah.
Okay. Safi.
And then
go ahead, Faisal.
the last one we're going to look at is the fact that the prophet will come with miracles. He will perform miracles, and those would be proof that he is coming from God as well.
Yep.
Remember those criteria just now, Jay.
So these are 4 things that we've talked about. The message itself is the message of worshiping the one true God, not some random made up God. The one true God. Okay. The prophet has an exemplary character, comes with prophecies, okay, and performs miracles. These are the 4 things.
So does the Quran claim he doesn't do miracles and he's just a warner?
So
No.
who said that?
Who
Why
said
are you
that?
jumping into things?
No,
Now
I'm
here's
just saying
my
that's the way
question.
you
Okay, let's
Follow along.
I'm
Follow
actually
along
going
with
to stop
Faisal. Okay,
everything.
just follow along.
No, Akhi, I'm actually going to stop everything because right now I'm just questioning whether this is a waste of
Oh
time
my
or
God! I
not.
hear an echo.
Jay, I'm hearing an echo from yours.
Is it me? I'm mute.
Yes, please. So I'm questioning now whether or not there's any reason why we should continue this discussion, because
You know what?
it seems like a waste of time for me. It seems like a waste of time of the brothers, because you're coming up with these sort of quips and these witty sort of responses, which just shows that
You know what?
you're not sincere in this conversation at all.
Faisal, Sifullah, Neil, how about this? Okay, for me, the reason why that was my approach, I wanted, and it's not to expose him, but I wanted for himself to see. So here's what I propose. Okay, we were gonna have, because I was actually very happy that Neil and
I
Sifullah
was
were
hoping
here.
that he
As
was
far as
opening up, you know.
yeah, especially yeah. But here's what I want to do. How about for the rest of our conversation with Jay, we literally just show him the many prophets one message video and
Mhm.
see his response. If his response is so what, then our conversation with him is over.
Safi.
All right.
And if
Khalas, I
and if
agree.
his and if it and
There
if
is
his response and if his response is show me evidence, we got Saifullah here, we have Faisal here, we have Neil, and we have Brother SMK here. They can break down the Quran as far as what the Quran is talking about in each and every verse of which it's talking about to give him the evidence he needs. Okay, so that's what I propose. What do you brothers think about that?
I agree.
There's
What
another
is the video about?
there's another
Saifullah,
thing
you
to
said what?
consider.
What is the video about?
The secrets of
Which
Egypt
one?
in the Quran.
Okay. I mean, we can choose many. I mean, but yeah, let's choose
Yeah.
something
To
that
be honest, I
becomes
think
okay for him.
to be honest with you, I think there's a better approach.
Okay, let's hear it.
Go
Yani,
ahead, Afi.
when you can ask him what he thinks the Prophet ﷺ was. Was he a liar? Was he crazy?
Yeah.
I was
Was
go-
he
I
deceived
wanted
by
to
the
use that
devil?
approach.
And depending on his answer, we give him the argument that addresses his answer, and then the whole argument. I think that would be more beneficial.
I
Okay,
agree.
I would give him that approach. I would give that approach if I actually thought he was sincere. But the fact that I'm not using that approach is because I'm doubting it. That's the thing. If
Because
it
here's
was
the
a clean,
I
if it was
agree
a,
with
if it was a yeah, if it was a clean slate, then I would not mind taking him through how he couldn't be deluded, he couldn't be a liar. But again, I don't want us to waste our time because that is a whole lot of that's a conversation that's gonna last a long time. I would
Here's what
now.
I'm thinking regarding the way of approaching this. These types of people, if you just talk to them, if you just tell them things, they will listen to you and then they'll be like, so what? But if you actually kind of interrogate them, for example, asking him, what do you think the Prophet was? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? Like what you did when you asked him, what do you know about the Prophet? And he couldn't give a full answer, right? This is what works with these people. Like when you tell him, okay, you believe that you don't need the Prophet, then you're saying that your religion is complete. Is your religion complete? There is this, there is that, there is that. Islam gives you guidance on this. Christianity doesn't give you guidance on that. This way of approaching.
You know what?
So
I'm
I agree with
I'm
brother,
on.
what
Go ahead,
brother
SMK.
Safullah was what brother Safullah was saying is because when we asked this guy that what do you know of the Prophet, he gave you like not even 2 lines. And then suddenly when we talk about the Prophet, he says, no, but I heard this about your Prophet and I heard that about your Prophet. Why didn't it come out when we asked you straight up, what do you know about our Prophet? Why aren't you
Thank you.
honest from the get-go that this is what I know? Can you address it? So,
But you know what?
either
Sorry, SMK, but say for I'm willing to try it out. All right, but let's see how far that goes. Okay, but I'm gonna try it out. Okay.
I still think it's worth it. I still think it's worth it, brother.
I
agree
really
with
wanted to
brother
use that
Safullah.
approach.
Yeah. So you know what?
I was hoping that we
Let's
use
do
it.
it. Let's do it. Okay. So Jay.
You can unmute yourself.
By the way, is my volume good now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Better, but it's still very loud, brother
It's
Safullah.
still a little loud, but it's,
So
maybe
that's
SMK, if you can correct
so
your bad.
Brother Saifullah, it's sort of raspy. The voice, the
Nah,
way I would describe
that's just
it
his
is.
voice. That's just his voice.
Oh, come on, Akhi.
Not everyone has the suave tones of brother Ali, you know.
All right. Do
All right, so
you guys want to continue?
Sure, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay.
I'm actually gonna go backstage. I'm gonna let Brother Yahya to come up. Just so you know, we're limiting it to 5 Muslim brothers.
Yeah.
On the stage. I'm just gonna go backstage. All right, Akhwan. I'm gonna come back in a while.
Inshallah.
All right, inshallah. So, all right, Jay. If you're, I know you're there. Sorry, you're there. So
Yep.
now let's actually take this from a rational approach. Okay. Oh, I'm big. No, I don't know. So let's do this with the rational approach. Okay. Tell me what are the possibilities of who the prophet could have been? What are the possibilities?
Like,
someone speaking for him.
Nah.
Is that an
That's
echo?
things watching television. So Jay, are you there?
Yep.
Can you tell us what are the different possibilities as far as who the prophet could have been?
I think Ali, I think we present him with the possibilities. It would be the better option.
Okay,
and then
okay.
we can address them.
That's fine. So Jay, I'm going to present you with the list of possibilities of who the prophet could have been, and if you want to add more possibilities, that's fine. But I'm going to present you with the possibility and see what you think. Okay. So when it comes to when it comes to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, it's either when he claimed to be a prophet of God, when he claimed the revelation, when he claimed the revelation to be from the one true God, it's either he was a liar, he was a known liar, right? He lied about it. It's either he was deluded, he was crazy, he basically
mentally ill.
Mentally ill. He saw astaghfirullah. It's either that, or it's either he was deceived.
By a devil.
He was deceived, or he was telling the truth. These are the four possibilities of who the prophet could have been. You want to add any more?
Yeah, like I've heard this argument from Hamza's Den. Like I'm saying, like he could have encountered something in the cave, right? Some general.
He was deceived. Deceived. Again,
and then
deceived.
It kind of convinced him.
Again, deceived.
And he played
That's
along
what
with
deception is. That's what deception is.
Let's start with that one.
So I'm asking. So these are the four possibilities. Again, listen to the four possibilities. Okay, it's either he was a liar, he made everything up, or he was deluded, he was mentally ill. Astaghfirullah. He was mentally ill, or he was deceived by a negative force, a demonic force or whatever. He was deceived, or he was telling the truth. These are the four possibilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd go with two. I'd go like he encountered something in the cave, and then
Let's
he
start with
kind
that
of
one then.
started lying later on.
Okay. So you think the prophet was deceived? Astaghfirullah,
Like he had
right?
an encounter in the cave, I believe. Yeah.
That's your current stance. You think that he was deceived, right?
Let's use their stance. They think that he encountered a demon, a devil.
Oh, you think he encountered a demon or a Satan, basically?
A jinn.
That
Is that
is
your
the
stance?
deception claim, Ali.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So let's actually start with that, okay? So and I've actually already spoken enough. Saifullah, you want to take it from here? So he's claiming that the Prophet ﷺ was deceived.
Okay. So Jay, why would the demon come to the Prophet ﷺ and tell him go to those people who worship idols and tell them to worship one God?
It's not a case of why something's happened. It's just a case of the jinn did it, right?
Why would he do it? What could his goal be? He's not doing it for fun. What's he doing? What would he be doing it for if it happened?
It's like just starting another false religion. Like there's many other false religions, right? And you don't know how they started.
But why go to idol worshippers? Why not go to Christians? The idol worshippers, Satan already has them in his pocket. Why would he tell someone, go to these idol worshippers, tell them do not worship idols, worship one God? What's the point?
Maybe like I'd say, like the Christianity was spreading, and this was to kind of counter it.
So you're saying that he was playing the long game.
Yes, like Satan
Okay.
would know that, right?
Okay. If he was playing the long game, Satan would be the biggest idiot in the whole world to go to Arabs. Why is that? Because the Arabs, if you look at it from a purely materialistic perspective, the Arabs did not have the means to stand in the way of the Christians. Not even just the Christians, the Zoroastrians as well. They didn't have the means. Even after the Prophet ﷺ unified most of Arabia, even after they became a whole actual state, even after that, and they achieved unity, and they went to war against the Romans and the Persians, even then they were massively outnumbered by the Romans. They were massively out technology. The Romans had far more advanced technology than the Arabs. They had far more wealth than the Arabs. They had far more experience in full-on war between two states than the Arabs. The experience of the Arabs was war between tribes and fighting rebellions. They didn't actually have an experience in war between two empires. So Satan going to these people and propping them up, trying to unite them to fight the Christian empire, that would be utterly stupid.
No, I'm not saying fight. I'm saying the message is to kind of counter. It's attacking Christianity, right? Against the crucifixion and Jesus being God, right?
Oh my God!
But it's
so Jay,
this is a non sequitur.
So Jay, if you want to destroy a people, a religion, anything, if you want to destroy anything, what is the best way to do it? You want to do it from the outside, or is the best way to destroy something from within?
It's from the inside.
Yeah, you're
Is it not?
You'll form similar beliefs, right? And
Wouldn't Jay,
yeah.
Wouldn't the best way to destroy a religion be from within?
From its foundations.
From
Muhammad's in you're talking? What are you?
In general.
Jay, I'm saying in general.
He's referring to, for example, inventing a heresy that claims that it's an actual religion.
Yes.
Yeah. So for example, going to a Christian, not to someone who's from an idol worshipping people who's not himself a Christian. Going to a Christian, telling him this is what Christianity actually is. This is what you should believe. This is what go tell these people who are Christians, not idol worshippers. That would be something that you'd expect Satan to do. Going to someone, telling him there is only one God. Go to these idol worshippers. Tell them to believe in only one God. That makes no sense. It makes even less sense when you realize that the Prophet ﷺ said that there are things in the religion of the idol worshipping Arabs during that time that are not true. That if the religion of Islam was really all made up, he wouldn't need to say that. He wouldn't need to unnecessarily cause even more hostility in their hearts by telling them this in your religion is untrue and that in your religion is untrue, when he didn't need to. For example, the Arab polytheists believed that the angels were female. Islam says the angels are not female. If Islam was a made-up religion by Satan just to take them away from Christianity, there would be no need in telling them the angels are not female and causing even more hostility in their hearts by contradicting the religion even more.
In fact, he would reconcile them.
He could have told them, yeah, the angels are females, but there's only one God.
You know what? And this is profound, Jay, and this goes along with what Saifullah is saying. If what you're saying is that, well, the whatever demonic spirit stuck for Allah is building up to attack Christianity, then if that's the case, then the numbers matter. If that is the case, then there will be no point in the Prophet fighting his own people, the beliefs of his own people. Rather than fight the beliefs of his own people, he would have assimilated or mixed the two in order to get numbers so they can go and fight the Christians or attack the Christian faith. But no, he spent most of the time. Go ahead.
Finish. I just want to add to your point. I just thought about something.
Yeah, he spent most of his time actually fighting the beliefs of his own people. Not because if going on with what you're saying, Jay, he would have astaghfirullah, he would have been deceived, and what would have been going on? Hey, get your people, go attack the Romans, go attack the Christian faith. That's it. Don't fight your own people because your people are not Christian. No, combine with your people, the pagans and whatever you follow. Combine the two, get your numbers up, get a good solid army, and go and try to persecute and kill the Christians and attack their faith. That would go more in line with what you're talking about, Joe. But Saifullah, go ahead.
No, is it not plausible? Like Christianity was like spreading through the whole known world, right? And then Arabs were either going to be Muslims or they would become Christians, right?
You must understand one point here, Jay.
Is that not plausible? Sorry.
No, you must understand one point. You see, this is where you are. This is where you go ignorant, where you do not know about our prophet. Our prophet came to an idolater nation.
Yes, I know they were pagan. That's what I mean. Like, the
Okay,
Christians were going to come there, make them Christians.
Christianity,
Or Muhammad started a new religion.
Christianity did not enter the Arabian Peninsula.
At that point, yes, but it had started because there were Jews and Christians in Mecca, right?
But listen, no,
Not in Mecca,
not even by a
There was
stretch,
like
not even.
Christian in Mecca, maybe. And there was maybe like one. Sorry.
I just thought about something. I'll literally just thought about something. Jay, geographically, right? Let's use a little bit of history. During the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, what were the two biggest superpowers around that time?
The Romans, right?
And who?
And the second one?
Which one?
Start with a P.
Starts with a P.
Persians?
Persian.
Yes.
Now, were the Persians Christians?
No, they were pagans as well.
Thank you. So were the Persians which group of people at that time were the biggest threat to the Romans, to Christianity? Would it have been the Persians or the Arabians? Sorry, Arabs. Which geographically?
Like the Persians and Romans were always fighting before and after that, right?
Exactly.
Jay. So the Persians and at that time, the Persians were the biggest superpower in the 7th century. The Persians were the biggest superpower in the beginning of the 7th century. And you just said, we both agree, the Persians were pagan. So if anybody was going to get a spirit stuck for Allah trying to attack the Christians, it wouldn't have been the lowly Arabs. It would have been someone from the Persian Empire. Literally, because they could have literally destroyed the Roman Empire. Because they were bigger than the Roman Empire at that time. They almost did, as a matter of fact. So if someone going along the lines of the deception, which Saifullah is saying, it makes absolutely no sense. There was already a bigger superpower, a country that was an empire that was already a superpower. They were already pagan. They already had a huge influence. They were already slaughtering the Christians already. Wouldn't it have made more sense for that demonic spirit to go to a Persian? Not only a Persian king. Wouldn't that have made more sense?
Yeah, but this is ifs and buts as well, right? So
it does make more sense. Thank you, Jay. Go ahead, Saifullah.
Yeah, what do you mean ifs and buts? We're just addressing your claim. You're saying to say Satan did it and then not realize the many inconsistencies that the many holes that are in that argument. We're just pointing out the holes. Another thing.
ILJ, do you have? Hold on one second.
One at a time, please.
Do you have concrete evidence for your claim? Can you conclusively prove that there was some malevolent entity that came and gave revelation to the prophet? Do you have concrete proof for this?
Like just from the account, he kind of came running out of there, right? And he was in fear.
Is that enough to say that
basically what you're telling us is not, you don't have proof, you just concluded.
Exactly.
Is that sufficient evidence to say that it was a demon?
You are going off of ifs and buts, and then you're blaming us that you're talking about ifs and buts. I mean,
SMK. Okay, you know what? Let me be quiet. Let all of us talk about it. Let's let Saifullah deal with this, okay? Let's all of us, Neil, SMK, myself, let's all go on mute and let Saifullah deal with this, okay?
Bismillah.
Okay, no problem. I'll go quiet.
No problem. If you have something beneficial to add, go ahead. But unnecessary.
Go ahead, Habibi. Go ahead, inshallah.
Okay. So Jay, what you just said, the fact that the Prophet ﷺ, after he met Jibreel ﷺ, he was scared and he ran away. Is that sufficient evidence to say that it was a demon?
No, it just seems questionable. Like if that's the start of his first revelation, right? And it's questionable.
So
and then he
so
goes
it's not
to
sufficient.
I think Waraka or whatever it is. That's a Christian, and he's the one that said it was an angel.
Okay, so it's not sufficient evidence. It's just something you say it may be the case because of that. So let's put that on one scale Let's look at the other end of the scale and see the evidence that it couldn't have been a demon. We already mentioned a few things. That Islam, if it was made up by a demon, it would be weird that Islam unnecessarily contradicts the religion of the Arabs in certain things, which would make the Arabs even less likely to accept it. It also makes no sense that Satan would come to the Arabs of all people instead of going to someone with great influence and with great power, who would have many people already following him if he claimed to be a prophet from a certain religion. Another thing that doesn't make sense is that if Satan had made up Islam, he would not have said, or the Prophet ﷺ would not have said that he is the final prophet. Why is that? The people of Quraysh, the tribe of the Prophet, many people in power in that tribe did not follow the Prophet, even though they knew that he was a prophet, but they did not follow him. Why? Because they did not follow a man from another. They did not want to follow a man from another clan when they themselves were chiefs of the tribe. That's why they didn't want to follow him. Abu Jahl himself, one of the greatest enemies of the Prophet, one of his biggest enemies, said, "We have never heard a lie from Muhammad, alayhi salatu wassalam." But he started saying, "Our clan did this, his clan did that. Our clan did this, his clan did that." Until when our two clans were like this, they were equal. They say, from us is a prophet. Then how can our clan ever be equal to them if we after that? So that's why he didn't follow him. If Satan was making Islam up and he just wanted to unite the Arabs in any way, just to make them a force that could stand in the face of Christianity, that could stand against Christianity, instead of saying Muhammad is the final prophet, there is no prophet after him, there is no one, he would have gone, for example, to Abu Jahl and told him, "You know what? You're a prophet as well." He would have gone to different people in the tribe of Quraysh, at least, or maybe in all of Arabia, chiefs who were well respected, who already had a massive following. Gone to them, told them, "You are a prophet of God. Work together. This is what you need to do. Go ahead." That way, it would have been far easier to unite the Arabs than just going to one man, someone who would have a lot of competition, and telling him, "You are the only prophet. Go against and telling him, "You are the only prophet. Go ahead, make no compromises, and make yourself the most wanted man in Arabia."
No, like you could just see how it played out, and it played out perfectly, right?
After what? After 13 years of a lot of torture, after 13 years of a lot of torture, after 3 years of being completely boycotted, his whole clan being boycotted, many of his followers being tortured and killed, being mocked, being persecuted, and even after he went to Medina, there were many battles where the Muslims were at a massive disadvantage. There was the Battle of Badr where it was 300 and something against 1,000 polytheists. There was the Battle of the Trench, that was one of the hardest battles of the Muslims. When they were trapped in Medina, they had the Jews behind them, the polytheists before them, and the hypocrites among them or behind them, meaning inside of Medina. And it was 3,000 Muslims versus 10,000 polytheists, and not just any polytheists, a whole alliance of many different tribes in all of Arabia, as well as a tribe of Jews. Like basically all of Arabia had united against the Muslims to annihilate them and to kill the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam. So yeah, it worked out because the Prophet was victorious, but after what? After what? And Satan doesn't know the future. Satan couldn't have known that the Prophet is going to be victorious after all of that.
Yeah. No, I'm saying he like how it played out when he went to Medina, he got his own army and stuff, right? It still kind of started conquering, right?
But how much?
And then came back to
how much? Like I said, even after he went to Medina, like the Muslims were still few in numbers compared to the other polytheists.
So
like
Jay,
in the battle of the Trench.
So real quick, Jay, listen to what Saifullah just said. He just told you the devil does not know the future. So even if the prophet was successful, there's no way the devil could have known that. Meaning the devil was still taking a risk. That it would have been
You see how it plays
huge
out as
risk.
it's going.
Well, Jay, when you don't know the future, you want to minimize your risk. You want to go with the action that is that is the least cost effective. Meaning, if you don't know the future, it will be a huge risk to go with, you know what? Let me go with this group of people, this person over here who is very, very poor from a society where it's a backwoods, it's a backwater society, so an irrelevant land. Let me go to him and let me see if I can bring him from literally from the ground up. That, or I can go with the king from an already established country. Which one is the most is the least cost effective? The second one. Everything he's saying, everything Saifullah is saying to you, the devil does not know the future. So him being successful after what 13 after within a 23-year time span, him being successful is irrelevant because in the very beginning, when the quote unquote astaghfirullah, the devil showed up to him 23 years in the beginning, he couldn't have known he was going to be successful. He could not have known that. So it was not a surefire idea. Think about that for a second. It would have made more sense if you would have went with another idea that would make more sense to say, no, well, you know what, that he's already a king, he is a leader of his own empire, or let me go to the prophet and let me get him to get his numbers up. There was no way it makes sense to have all of Arabia essentially team up just to beat him. If anything, it would have made more sense for all of Arabia to team up just to join him, but they didn't. Actually use your head, use your rational brain, and think about this. Saifullah is giving you great information. Ponder and reflect on what he just said. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Saifullah.
Okay. Look, think about it, G. In the first 13 years, when the Prophet ﷺ was in Mecca and his followers were few in number, think of it. Yeah, if the devil was the one who made up Islam, then he's looking at these people. They are torturing companions. They are locking companions up. They are killing companions. They are starving the clan of the Prophet ﷺ, isolating him from the entirety of Mecca. And the reason why they are doing that is because those in power do not want to lose their power, and they don't want their trade to suffer, because they were fearful that if they accept Islam, then the other polytheist Arabs from other tribes would not come to them anymore to trade. If the devil is the one making Islam up, and he just wants to unite the Arabs, it doesn't matter what he just wants to unite them, to make them into a force, then he would go to these people in power. You have a problem, you have the solution. The people in power don't want to lose their power, then the devil could go to them and tell them, you are prophets of God, ally with Muhammad, and lead the people together. That problem is solved. They would already have a massive following. Perhaps the entirety of Quraysh would follow them because of how much power they had in it. And Quraysh itself was one of the most powerful tribes in Arabia and one of the most respected tribes in Arabia, because they were the ones who lived in Mecca. They were the ones who were I don't know if custodians is the correct word, but they took care of the Kaaba, which was
they were
so they were very, very well respected among the Arabs. So if Quraysh followed if the whole entirety of Quraysh followed a certain religion, the Arabs themselves would be very likely to follow as well. Add to that the fact that so even their trade wouldn't suffer. So they would gain a lot of power. They would gain even more power than they already had, because instead of being chiefs of Quraysh, they would be chiefs of the Arabs. And their trade would not suffer because the Arabs would follow their religion. So they would trade with them anyway. If Satan was the one who was making Islam up, that's what he would do. Just go to a bunch of different people who already have power, tell them you're a prophet. If they accept it, their followers will follow them. That's just how humans are. It would be very likely that their followers would follow them. And you'll find that, for example, there was a man called Musaylama during the time of the Prophet, ﷺ. That man claimed to be a prophet. The people who followed him, but he was an enemy of the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. The people who followed him, they said, the people who followed him who were from his own tribe, from Banu Hanifa, they said, I know that Musaylama is a liar. Many of them, some of them at least said that. I know that Musaylama is a liar, but the liar from Banu Hanifa, which is his tribe, is more beloved to me than the truthful one from Quraysh. So Satan could have taken advantage of that massive tribalism among the Arabs and gone to different chiefs, told them you are a prophet, get your people to follow you, and then make an alliance between them.
So that just proves there were other people claiming to be prophets as well, right? So
yes,
Satan
what was their relationship like? No, they claim to be prophets, but what was their relationship like with the prophet? Because remember, what are we talking about here? We're talking about Satan going to different people, telling them you're a prophet, so that they can, and giving them the same teachings, so that they can ally together and unite the Arabs. But when you look at the people who claim to be prophets, like Musaylama, like Al-Aswad al-Qarni, like Al-Aswad al-Ansi, sorry, they were enemies of the prophet. The Prophet ﷺ fought against Al-Aswad al-Ansi. When Musaylama came to the Prophet, when Musaylama came and said, if Muhammad gives me power, I will follow him, the Prophet ﷺ came to him with something very small, and he told me, even if you ask me to give you this, I will not give it to you. And he left him. He said a few things to him, he belittled him, and he left him. What does that show us? That shows us that, in fact, whoever sent Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam wanted only Muhammad to be a prophet, even if it meant going against Bani Hanifa, going against Al-Aswad al-Ansi, going against many of the tribes in Arabia.
Brother Saifullah, you can also add what the Quraysh offered to the Prophet ﷺ to stop preaching.
That too. The Prophet alayhi salatu.
So are these stories from Hadith, or is that historians?
Huh?
Are these stories from Hadith, or is it from Tabari, or
from the life of the Prophet?
You will find them. Yeah, you will find them in different ahadith. You will find them in different narrations in general that are authentic.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, remember something. While having this conversation, we are assuming that the sources that the Islamic sources that are said to be authentic are authentic. That's what we're assuming for the sake of simplicity. After that, we can talk about whether they are actually authentic or not. But so that the conversation doesn't become very complex and very complicated, we're just talking about one aspect for now.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, if you look at the life, this is the whole point of the conversation. That at the end of the day, if you look at the life of the Prophet ﷺ, at what it was like, you cannot say this man was deceived by a demon. There is no way. It makes absolutely no sense to say that.
Yeah, like Faisal came up with those 4 criteria, right? And I'll just question 2 of them as well.
Which one?
We have not even gone to the second one yet. We're barely dealing with the first one you chose.
We're going to take it point by point. First, you addressed that he was deceived. So we're addressing the point of his deception right now, which brother Saifullah subhanAllah is doing an excellent job of.
Let's ask him more simpler questions than that, Saifullah, concerning the deception.
Do you see now, Jay, why he couldn't have been deceived? If you want to say that he was deceived, you have to deal with all of this. You have to explain why he was the only prophet. You have to explain why Islam unnecessarily contradicted the religion of the Arabs, unnecessarily, if it was actually made up by Satan. Why it would unnecessarily contradict the religion of the Arabs in things that it didn't have to contradict them on.
Yeah.
And why the Arabs of all people, sorry, Habibi, and why the Arabs of all people, people who were, first of all, weaker than other nations, and people who, because of their massive tribalism, would be nigh impossible to unite by Satan.
And
you have to explain all of that.
And just to add the cherry on this cake, really, even in the Quran itself, why would someone who was possessed or he's deceived, astaghfirullah, why would he say in the very book that he claimed to be revealed, why would it tell you to stay away from Satan? to see Satan as your enemy, to
But that's
not
what you
follow
would
in the
expect
footsteps
from a
of
false
Satan.
prophet, right?
No, because you
You would.
yourself, Jay, you yourself believe that that the devil, a house divided but a house divided against itself cannot stand. Meaning, you yourself hold to the notion that the devil cannot oppose himself, because that's what it says in the Bible.
Yeah, what Jesus said, right?
So,
Yeah.
for someone to be quote unquote deceived by the devil, that the message of which apparently is coming from the devil cannot go against the devil himself. That's your belief. So you have to
Yeah.
deal with everything, including that too. And so this, I believe we can say it's safe to conclude that the possibility of him being deceived, astaghfirullah, that cannot be true. Because you'd have to deal with every single argument that Saifullah just told you, including the cherry on the top that I just added.
This is very simple, man. It's not rocket science. It's common sense.
Do you think you can deal with that, Jay? Can you explain all these things?
From my point of view, like it's going to be like a false religion's going to be started up, otherwise they're going to become Christians. The Arabs there, right? That's all I'm saying.
Then deal with what I told you.
Yeah.
Deal with the
Christianity, man.
So in like 10 years, Muhammad had the power, and it was
Don't speculate. Deal with the points. Address his points.
yeah. Like I haven't read those accounts, and yeah, I'm just.
Does it make sense that the devil will command Muhammad? I mean, since he had the polytheist already in his grasp, worshiping idols, does it make sense for the devil to command the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ to tell the polytheists to worship one God? Is that counterintuitive for the devil?
Not really, not necessarily, because it's in line with the other scriptures. He's making up a new religion that's more plausible than the Arabs, right?
Okay, wait.
It all goes against Christianity.
Stop mentioning. Hold on. Stop inserting Christianity into this. Stop inserting Christianity into this or scriptures. We are dealing with the Prophet Muhammad and his environment. He dealt with polytheists, with idol worshippers, with heathens.
And there are Jews and Christians there, right? Why are you
Listen,
saying
the Arabs had no interest. The Arabs had no interest in Judaism and Christianity.
The Arabs have the pagan Arabs had no interests in that. The Christians, the Roman Empire never even penetrated Arabia in itself, where the Prophet lived. They did not. They had no interest in penetrating it, much less, anyone else. The Jews, they were waiting for the Prophet, but that's a different case here. We're dealing with the Prophet, the Prophet being deceived by the devil, being commanded, to tell the Arabs to worship one God instead of 360 gods. Does it really make sense?
Can I say one thing here?
Go ahead, Aki.
Sure.
Where you go?
Okay. Jay, I think right now it's very important to restate your claim. Your first claim was that he was deceived. He was deceived by a malevolent force because of the fact that Christianity was spreading, and the devil, or whatever demonic force it was, needed to counteract the spreading of Christianity with something else. That was your main claim, correct?
No, that kind of explains it. Like I was just saying, he encountered something in the cave, right? And then he kind of went along with it.
No, you're conflating two things. Now, that is the claim that you made, that he was deceived. That is your first claim, correct?
Regarding his first revelation in the cave, he encountered something. I believe he did, yes.
Okay. And you believe that he encountered something of a demonic nature. That is your claim, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then when Brother Saifullah pressed you on this claim, that okay, what would the motivation of this demonic force be? You said, well, Christianity was spreading and the demonic force would need to counter Christianity. So this was also your claim, correct?
That's a claim of all false prophets, right?
No, listen, I'm not. Listen. Talk about your claim. I'm asking you if this was your claim. Was this or was this not your claim?
Yes, yep.
Okay. So now what Brother Saifullah laid out to you very eloquently was that how this claim is completely impossible on the complete basis of rationality. That if the devil was doing this, because of all the geopolitical factors in the region, of who the Persians were, of who the Romans were, of who the Arabs were, he laid it out for you in a complete picture how this is not possible. And now all he wants you to do is address this, that your basic claim has been dismantled. Can you come up with evidence counter to that?
Okay, let's just say like Jinn just appeared to him, told him to recite something.
No. Hold on, please.
Let him finish. No, let him finish. Let him make his. I want to see if it will actually address what I said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay.
Continue, Jay, with your point.
So the Jinn appeared to him, gave him a revelation. He was in fear. Went to Waraka. Waraka was the first one. Told him it's Angel Gabriel, and then he kind of believed it, and then went from there, and he compiled stuff. Is that
Allahu
plausible?
Akbar.
Astaghfirullah.
Allahu Akbar. So the jinn is disguised as Angel Gabriel then. So you're inserting Christianity into it now.
No, the angel doesn't come to Hebrew at the beginning, right?
Wait. So now you're saying a demon came to him. You're saying a jinn. First of all, if it was actually a jinn, then automatically Christianity is false because you guys don't believe in jinn.
Jinn and angel, same thing, right?
Huh?
No,
It's not.
Say demons.
No, it's not. Jinn are not angels. There are Muslim jinn, there are non-Muslim jinns. But you want to say a demon. I'll help you out.
Yes,
You want to say a demon.
Yep.
Okay, so now you're saying a demon came to him, told him about 5 verses, and then the rest he just made up on his own. He was lying. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. He could have got
Saifullah, can you
he may have got other revelations as well, right?
Hold on. One mic. Still, we ask the question, why would that demon come to him? If it was now you're making an even stranger claim. No, hold on. Now you're making an even stranger claim. You're not saying a demon came to him, told him you are a prophet, go to these people, teach them Islam, and started teaching him the Quran. Now you're saying a demon came to him, just told him about 5 verses in the Quran and left, and the prophet did the rest on his own. What?
No, I'm saying he could have got a revelations later on from it as well, but he's compiled his own stuff as well. It's a
so you're saying you're saying that he was now a liar, if I understood you correctly. You're saying that he was lying. Hold on.
That's the two things I did.
Hold on. You're saying, if I understood you correctly, you're saying that he was intentionally lying, and he was working with a demon. But he was intentionally lying.
That's a claim I made from the beginning.
Okay, then why would he lie?
So now he's a liar. So wait. He's not saying that the claim. He shifted again his claim. The first claim, because the first claim he made was the deception claim. Now he's saying the claim he's making is that he's a liar.
Ali, just 1 second.
No, you gave me those 4 options. I said,
Jay.
We have not even covered the first one yet. He has not conceded to the first one.
Exactly.
Everyone. Yeah, here, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Brother Jay, in the very beginning, when we asked him about which ones he wanted to go with, didn't specify deception and lying.
Brother Yahya, your voice is distorting.
He's saying that Jay at the very beginning said that a demon came to him, he deceived him, or he taught him, and later on the Prophet ﷺ started lying himself. He said that from the very beginning.
Yes, I'm saying
but then what I said, by the way, most of my arguments still apply in this case. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, ya Yemeni. Because then Jay, I wouldn't ask you why would the demon send him to these people and tell him to lie to them. Why would the demon contradict those people unnecessarily, then I would ask you, why would the Prophet himself lie? And why would the Prophet himself contradict the religion of the Arabs unnecessarily in some things? And why would the Prophet himself say that he is the last prophet and not go to people in power and tell them, you are also a prophet, let's work together, let's unite the Arabs? Why would the Prophet not do that or do that? Explain. Why would he lie? How could he lie? And was he known as a liar?
Like he had to, if he's starting a new religion, he has to start something to change it, right? He can't just go with the pagans and agree with it, otherwise he's going to get no power.
But if you disagree with them, but if you unnecessarily disagree with them on things that may be seen as minor things, then you're just causing them to be even more hostile to you. Because the more you disagree with them, the more hostile to you they will be. While the more you agree with them, the more likely they are to kind of compromise with you, to talk to you, to follow you. Like why would the Prophet tell them the angels are not female? Why wouldn't he just tell them, yeah, the angels are female, but there's only one God? Why would the Prophet tell them when the person is killed, the Arabs believed that when a person is killed, an owl comes out of him and it starts saying, give me to drink, until the dead person is avenged. Islam denies this. Why would the Prophet deny that? Why wouldn't he tell them, yeah, that's true, but there's only one God?
No, that's perfectly plausible for him to change stuff and claim it's a new revelation. And
it's unnecessary. You're not getting my point. You're not getting my point. If he was making up Islam, then these sorts of changes are completely not only unnecessary, they are harmful to his following, because they make it even more likely that people will not follow him, because he's disagreeing with them on more and more things as time goes on.
But
Can I just make a quick point?
He can't just agree with what the pagans already believe, otherwise he's got no power there. He has
so if he disagrees with them on the main thing, he tells them your idols should not be worshipped. There is only one God. But on things that may be seen as minor, like whether the angels are female or not, if he agrees with them on that, they would still follow him. They wouldn't say, "Oh,
many points."
So, Ikhwan, let's say for Allah chime in. Sorry, not say for Allah. Sorry about that. Let's let Yemeni chime in. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'm just going to make this point and then I'm going to shoot, inshallah. Just for Jay, I mean, he's saying that Rasulullah was deceived, in the cave of Hira, and then afterwards he lied. Fine, no problem. The product at the end of the day that came of this is the Quran. So ask him about what was he deceived by with those first verses, and which of the following ayat and surah of the Quran told a lie. Because indeed, if he lied, then the Quran will be full of lies. And if it was deception, point out the deception within the Quran, and you won't be able to. That's just my 2 cents there. And also, for Jay, if you want to have like an in-depth, understanding of this, I actually done a presentation on was the Prophet ﷺ deceived. It's on my channel. The brothers will help you find it. But yeah, those are the 2 questions you really need to actually ask, because the Prophet, peace be upon him, he came with the Quran. So what do you reject about the Quran? What do you find in it that is lies? And then you have to evidence it, not just simply because, it's a lie because it's against my belief. Just because something goes against your belief doesn't make it a lie. You have to evidence that it is a lie. And you have to evidence that it is deception. So that's my 2 cents, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Oh, Yemeni, I've seen your videos as well on Speaker's Corner there with Bob and
Wa alaikum assalam.
You know what, Ikhwan, and I'm gonna it has been a long time, this conversation, but I still do want to ask Brother Neil, Saifullah, and SMK, would you guys be okay? Because I think at this point where it's going nowhere at this point. So would you guys still want to continue this method, or would you guys want to go straight to the video, or would you guys rather end the conversation? I want to ask
just one last thing. Just one or two.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
I would like to question him on 1 or 2 last things, because he didn't tell us. First of all, he needs to address what Yemeni said. Second of all, I want to ask him, if the Prophet lied, why would he lie? Why would he invent a whole new religion and do all of that? What was his motive, according to you?
Just to get power.
To get power.
That's it.
Okay. So, did he already have power or not before he started inviting people to Islam? Did he already have power?
I don't think so. Did he?
He had the means to it. First of all, he was part of the most powerful tribe in Arabia, Quraysh. Second of all, in Quraysh, hold on. Second of all, in Quraysh, he was part of one of the chief clans of Quraysh, Banu Hashim. His grandfather was the chief of Quraysh, and his uncle was one of the chiefs of Quraysh after his grandfather died. His uncle who raised him, who was like a father to him, was one of the chiefs of Quraysh. So
yeah, but was he not?
He had the whole were custodians.
I'm not sure how much power he had.
Hold on. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. His uncles were custodians of the Kaaba. So he himself was chosen by the Arabs to tell them where to put the black stone, which was again very respected by them. He himself was chosen by the Arabs to tell them who among them should put the black stone when they were rebuilding the Kaaba. So he already had that. He already had that respect, that status. And yes, he was a merchant, but a merchant who was married to one of the most successful businesswomen in the tribe. A merchant whose grandfather was the chief of the tribe. A merchant whose uncle was one of the chiefs of the tribe. The man had power. The man had status. He may have not himself been a leader, had that status in that way, but he had the means to it. To the point where if he just stood in front of the people, who already trusted him, by the way, who already knew him as the honest and the trustworthy. If he just stood before them and told them, "Oh people, my grandfather is this, my uncle is that, my wife is this, you know me as that, I want to be one of your leaders," they would have gladly made him one of their leaders. He didn't need to invent a whole new religion. In fact, when he told them about Islam, he told them, "If I tell you there is an army behind that mountain who will attack you, will you believe me?" They said, "Yes, we have never heard a lie from you." He told them, "There is no God but Allah, and I am His messenger." Or the meaning of what he told.
Would a truthful person lie? Would a truthful person lie?
And they told him, and they told him, "You are a liar." So he already had the means to power. He didn't need to go through that whole thing. He could have just said, "Give me power," and they would have given it to him. And even after he claimed to be a prophet, they tried to compromise with him. They said, "Look, you want power? We'll make you our king." They came to Utbah, one of the chiefs of Quraysh again. Utbah ibn Abi Rabi'ah came to him, told him, "You want power? We will make you our king. You want a kingdom? We'll make you our king. You want woman? We will give you any woman you like. You want money? We'll make you the richest among us." And he rejected it.
But
he said, "No, that was when he was in Mecca. That happened when he was in Mecca, when he didn't have the power, when his companions were being tortured and killed, when he himself was being tortured, when his clan was being boycotted. That was before he got power. And they offered it to him on a silver platter. He rejected it. And he told them, I cannot, the meaning of what he told them is, I cannot stop doing this. I am incapable of stopping this, or stopping working for this cause, as you are incapable of taking a part of the sun, or something like that. He rejected it. He flat out rejected it. Did not accept any compromise. So he was not after. And even after he gained power, what was he like? Did he live like a king? Did he abuse his power? No. In fact, Umar ibn al-Khattab, his companion, once, and this is after he had gotten power, Umar ibn al-Khattab entered where he was and saw his what he was sat on was so rough that it left marks on his body. According to his wife, the family of the Prophet ﷺ would go for 2 months eating nothing but dates and water. They would go for a long time, and there wouldn't be fire in their house for them to warm themselves up with. What kind of man who seeks power lives like that? Do you even understand what I'm saying? Living on nothing but dates and water for months. He clearly was not after power.
I've not heard this before. Like, I've heard he had 11 wives, so he must have had houses for all of them and stuff, right? So he had.
Subhanallah.
Yeah,
look.
No, hold on.
Brother Sefula, just finish up your thought, then let Brother Aladdin chime in for
Sure.
a while, and then.
I think we're betting on a dead horse, man.
Jay, his wives had houses, but have you seen the houses? For example, the house of his most beloved wife, Aisha, which he's buried in. Have you seen the house? Have you seen how small it is? It was so small. It was so small that when the Prophet ﷺ would pray during the night, Aisha would need to move away so that he had he had a space to pray in. And even if he had 11 palaces, the guy didn't eat anything except dates and water for months. He would sleep on something that would leave marks on his body. Even though he would get a lot of wealth from the booty of war, the spoils of war, a big amount of it went to him. He didn't hoard the wealth. In fact, he gave most of it for the sake of the Muslims. He didn't use it for himself. He used some of it for his family and most of it for the Muslims in general. The guy was not after power. He was not after wealth. He didn't live in a palace. He lived in a very small house that you yourself actually can Google. You can still see it. He's buried in it today. He ate very little food. He ate the necessities. He ate dates and water, sometimes meat. He didn't live like a king. He didn't keep wealth. That's not how someone who's after power acts. When power was offered to him on a silver platter, he rejected it. He clearly was not after power. If you want to say that he was after power, you have to address what I just said. You have to explain these things again.
No, so you're saying he did get most of the war booty as well, but he was just pious with it, right? So he still had a lot.
He took most of the, because look, I said this on purpose because if I just told you he was living like a poor person, you could say, oh, he was not making a lot of money. But what I'm saying is he was making a lot of money, but he was not keeping it. He was not acting with it the way someone who's after power and wealth would act. Someone who's after power and wealth, who's making a lot of money, would use it to get a lot of bodyguards, to get a lot of food, to get a fancy house. The Prophet didn't use it for that. The Prophet would get a lot of money, and he would give it for the Muslims. He would not use it on himself. He would use maybe a small portion, and enough for him to live. But he would not. The vast majority of it, he would spend it on the Muslims.
Yeah, if you want to make an analogy, it would be like Bill Gates giving all of his money and just keeping 10,000 a month for his daily for his monthly expenses, right? And the rest of the money he's giving away for world hunger, all of the world problems, and all of that. That's how the Prophet lived. So, brother Aladdin, you wanted to add something, right?
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair, akhi, brother.
Brother
Just 5
Saifullah,
minutes.
you
I have to
can
go to
continue
Asr.
after this. Yeah, okay.
If
Yes.
you don't mind, after say barakallah. It's only 5 minutes because I have to go to Asr. Ya Akhi Kareem, the questioner is saying, and his claim that Prophet Muhammad received the Holy Quran from a demon. So it was a demonic revelation. Subhanallah. We always say this. Let the Quran speak. Let the Quran speak. Actually, Quran answered you in so many verses. I'll quote some of them, inshallah, for you. Then he will see that it is not a revelation from Satan. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually said, first of all, in Surah An-Nahl, verse 98, فإذا قرأت القرآن فاستعذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. If you read the Holy Quran, always start by seeking refuge from Satan. So you protect yourself from shaitan. So do you think that shaitan will reveal something that against him? The word shaitan or shaitan was mentioned in the Holy Quran 63 times or more, I think. And they were all mentioned in a negative way, attacking Satan. Shaitan was described in a negative way in the Holy Quran more than 80 times. Allah said in the Holy Quran, answering your question, in Surah Al-Takwir, chapter 81, verse 25 and verse 25. وَمَا هُوَ بِقَوْلِ شَيْطَانِ الرَّجِيمِ, about the Holy Quran. And this Holy Quran is not a word of a Satan. It was not revealed by Satan, but it was revealed by Allah. Allah said in Surah Al-Shu'ara, chapter 26, verse 210 and verse 211, وَمَا تَنَزَّلَتْ بِهِ الشَّيَاطِينَ وَمَا يَنْبَغِي لَهُمْ وَمَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ, which means this Quran has not been brought down by Satans, nor does this work behove them, nor are they able to do it. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling you here also explicitly that this Quran was never revealed by Satan. And even though they try, they failed. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you an example in the Holy Quran that they tried, but they failed. What do you read? In Surah Al-Hajj, chapter 22, verse 52. Allah said, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِن قَبْلِكَ مِن رَّسُولٍ وَلَا نَبِيٍّ إِلَّا إِذَا تَمَنَّى الشَّيْطَانُ إلا إذا تمنى ألقى الشيطان في أمنيته فينسخ الله ما يلقي الشيطان ثم يحكم الله آياته والله عليم حكيم. Which means, O Muhammad, it has been always so with every messenger and a prophet we sent before you, that whenever he had a desire, Satan tried to interfere with his desire, but Allah eradicates, cancels the mischiefs worked by Satan and confirm his revelation. So Allah told you that Satan in Surah Al-Shu'ara chapter 26 verse 210 and 211, they will never do it, and they will try to do it, but they will fail to do it. And gave you an example in Surah Al-Hajj chapter 22 verse 52. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَتَّبِعُوا خَطَوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ, do not ever follow the step of a Satan. إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ, he is your best enemy. Do not follow the step of Satan because he's your best enemy. Allah said this in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 168 and verse 206. Allah said also this, وَلَا تَتَّبِعُوا خَطَوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ in Surah Al-An'am, verse 142. Allah said, إِنَّ الشَّيْطَانَ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ فَاتَّخِذُوهُ عَدُوًّا. Surah Fatir, Surah Fatir, verse 6. That Satan is your best enemy. So be his enemy as well. Allah said in Surah Yasin, verse 60, يا بني آدم لا تعبدوا الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين. Do not worship Satan, he is your enemy. Allah said in Surah Al-Zukhruf, lastly, verse 62, ولا يصدنكم الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين. Don't let Satan stop between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is your best enemy. So this is what Allah said, some of the verses about Satan. So do you think if Satan is the one who revealed this to Prophet Muhammad, he will say this about himself? To tell you, stay away from me, be careful of me, I am your best enemy? So I hope that this answered his misconception.
Wallahi, I think Barakallahu Fik, Uncle Aladdin. Wallahi, you have given more than enough to him to think about.
No, but Aladdin, would you not expect that exactly from...
I'm not going to discuss with you. I will go to pray Asr. Inshallah, you may continue with the brother say.
All right, Akhi. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi.
Just a correction, Habibi. Okay. I just wanted to correct that. Aduwan
is the best. He made a mistake.
Aduwan Mubin doesn't mean best enemy or worst enemy. It means
it's a clear enemy.
Clear enemy.
A clear enemy.
Jazakallah khair. Yeah.
But would you guys agree, like Satan wouldn't say this is from Satan if he's revealing it?
You know, if it was from Satan, I would expect Satan to say, Satan is your enemy, do not follow Satan. But when talking to a Christian specifically, I wouldn't expect that. Why? As Ali already told you, you believe that Satan cannot stand against himself. You, as a Christian, of all people, Christians believe that Satan cannot stand against himself. So Satan cannot tell you. Satan cannot.
He cannot go against his own principles.
Yeah, Satan cannot give someone a book.
That's exactly what you would expect from a deceiver.
Hold on. Satan, according to Christians, Satan cannot, according to Christians, Satan cannot, for example, kick a demon out of a human's body. Satan cannot stand against himself. Satan cannot give someone a book that says to curse Satan, that Satan is an enemy. This is according to the Bible. But moving back to the
Saifullah, do you know, Akhi, if something is from Satan, you would expect to see in it that Satan is the God of the world. Satan is the God of this world. That's what something written by Satan would actually say.
Possibly.
Jay, do you understand? Where does who claims that Satan is the God of the world?
I'm saying Satan's just a deceiver, like you're.
Satan
Like,
is the
taking
god
the
of
name
this world.
Allah,
Who
and he's receiving their worship as Allah.
Who claims, Jay? Who claims that Satan is the god of this world?
Like he's running the show, like in the Bible says, right?
Who claims Satan is the god of this world? The Bible, right?
Yeah,
The New
yeah.
Testament, or more specifically, 2 Corinthians 4:4.
Yeah.
The letters
Yeah,
of
like he's
Paul.
kind of running the
Right?
show. Yeah.
So are you
Deceiving
going to then accept that that is something something from Satan would actually say? Who's the one who was deceived? Paul, right? So can you actually admit that something from Satan? That's what you're looking for. We're showing you what something from Satan would look like.
Try to understand.
Well, I'm
Brother
saying
Pastor's
Satan would
point.
admit that the false revelation is from Satan, right?
No. Try and understand Brother Faisal's point here. He's saying that he's giving you an example of what something from Satan would look like. He's saying, do you have one such example?
Is this the praise of Satan, or is Satan
No, like Satan is deceiving people. Like he's pretty much running the show. That's why there's so much deception around.
is this a praise of Satan to call him the god of this world, or is this cursing him?
It's just saying he's running his show, right? It's not like he's praising him.
Again, I mean, I'm getting annoyed by this sort of deflection from you, right? So Jay, here's the deal. This is the last time that you're actually going to be on this channel, because we've actually we've tried to be very sincere with you. It's not going to go anywhere with the way you're approaching it. Come to us with a bit more sincerity and we can have a proper discussion. Because right now, you're just wasting my time. You're wasting the time of my brothers here. They've given you a very good case for why the Quran is from Allah. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is a true messenger of God. And we're telling you, even if you go ahead and contrast it with your Bible, you would actually realize that the false message is contained within the Bible, the one that you're following. And we've told you what is at stake. Your afterlife and your this life is at stake. That's what we've warned you. You don't take this as a serious message at all.
Okay, barakallahu feek to every single one of your work. But I think at this point, we've tried it. We tried it your way. All the brothers, you guys gave great. But let me actually
We'll do it your way
now. So
we'll do it.
Yeah, let's try this.
We'll do it your way, Ali.
Let's try
just
this.
if I may, Ikhwan. Ali, sorry. Look, I know I've talked a lot. Yeah, I know I've talked a lot. I just want to finish up my part because I'm not completely done. I have one
you're
last
fine,
thing.
You're fine. Go.
And once I'm done with this, I'll shut up and you guys can go ahead. Okay?
No worries, okay. Go ahead.
But just because
go ahead and finish up.
So Jay, going back to you and I's conversation, if you want to say the Prophet ﷺ lied because he was after power, there are three things that I want you to explain to me. Why, when he had the means of that power, why did he never take advantage of his uncle's power selfishly before he started inviting people to Islam? Why did he not take advantage of his uncle's power selfishly? Why, when power was offered to him while he was in Mecca, did he reject it without hesitation? And why, after he got power, he did not live the life of a king? Rather, he lived a life that showed he was not after this world, as I already explained in detail. Explain these three things to me.
Yeah, I have to look into these accounts, right? You're saying they're in the hadiths?
He's asking you simple questions, man. He's not asking you to go look into something that you do not know. Khalas, man.
Yeah,
Khalas, we tried our best, man.
Is not okay.
I don't think you're gonna get an answer, Akhi. This
I don't think I am.
Yeah.
Okay, Ikhwan. Barakallahu feekum. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Saifullah. This was very well. Very well
Anytime.
spoken. The argument. Ali,
Brothers,
go ahead.
let me know when you brothers. Let me know when you brothers can see my screen. Okay.
It's coming up. Just waiting for it.
All right. So Jay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay. Here's what the rubber meets the road. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna show you a video. Right. You're gonna watch the video, and at the end, I'm going to determine your response, and your response, either based on your response, you're either going to ask the brothers to elaborate more on the evidences of the Quran, or you're going to literally dismiss everything, and this will be the last time we ever see you. Literally. This is up to you. So right now, everybody, please, brothers, mute up. Jay, you yourself, and I need you to listen and watch this video attentively.
Yep.
Take notes if you want, okay? Because this determines basically our future with you. If you yourself, because right now you are going against your own claim you made in the beginning of your sincerity. This could either be the nail in the coffin for you, or it could be the door to actually you proving yourself to be someone who's at least somewhat sincere. But let's see.
Yep.
Egypt, land of the pyramids and pharaohs, one of the most studied and scrutinized civilizations of
Ali, can you do it at 1.5?
and yet it remains veiled in mystery. In this video, we're going to see that
it is.
Okay.
1.25 is fine.
Sure. Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Quran reveals secrets about Egypt that until recently were lost to mankind. Pharaoh was a tyrant in Egypt. Enslaving and persecuting the children of Israel. The Quran states the following about the death of Pharaoh and his supporters. Note the words, heaven and earth wept not for them. A recently unearthed pyramid text has granted us new insights into the meaning of this verse. The pyramid text reads, "The sky weeps for you. The earth weeps for you when you ascend to heaven as a star." Here, the pyramid text praises Pharaoh, claiming that upon his death, he will ascend through the sky and claim supremacy.
Is it just me or is it really lagging?
It's lagging.
It's lagging.
Wait a quotes the pyramid text directly in its rebuttal of Egyptian adulations of Pharaoh.
Yeah.
What's
Ali,
amazing
do you want
is that
to
knowledge of the
send the
ancient
link in the
Egyptian
back chat?
language of
I'll try
hieroglyphic time
running
the
it.
Quran was revealed. It wasn't.
Yeah, please do. Thank you. 1 second.
Ali, I think I have actually watched a wee bit of this as well.
Jay, please mute yourself. All right, here I sent it.
Just give me a second.
No problem.
The meaning of this verse. The pyramid text reads, "The sky weeps for you. The earth weeps for you when you ascend to heaven as a star." Here, the pyramid text praises Pharaoh, claiming that upon his death, he will ascend through the sky and claim supremacy of the heavens by becoming a star. We can see that the Quran quotes the pyramid text directly in its rebuttal of Egyptian adulations of Pharaoh. What's amazing is that knowledge of the ancient Egyptian language of hieroglyphics was lost to mankind at the time the Quran was revealed. It wasn't until the discovery of an artifact known as the Rosetta Stone in the 18th century, over 1,000 years after the revelation of the Quran, that mankind has been able to fully decode the hieroglyphics.
So that was the first one. Do you want to stop at each one of them and then continue, or how do you want to do this, Ali?
Let's just go through the whole thing, because if we stop, I don't think we actually will get through anything. So let's just go through the whole thing,
okay,
and let's see what he has questions about.
When you hear
So
the
let's
word
just go
Pharaoh,
through the whole thing.
what comes into your
I
mind?
wonder if you'll be able to go
Most
through
people
his
think of
brain.
the supreme ruler of Egypt. This is correct, but the word did not always refer to the supreme ruler. Ancient Egyptian history is divided into different periods. The word Pharaoh, Egyptian Perah, had different meanings depending on the period of Egyptian history. Historically, the word Pharaoh only started being used as a title for the supreme ruler much later in Egyptian history, during the New Kingdom period. Before this, the word meant great house and was used to refer to the royal palace. The Encyclopedia Britannica states, Pharaoh, originally the royal palace in ancient Egypt. The word came to be used for the Egyptian king under the New Kingdom. Let's now analyze the Quran's accounts about Egypt in light of these historical facts. Like the Bible, the Quran discusses the prophets Joseph and Moses, who both spent time in Egypt. Joseph is dated by scholars to either the Middle Kingdom or Second Intermediate period, well before Pharaoh meant ruler. In the story of Joseph, the Quran repeatedly uses the word king to refer to the ruler of Egypt. He is never once called Pharaoh. Moses is dated by scholars to the New Kingdom period. In the story of Moses, the Quran repeatedly calls the ruler Pharaoh. He is never called king. We can see that the Quran is accurate in its use of language when it comes to describing the leader of Egypt at different periods in its history. How could the author of the Quran have known this? The only source of information about ancient Egypt that would have been readily available are the Bible-based stories. To claim that the Quran copied from the Bible is problematic, because the Bible uses the word Pharaoh to refer to the Egyptian ruler in the story of Joseph, which is historically inaccurate. The Quran cannot have copied from the Bible, because the Quran corrects the Bible. The Bible explicitly states that at the time of the Exodus, the Israelites' men were vast in number. The Israelites journeyed from Ramesses to Sukkoth. There were about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. If we factor in the women and children, then the total number of Israelites would realistically be in the millions. This claim of a vast nation is problematic in light of other information that the Bible provides. Firstly, Pharaoh is said to have appointed 2 midwives to deliver and murder Israelite babies. The king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, whose names were Shipra and Puah, when you are helping the Hebrew women during childbirth on the delivery stool, if you see that the baby is a boy, kill him. 2 midwives would only be sufficient for such a task if the Israelites were small in number and giving birth to a manageable number of babies. 2 midwives would not be sufficient for a vast nation of millions. Secondly, the Bible tells us that after the Exodus, God informed Israel that they would not be granted the land of their enemies straight away. But I will not drive them out in a single year, because the land would become desolate and the wild animals too numerous for you. Little by little, I will drive them out before you, until you have increased enough to take possession of the land. Note the reason for the Israelites being denied immediate possession of the land. It is said that wild animals will overpower them. Such a statement only makes sense if the Israelites were small in number and not a vast nation of millions, as the Bible claims. By contrast, the Quran states that the Israelites were only a small band at the time of Moses.
فأرسل فرعون في المدائن حاشرين إن هؤلاء لشرذمة قليلون.
We can see that the Quran fixes the contradictions that are present in the biblical narrative. The Quran states that the punishment of crucifixion was used in ancient Egypt from the time of Moses all the way back to the time of Joseph. Now, the word crucifixion typically brings to mind the Roman cross. However, in antiquity, there were different forms of crucifixion.
It is stop. Let me see.
That's why refresh कर लें एक दफा.
Yeah, that's what I did.
The Quran states that the punishment of crucifixion was used in ancient Egypt from the time of Moses all the way back to the time of Joseph. Now, the word crucifixion typically brings to mind the Roman cross. However, in antiquity, there were different forms of crucifixion. Professor of Archaeology, David Chapman, wrote, "In studying the ancient world, the scholar is wise not to differentiate too rigidly the categories of crucifixion, impalement, and suspension. Hence, any study of crucifixion conceptions in antiquity must grapple with the broader context of the wide variety of penal suspension of human beings. The Arabic words translated as crucified in the Quranic verses all contain the root word, solaba. Arabic dictionaries state that this root carries a number of meanings, including to harden or stiffen and to extract oily matter from bones. This word does not only mean death by being hung on a Roman cross. Rather, it indicates any method of execution which makes the body hardened or stiffened and results in the leaking of bodily fluids. So, impalement, suspension, and the Roman cross are all included without making any distinction. Archaeological evidence shows that the ancient Egyptians used to crucify people by impalement on a stake. The following entry is taken from an Egyptian-German dictionary of hieroglyphics. Note the hieroglyph which depicts an impaled man. This is a punishment that was used throughout the different periods of ancient Egypt. The Abbot Papyrus is dated to the New Kingdom period. It mentions an oath that includes impalement. He took an oath on pain of being beaten and of being impaled. The earliest evidence for crucifixion by impalement is Papyrus Bulak 18, which is dated to the early Second Intermediate period. It states, "A bloodbath had occurred with wood. The comrade was put on the stake." We can see that crucifixion by impalement on a stake was carried out during the New Kingdom period, and at least as far back as the Second Intermediate period. These time periods cover both Moses and Joseph, which shows that the Quran is historically accurate. As well as mentioning crucifixion, the Quran also narrates the following threat of mutilation made by the Pharaoh of Moses.
لأقطعن أيديكم وأرجلكم من خلاف ولأصلبنكم أجمعين.
Historically, we know that capital punishment in ancient Egypt became more severe with the advent of the New Kingdom period, which is the time of Moses. In fact, the specific punishment of mutilation is primarily associated with the New Kingdom period. For example, the Turin Judicial Papyrus records persons to whom was done punishment by severing their nose and ears on account of them ignoring the good instruction said to them. These details about crucifixion and mutilation are missing in the Bible. There is a Jewish commentary, the Midrash Shemot Rabbah, which mentions Pharaoh threatening Moses with burning and crucifixion. But this is a much later work that was composed centuries after the Quran was revealed. Neither the Bible nor Quran identifies the Pharaoh of Moses by name. We can use the details provided in the scriptures to try to identify the Pharaoh. Both scriptures speak of the Israelites being taken into slavery before the birth of Moses. The use of Semites for slave labor occurred only during the New Kingdom period. So, we can place Moses somewhere in the New Kingdom period. This gives us a list of 33 possible pharaohs. Both scriptures also speak of an exodus of the Israelites out of Egypt. The Meneptah stele is an important artifact that contains the first explicit reference to Israel in the archaeological record. It is dated to around 1208 BCE. It discusses the land of Canaan and mentions the Israelites in relation to Canaan, indicating that the exodus had already taken place by this date. The artifact is contemporaneous to the pharaoh Meneptah. This means that the exodus had to take place before Meneptah, since Meneptah was alive and in power after the exodus and not drowned in the sea. This establishes an upper boundary in the timeline of the pharaohs. From the point of view of both the Bible and Quran, we are now left with 18 pharaohs as candidates who may have ruled during the time of Moses. Let's now delve deeper into the biblical narrative. The Bible claims that there were 2 different pharaohs who were in power. The first died while Moses was in hiding in Midian. When Pharaoh heard of this, he tried to kill Moses, but Moses fled from Pharaoh and went to live in Midian. During that long period, the king of Egypt died. The new Pharaoh continued his predecessor's persecution of the Israelites, and it was his second Pharaoh who was later drowned when Moses crossed the sea. The Bible gives us a timeline for these events. The burning bush encounter with God took place when Moses was 80 years old. So from his birth to the Exodus, there was a span of at least 80 years, during which 2 pharaohs ruled Egypt. Now, there is a big problem if we compare this biblical narrative to the timeline of the pharaohs. We've seen that the Bible claims exactly 2 pharaohs ruled during the 80-year period from the birth of Moses to the Exodus. If we consider the number of years that each of the pharaohs ruled, we can see that there is no 80-year period during which only 2 pharaohs ruled. Any given 80-year period will give you at least 3 pharaohs in power. We can see that the biblical narrative contradicts the historical evidence. Let's now compare the Quranic narrative. Unlike the Bible, the Quran depicts a single pharaoh reigning from the birth of Moses all the way up to the Exodus. The Quran informs us that Moses fled to Midian when he reached the age of maturity. The Quran defines the age of maturity as 40 years old. The Quran also informs us that during his time in Midian, Moses spent 8 to 10 years in the service of his father-in-law before returning to Egypt to face Pharaoh. This means that Moses was at least 48 years of age when the Exodus happened. The only pharaoh during the New Kingdom period who had such a lengthy reign as an absolute ruler was Ramesses II, who ruled for 66 years. The Quranic account is perfectly in line with the historical evidence and fixes the chronological issues that are present in the biblical narrative. Let's now compare the life and religion of Ramesses II to the claims that the Quran makes about the Pharaoh of Moses.
وَإِنَّ فِرْعَوْنَ لَعَالٍ فِي الْأَرْضِ وَإِنَّهُ لَمِنَ الْمُسْرِفِينَ.
This claim that the Pharaoh of Moses was extravagant has been proven by archaeological discoveries, which show that Ramesses II was the grandest of the pharaohs. The archaeologist Peter Clayton wrote, "His genuine building achievements are on a Herculean scale." The archaeologist Eric Uphill wrote, "The palace of Ramesses was probably the vastest and most costly royal residence ever erected by the hand of man." The Egyptologist Kenneth Kitchen wrote, "Certainly, in his building works for the gods, Ramesses II surpassed not only the 18th dynasty, but every other period in Egyptian history." With regards to the religion of the Pharaoh of Moses, the Quran makes the following claim.
فحشر فنادى فقال أنا ربكم الأعلى.
The Quran states that the Pharaoh of Moses was arrogant, exalting himself to the position of God. Modern archaeological discoveries have proven this to be true. Ramesses II built the great temple at Abu Simbel to honor himself. Its entrance is flanked by 4 colossal statues of Ramesses II, which dwarf the statue of Ra Horakti, god of the horizon, located above it. This temple also contains an image of Ramesses II making a sacrifice to his divine self. The Quran makes the following claim about the Pharaoh of Moses, who got drowned in the sea.
فَالْيَوْمَ نُنَجِّيكَ بِبَدَنِكَ لِتَكُونَ لِمَنْ خَلْفَكَ آيَةً.
We can see that the Quran explicitly states that the Pharaoh's body will be preserved as a sign for future generations. Note that the Quran never makes such a statement about any of the other destroyed nations that it discusses, typically stating that their abandoned buildings and ruins have been made signs for later generations. This claim about a body being preserved is unique to the Pharaoh of Moses. The body of Ramesses II was discovered by archaeologists in the year 1881 CE. The mummy has been on display in the Cairo Museum, and over the last century, it has been seen by millions of tourists from all over the world. In the following documentary, Sir Tony Robinson states that Ramesses II is one of the few pharaohs whose body has survived largely intact.
Just across the river from Luxor lies the famous Valley of the Kings, where Ramesses himself was buried. His mummy was discovered in 1881. One of the few pharaohs whose body has survived largely intact.
Historically, priests had concealed his body in a secret location in the year 1000 BCE because of a problem with grave robbers. Nothing was known about his mummy in the intervening period of almost 3,000 years. At the time the Quran was revealed, the whereabouts and fate of Pharaoh's body was unknown. During the 3,000-year period in which the body was hidden, it could easily have been damaged or stolen. It may have even remained lost forever, locked away in its secret location, never to be rediscovered. If you think about it, these statements in the Quran are not only historically accurate, but also represent quite a bold prophecy. The Bible informs us about a series of plagues that God brought upon Egypt. The book of Exodus informs us that the first 6 of these plagues are as follows. First, the Nile was turned into blood. Second, masses of frogs. Third, swarms of mosquitoes. Fourth, swarms of flies. Fifth, the death of livestock. Sixth, boils on people and animals. Now at first glance, This series of plagues in the biblical narrative may seem random and unrelated. However, the Quran sheds light on these events. The Quran states the following about the divine punishments against Egypt.
فأرسلنا عليهم الطوفان والجراد والقمل والضفادع والدم آيات مفصلات فاستكبروا.
Notice the first punishment mentioned by the Quran, a flood. This is an important detail that is not found in the Bible. This punishment of a flood actually explains the 6 seemingly random and unrelated plagues in the biblical narrative. A flood would result in high concentrations of red earth entering the Nile River and causing a blood-like color, killing fish and making the water undrinkable, as described in the biblical narrative. This phenomenon is attested to historically, as recorded by a Middle Kingdom Egyptian sage. See, the river is blood. One shrinks from other people and thirsts for water. The rest of the biblical plagues are also easily explained as a consequence of the flood. Frogs, mentioned in plague number 2, are known to fill the land after Nile floods. The death of the frogs recorded in the biblical narrative can be caused by contamination of anthrax that was carried over from the rotting fish. Mosquitoes, mentioned in plague number 3, proliferate after Nile floods, as the pools of water left over from the flooding would have allowed them to overbreed. Swarms of flies, mentioned in plague number 4, will be brought about by the massive death of frogs on the land. The death of pasturing livestock, mentioned in plague number 5, can be explained by anthrax, as brought on the land by the frogs. The boils on humans and cattle, from the flooding would have allowed them to overbreed. Swarms of flies, mentioned in plague number 4, will be brought about by the massive death of frogs on the land. The death of pasturing livestock, mentioned in plague number 5, can be explained by anthrax, as brought on the land by the frogs. The boils on humans and cattle, mentioned in plague number 6, may have been caused by bites. The stable fly in particular is infamous for its vicious biting of mammals. We can see that the Quran's mention of a flood easily explains the biblical plagues, which are not random, as initially appears to be the case, but in fact a series of interrelated events. The Quran mentions the following incident about Joseph while he was in Egypt.
وشروه بثمن بخس دراهم معدودة وكانوا فيه من الزاهدين.
Here the Quran states that Joseph was sold for a paltry price. The Arabic phrase used is darahima ma'dudatin, which contains the words dirham and ma'dud. Dirham means a unit of silver coinage or weight. Ma'dud means countable or limited in number. So the Quran is making the claim that Joseph was sold for a small amount of countable silver. There is plenty of historical evidence that standardized units of silver were used in transactions in ancient Egypt. Small pieces of silver, known as shati, were used in trade. The tomb of Nyanknum and Khnumhotep is dated to the Old Kingdom period. It contains a scene of a busy open-air market with goods for sale. Cubits of cloth, for example, are said to be sold for 6 shati. The Rind mathematical papyrus is dated to the Second Intermediate period. It discusses the relative values of gold, silver, and lead in terms of shati. Small silver bars bearing the name of Pharaoh Tutankhamun have been dated to the New Kingdom period. They are inscribed with a hieroglyphic which states, Tutankhamun, ruler of Heliopolis in Upper Egypt. Until recently, historians believed that the minting of precious metals was a later Greek invention. These recent Egyptian archaeological discoveries have forced historians to completely revise their understanding of coinage in the ancient world. How is it possible that such knowledge was revealed in the Quran nearly 1,500 years ago? The Bible mentions that Joseph was sold for 20 of silver. However, this sale is said to have taken place with some Arabs outside Egypt. By contrast, the Quran states that the sale took place inside Egypt. So, the Bible could not have been used as a source by the Quran. It is in fact the Bible that contains historical errors when it comes to coinage. For example, the Bible makes the claim that a gold coin known as the darik was used at the time of King David. They gave toward the work on the temple of God 5,000 talents and 10,000 darics of gold. As historians point out, the darik is named after the Persian leader Darius the Great, who lived hundreds of years after King David. The Jewish Encyclopedia acknowledges this error. A notable instance of anachronism occurs in 1 Chronicles 29:7. Gold darics, coins which were not struck before the time of King Darius I, i.e. more than 400 years after David. The Quran narrates the following conversation between the Pharaoh of Moses and an individual referred to as Haman.
وقال فرعون يا هامان ابن لي صرحا لعلي أبلغ أسباب السماوات فأطلع إلى إله موسى وإني لأظنه كاذبا.
Here Pharaoh commanded Haman to build a tower that would allow him to reach the heavens. It's important to understand that Pharaoh's intention was not to literally scale a tower to reach the sky. Rather, it's a reference to the Egyptian belief that after death, the Pharaoh would ascend from earth to heaven, taking his place among the gods. As we covered earlier, the author of the Quran had an awareness of ancient pyramid texts that detailed such beliefs. Egyptian monuments housed the bodies of dead pharaohs. These monuments acted as a bridge between this world and the next. They were filled with religious writings that served as instructions to help the dead pharaoh ascend to the heavens. Hence, the person in charge of constructing such a monument for Pharaoh would not only need to be skilled in architecture, but also highly knowledgeable in religion, a builder-priest of sorts. Let's now turn to history to see if we can identify an individual known as Haman, who was both a builder and a priest. Earlier, we concluded that Ramesses II was the pharaoh at the time of Moses, so we will focus on this time period. A block statue in the Egyptian Museum of Munich contains a biographical account of the life of a high priest named Baken Khonsu. In his own words, he states, "I am one truly reliable, useful to his Lord, who performs beneficent deeds within his temple. I being principal chief of works in the estate of Amun, I erected obelisks of granite stone, whose tops reach to the sky." Here, Baken Khonsu tells us that he served the pharaoh in two ways, first by performing rituals in the temple, and second, as chief architect. In fact, Baken Khonsu was an architect extraordinaire, being one of the greatest in all of ancient Egypt. He is responsible for constructing the Temple of Amun at Karnak, a monument that remains one of the largest religious structures ever created by man. With regards to the priesthood, Baken Khonsu informs us that he had a very long and illustrious career. "I was a third prophet of Amun for 15 years. I was a second prophet of Amun for 12 years. He appointed me high priest of Amun for 27 years. Here Baken Khonsu is stating that he served the god Amun throughout his priestly career. Amun is the name of an Egyptian deity who rose to prominence during the New Kingdom period. By the time Baken Khonsu died, he had been a priest for many decades, having served Ramesses II as high priest throughout his reign. Both Ramesses II and Baken Khonsu were contemporaries who died around the same time. What about the Quran's mention of Haman? How does it relate to Baken Khonsu? Baken Khonsu referred to himself by the title High Priest of Amun. The actual phrase in the hieroglyphics is Ham, Nata, Tapi, Amana. The word Ham literally means servant, and Amana is how you articulate the name of the god Amun in Egyptian. Baken Khonsu was Ham Amana, meaning servant of Amun. The Quran's mention of Haman may be simply an Arabized version of the Egyptian Ham Amana. Let's now summarize the main points about Baken Khonsu. He was a senior ranking figure under Pharaoh Ramesses II, acting as both high priest and chief architect. He served in the temple of the god Amun and thus had the title Ham Amana. It is clear that all of the historical evidence fits perfectly with the Quranic narrative. Now, it's important to point out that the Bible also mentions a Haman, but the resemblance is only in name. The biblical Haman served under a Persian king and bears no relation to the Quranic Haman of Egypt. Yet again, these are details that are completely missing in the biblical narrative. In this video, we have seen that the Quran has a remarkable insight into many facets of ancient Egypt, revealing long-lost knowledge while also correcting the Bible. Claims that the author of the Quran copied from the Bible are clearly rubbished in light of such facts. The Quran boldly declares its origins.
تنزيل الكتاب لا ريب فيه من رب العالمين.
To learn more about the miracles of the Quran, please download your free copy of the book, The Eternal Challenge, at the link below.
All right, so beautiful video. Jay, what is your response?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
There we go. So Jay, what is your response?
I've actually seen, I think I may have seen this video as well, and I was actually looking up the first two as well. The first two claims in there. And
what is your response, Jay?
They don't seem to be correct.
The first two claims aren't correct.
Yeah. On that first one where it talks about the tablet, where it says the sky weeps for you and the earth weeps for you, it doesn't actually say that on the tablets themselves. It says the earth shakes for you.
No.
And that's from the old kingdom as well. It's not from the time of Moses as well. So it's not even referring to the Ramses. And then I think
who says it was referring to Ramses?
Yeah, that might be in another video, but it covers that one, and I think I've seen the second one as well, where it talks about the.
Jay, I'm gonna ask you this question. Jay. The first claim, did it say it was talking about Moses? The Pharaoh during Moses' time?
Not in this video, but it's what's on the text is wrong as well.
Then
it's not correct.
Why are you talking about? You know what, Jay? Congratulations. You yourself have contradicted your own self. You came across as someone who, you know what, who was a liar,
Ali,
and you deceived yourself.
I want to listen to his others before you let him off.
It's not worth it. Okay, I'm saying it's not worth it. Okay, let's not do this. It's not worth it.
I'm claiming I tested the claim that video is making, and it wasn't correct.
It's not.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
It's not worth it, actually. It really isn't.
I'm saying that tablet does not say this.
Jay, before you go, tell us why the second claim is wrong.
The second video was talking about the pharaohs or whatever, and in the Bible it gives you the same account where it calls them kings and pharaohs as well, which parallels with the one from, I think it's in the Quran chapter 12, and are you there? Am I?
No, you're not. No. I've about had it with this. Nope. No, you're not saying anything.
Boy.
I mean, at this point,
he knows too much.
Bro, the fact is this man literally just said in the Bible it talks about pharaohs and kings. That's the point. It literally calls the person, the ruler during the time of Joseph, Pharaoh. That's the whole point. And then in the Quran, does the Quran uses Pharaoh and king? Yes, it does. But which is for which? It does not call the ruler a Pharaoh during the time of Joseph. It does not do that. But if I do apologize, but it was obvious. This man was literally just looking for things to go against it.
Well, I told you way before, Ali. We didn't need to go through this because.
Oh no, that's true.
It was
personally, the only reason why, as far as the four possibilities, for one, for anybody who may not have heard the four possibilities as a whole. This is something that I actually, again, I knew. Anyways, it was a way for me to actually, for those to actually hear the four possibilities as far as the Prophet ﷺ's sincerity and his true claim of him being a prophet, rationally, for others to hear it as well. And of course, it's always good to hear Brother Saifullah's voice, so the more the merrier. But besides that, I mean, it was obvious. But hey, I decided to take the risk. It is what it is. But now we know. All right.
Yeah, no. That's why at the start, if you remember, I said that this would be the last time that he'll be on, because if he's coming here just to waste our time and just to have an argument, we're not here for the argument itself, right? If you can have a decent conversation without any while being sincere in your conversation, that's all we ask for. So as long as you're being sincere, fine, we'll have a conversation with you.
And now we have another keyboard warrior.
I'll buy. All right, I'll buy. So Ikhwan, do you know when it says the sky weeps for you and the earth weeps for you, right?
Yeah.
Now let's look at pagan religions, right? Not even just Egyptian mythology. How would they know the earth is weeping for you?
The sky, it rains from the sky. That's the point, right?
No, the earth. The earth. How would
the earth?
How would the people know the earth weeps for you? How would they know? Earthquake.
Oh.
Earthquake. Literally. So when it says the earth, that's the whole point. That's how they interpreted it. That's the whole point. It's not just Egyptian mythology. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, it talks about that too. The earth weeps when there was an earthquake. In not Sumerian mythology, in Babylonian mythology. Even in there's this one in Greek mythology. There's a story. Was it story of not Perseus? There's this. I think the story of Bellerophon and whatever. In Greek mythology, the earth is shaking or the earth is weeping. Gaia. That's how she. This whole concept alone of the earth shaking. That's how they would know the earth weeps for you. And by the way, that within itself is a translation. So when it says the earth shakes for you, it's another way of saying the earth weeps for you. He didn't think too far to even look deep into that. But whatever. That's
Did one of you guys ban him?
I realized. You said what?
Did one of you guys ban him?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, I don't think it's necessary, to be honest, but
to ban him?
He'll be back.
Yeah,
he'll be back.
him.
He'll be back.
And if someone is, if you ban him, can he still watch the videos?
He can watch the videos. Yes, he can watch the videos,
okay.
but he can, but
he can't.
He won't
be
coming
comment
on the stage.
Okay.
He won't come on the stage, and he won't be commenting either.
Yeah.
Unless he makes another account.
Because I still want him to listen, even if he's insincere.
Okay.
If he listens,
the funny
maybe
thing is, okay. The funny thing is, he himself said, would you have a can you have a fruitful conversation with someone who's not sincere, someone who's not open-minded, someone who is closed-minded? He said, no, I can't. So he himself, he fulfilled his own prophecy. which is very, very ironic. So
by the way, my volume, is it okay now or is it still too loud?
Now it's almost
my volume, is it okay now or is it still too loud?
No, it's better now.
And it's fine. But Faisal, it's been almost 7 hours. Do you want to keep the stream going? Because I'm kind of getting tired. So you want to keep the stream going? Or you want to?
No, I'm gonna be calling it a night as well. It's 3:30 here, Ali.
Literally. So,
yeah. So
yeah, I'm getting tired myself.
It's less of a night and more of the morning as well.
I woke up bright and early to join you guys. It's 6 a.m.
Oh, are you complaining, Akhi?
Mashallah.
Absolutely not. Alhamdulillah. It was my pleasure to do so.
All right, mashallah. Saifullah, Akhi, you know how we want to end it.
Yeah, Allah, choose the surah.
Yeah, but keep it a short one because it's 3:30, Akhi.
You're the ones who are going to choose, not me.
Okay. So I'm gonna choose a simple
No,
one. Okay.
choose from the
Let's
from
do
the story
Surah
of
Mulk.
Moses.
No, let's just do Surah Mulk.
Yeah, if you want,
No,
it doesn't have to be a short surah. If you want, I can just read some of a long surah, as you wish.
some of the long surah you want to read. Oh, Brother Champ wants to come up on the stage. Let's bring him up.
Guard your
Assalamu
ears,
alaikum.
everyone.
All right. In the meantime, I'll go backstage in the meantime because I actually have to go do something.
Rahmatullahi wa
Walaikum
barakatuh.
assalam. You can stick around, Dilly. Or are you heading off?
Habib, how's my uncle doing?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
No, Faisal, yeah, actually, I think I am because I'm really getting tired. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It is pretty late.
Brother Ali, did you miss my my comment in the back chat? Sadly, I can't join you tomorrow. I have a mock test to do. Make dua for me to succeed.
I mean.
May Allah grant you success in this test and this life and then the hereafter.
Ameen ya Rabbil Alameen. And may He do the same for you. May the one who you've loved for the sake of love you as well.
Ameen.
Ya Rabbil Alameen. You know, whenever you say that, I always get confused. It's kind of confusing wording.
May the one for whose sake you have loved me love you.
Okay, now it's clear. Shukran kathiran.
Ahlan sahlan.
Okay. You know, Akhi, let's do Surah Al-Mulk.
Oh, I wanted Munafiq.
Yani first come, first served. The one who asks first.
It's not too long, alhamdulillah. So, and at the same time, it's do you know Surah Al-Mulk? It's the surah that you recite before going to bed. So, mashallah, this is it's also a good time for me to be reciting this as well with you, Akhi.
My dad always recites it's the Laylatul Qadr ayat.
Okay.
Yeah, but you'll be reading the translation. You won't be reciting the actual.
Sure. So I'll do this. We'll do the translation later.
Okay, as you wish.
Do you want to open your own, or is this okay?
I already have my own open.
Okay, mashallah. Okay.
طيب. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير. الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور. الذي خلق 7 سماوات طباقا ما ترى في خلق الرحمن من تفاوت فارجع البصر هل ترى من فطور ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير. ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلناها رجوما للشياطين وأعتدنا لهم عذاب السعير. وللذين كفروا بربهم عذاب جهنم وبئس المصير. إذا ألقوا فيها سمعوا لها شهيقا وهي تفور تكاد تميز من الغيظ كلما ألقي فيها فوج سألهم خزنتها ألم يأتكم نذير. قالوا بلى قد جاءنا نذير فكذبنا وقلنا ما نزل الله من شيء إن أنتم إلا في ضلال كبير وقالوا لو كنا نسمع أو نعقل ما كنا في أصحاب السعير فاعترفوا بذنبهم فسحقا لأصحاب السعير إن الذين يخشون ربهم بالغيب لهم مغفرة وأجر كبير. Do you want to read the translation now, Ya Faisal?
So we can finish up the whole chapter, and then I can do
Okay.
the whole translation all together.
Okay. وأسروا قولكم أو اجهروا به إنه عليم بذات الصدور ألا يعلم من خلق وهو اللطيف الخبير هو الذي جعل لكم الأرض ذلولا فامشوا في مناكبها وكلوا من رزقه وإليه النشور أأمنتم من في السماء أن يخسف بكم الأرض فإذا هي تمور أم أمنتم من في السماء أن يرسل عليكم حاصبا فستعلمون كيف نذير ولقد كذب الذين من قبلهم فكيف كان نكير أولم يروا إلى الطير فوقهم صافات ويقبضن ما يمسكهن إلا الرحمن إنه بكل شيء بصير أمن هذا الذي هو جند لكم ينصركم من دون الرحمن إن الكافرون إلا في غرور أمن هذا الذي يرزقكم إن أمسك رزقه بل لجوا في عتو ونفور أفمن يمشي مكبا على وجهه أهدى أمن يمشي سويا على صراط مستقيم قل هو الذي أنشأكم وجعل لكم السمع والأبصار والأفئدة قليلا ما تشكرون قل هو الذي ذرأكم في الأرض وإليه تحشرون ويقولون متى هذا الوعد إن كنتم صادقين قل إنما العلم عند الله وإنما أنا نذير مبين فلما رأوه زلفة سيئت وجوه الذين كفروا وقيل هذا الذي كنتم به تدعون قل أرأيتم إن أهلكني الله ومن معي أو رحمنا فمن يجير الكافرين من عذاب أليم قل هو الرحمن آمنا به وعليه توكلنا فستعلمون من هو في ضلال مبين قل أرأيتم إن أصبح ماؤكم غورا فمن يأتيكم بماء معين
Jazakallah khair.
وجزاك.
All right. So let's go over the translation.
MashaAllah. MashaAllah, brother Saifullah. Subhanallah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Right. Blessed is he in whose hand is dominion, and he is over all things competent. Let me make sure I have the translation I have. I want to make sure which one I'm using right now. I'm just going to change it to this one. Blessed is the one in whose
This
hand.
one is not the best, to be
Sorry?
honest. Yeah, the
It's not
clear,
the best?
the clear Quran. Yeah, the clear Quran is not really a very good one.
Yeah,
It has
it's an easy one for English speaking audience, to be honest. That's the reason why I prefer it for
yeah, but it's not accurate. The problem is
Sahih
it's
International
easy,
is
but it's
still
not
pretty
accurate.
much the best one. Okay, let's continue with the Sahih International. He who created death and life to test you as to which of you is best indeed, and he is the exalted in might, the forgiving. Al-Aziz al-Ghafur. And who created 7 heavens in layers. You do not see in the creation of the most merciful any inconsistency. So return your vision to the sky. Do you see any breaks? And return your vision twice again. Your vision will return to you humbled while it is fatigued. And we have certainly beautified the nearest heavens with lamps, that is stars, and have made from them what is thrown at the devils, and have prepared for them the punishment of the blaze. And for those who disbelieved in their Lord is the punishment of hell, and wretched is the destination. When they are thrown into it, they hear from it a dreadful inhaling while it boils up. It almost bursts with rage. Every time a company is thrown into it, its keepers ask them, "Did there not come to you a warner?" They will say, "Yes, a warner had come to us, but we denied and said, Allah had not sent down anything. You are not but in great error." And they will say, "If only we had been listening or reasoning, we would not be among the companions of the blaze." So this is the ayah I actually chose it for because brother Abdul Rahman, right? He brought this up earlier on. And this is the specific ayah that he was referencing. Right? They will say, "If only we had been listening or reasoning, we would not be among the companions of the blaze." And they will admit their sin, so it is alienation for the companions of the blaze. This is what you're asking for if you're denying the Prophet ﷺ and if you're denying the oneness of Allah. Right? Indeed, those who fear their Lord unseen will have forgiveness and great reward. And conceal your speech or publicize it. Indeed, he is knowing of that within the breasts. Does he who created not know, while he is the subtle, the aware? It is he who made the earth tame for you. So walk among its slopes and eat of his provision, and to him is the resurrection. Do you feel secure that he who is above would not cause the earth to swallow you and suddenly it would sway? Or do you feel secure that he who is above would not send against you a storm of stones? Then you would know how severe was my warning. And already had those before them denied, and how terrible was my reproach. Do they not see the birds above them with wings outspread and sometimes folded in? None holds them aloft except the most merciful. Indeed, he is of all things seeing. Or who is it that could be an army for you to aid you other than the most merciful? The disbelievers are not but in delusion. Or who is it that could provide for you if he withheld his provisions? But they have persisted in insolence and aversion. Then is one who walks fallen on his face better guided, or one who walks erect on a straight path? Oh. Okay. Say it is he who has produced you and made for you hearing and vision and hearts, that is intellect. Little are you grateful. Say it is he who has multiplied you throughout the earth, and to him you will be gathered. And they say, when is the promise if you should be truthful? Say, the knowledge is only with Allah, and I am only a clear warner. But when they see it approaching, the faces of those who disbelieve will be distressed, and it will be said, this is that for which you used to call. Say, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, have you considered whether Allah should cause my death and those with me, or have mercy upon us, who can protect the disbelievers from a painful punishment? Say, he is the most merciful. We have believed in him, and upon him we have relied. And you will come to know who it is that is in clear error. Say, have you considered if your water was to become sunken into the earth, then who could bring your flowing water? Sadaqallahu al-Azim.
جزاك الله خيرا. وجزاك Jazakallah khair, Uncle Faisal. That was beautiful.
All right. So let's Ahwan, let's just wrap it up. Any last thoughts? Ali, are you still here, Akhi?
I'm still here.
Okay. So let's start with brother Shah. You're the last one on my screen, so I'll start with you.
Well, I guess I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping that we'd get some semblance of
an argument. Yeah, I know.
Not even just an argument, but someone who is a true seeker. Someone you can have an actual dialogue. But second to that, sure, I'll take an actual argument. But like even reading these nonsense keyboard warriors in the chat, this room and this Q&A, just absolute brainless drivel. I mean, it just seems like the best thing for them to do is avoid people who use common sense, so that they can just sit there and they can just bang away on their keyboards. It's disappointing.
Yeah, it is disappointing when you
and
pretty
that's
much
why
told... Wait, okay. So it is disappointing when...
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Adi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, Adil, you're on stage.
Yeah. So
how are you doing, brother?
Alhamdulillah, we're just wrapping up. We're just wrapping up. We're just wrapping up. So
please continue.
Yeah, Brother Shah. So it is disappointing, unfortunately, but this is what you sort of get from a lot of Christians when they've been exhausted with all these sort of non-arguments that they throw at Muslims, that the Bible is historically reliable, the certain claims are written in the Bible, and all of these things. When you've shown everything, that's the only thing they're left with. And I personally feel that once you're sort of at that point, there's really no discussion that can happen, So I think going forward, we'll try to be less charitable with the time that we give them.
I
Yeah,
honestly,
very.
I would
Yeah.
have liked to just take a very hard line, just like a 5-minute hard line with ILJ, because I mean we try. The brother Saifullah, subhanallah, he gave such a detailed,
Yeah.
step-by-step, patient answer to the guy, and then
Anyone who's sincere would have actually responded properly. Correct?
exactly, and he couldn't respond. And I even that's why when I saw he was about to waffle again, I went back. I said, "Wait, this is what you said." I confirmed for him step by step. This was your claim. Yes, this was my claim. And he still didn't respond to it. So what do? You can't do anything then.
Yeah, no, it's like it was difficult to have that conversation. But Jazakallah khair, brother, for joining us today.
My pleasure. Barakallah feek.
Barakallahu.
All right.
Brother,
Brother
assalamu
Adil, Assalamu
alaikum
alaikum.
again. Yes, how are you? Hope you're all doing good.
Alhamdulillah,
Good,
we're doing good.
alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
So,
بخير alhamdulillah. وأنت?
okay, did you watch the
Guys,
stream? Do you have any
yeah,
comments? Please keep it
I
short, Akhi.
listened, yes, I listened to the comment and yeah, unfortunately got really frustrated. But anyway, the Christians come with the arguments that our deen is Satan inspired. Now you have given the reasons for it. We're not going to go over them, but if we turn the tables and ask the same question to them, the claims that they make perfectly fit the Christianity.
Yes.
So changing the Bible, a devil would love to make monotheists polytheists. So basically, he would love to make the teachings of Jesus and deviate from them and make them worship Triunga, whatever there is. He would love to change the scripture or the Injil that was sent to Jesus, given to him, and change it. And so they say, for example, that prophet was devil inspired. Well, we can prove he wasn't, but if we ask the same question, what I was thinking about when all those their priests and people who changed their theology and the scriptures, and they claim to be, holy ghost or inspired. As a matter of fact, it seems like they were the ones who were devil inspired. So basically, if we just turn the tables on them and ask the same question, they fit the objectives of the Satan perfectly. So
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Jesus being crucified, Satan would love to see one of the best prophets or one of the most important prophets of Allah to be on that cross, golden plated, worn everywhere, being bowed to, being kissed to. The very moment when Jesus, as per their belief, was humiliated, Satan would love to see that. So I don't understand the Christians when they try to defend this stuff. Look, in their deep thoughts and heart, they do know that this is nonsense. Just if we just turn the questions to them, they perfectly fit what Satan would love to do. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, Akhi. Jazakallah khair. Anything else?
No, brothers, that's it. I just
All right.
especially with the last participant, that guy. What was his name?
Yeah.
Let's not worry about that.
Don't worry.
Let's not worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, but what I want to say is that he goes to different streams, and I've heard him. He's annoying, and he heard all the things that you brothers gave to him. He already knows this. Just the guy is not
Yeah. So
sincere.
it's not
Anyway,
sincere. So when that has been identified, I mean, it doesn't matter. We've tried on our end. Sometimes, like the way I see it is that sometimes some of the other brothers may be able to say something which might click, and the approach might be useful, but at times it's just losing battle because the person already has made a mind, And again, remember, his argument was, I am Christian. That's why I don't believe in it. So when somebody is making that argument, essentially they're saying, I've already made up my mind. I don't care what the truth is. I just want to hold on to my dogma. And that was the reason why when he came on, I tried to disarm him by saying that regardless of what you're claiming yourself to be, this claim itself is sufficiently sober enough for you to stop with your drunken state of I'm a Christian and take this seriously. That you're going to end up in hellfire for denying this the prophethood of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right?
Salam.
Yeah. So
Brother,
if
yes, that. Sorry, go on.
so if that is the case, it does not matter whether you claim to be a Christian, a Jew, a Hindu, a Zoroastrian, someone aboriginal, whatever your case is, take this seriously. And unfortunately, like if somebody doesn't want to take it seriously, our job was to just pass on the message. And for someone who's been on our channel long enough, they're aware of the message, right? And they take the risk on their own, as we just read, as the brother just read in Surah Al-Mulk, right? It's not going to be a good ending for these type of people.
In
May
Surah
Allah guide
Al-Ma'idah.
them.
Amin
Yeah.
ya Rabbil Alameen. But no, actually, just to add on to this, Uncle Faisal, did you notice how much he was goalpost shifting? He was pissed. He was.
I'll give
pushing
you
the-
your opportunity to have a say. Wait for it, Akhi.
Okay.
All
You
right,
mean
brother
nephew?
Adil. Yeah. You're
Yes,
still my
last
brother.
point,
Don't worry.
brothers. Yeah, last point, brothers. You know,
Yes.
I'm really interested how Christians claiming that God is perfect and everything that He does is perfect are going to stand on the day of judgment and tell the perfect God, look, we believed in the book that was changed by people that had numeric and linguistic problems. This was your work, and we believed in it. And I don't see how they can make that argument in front of the God. That's just nonsense. Anyway, salam alaikum. Thank you very much, brothers. I just jumped in because
Salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I just jumped in. I was so
وعليكم
curious.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
May
Brother,
Allah bless the brother.
My nephew, my young brother, it's your turn, Akhi.
Hey, Jazakallah khair, ya Uncle Faisal. Hey, so as I was saying, did you notice how much he was goalpost shifting? He was pushing the goal so far.
Yeah.
Like his criteria was like, okay, no, the Quran is from Satan. Why would Satan tell you to respect your parents and give charity? That does not make any sense. Satan would never tell you to say that. And then he just said, no, but Satan would. No, he wouldn't.
If anything, the Quran is the only of the three testaments, let's say, if we're talking about the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Quran, right?
The final testament.
The final testament, as some people like to term it, although I don't necessarily agree with this idea because of
it gives validation.
It gives the impression that
you're
the
validating
Old
the Old
and the New Testament are actually revelation. But
no,
regardless,
Muslims never believed that.
Yeah, regardless, right? Of the three, only in the Quran is Satan exposed. His methodology is exposed. His intentions are exposed. Right? The Torah doesn't even talk about Satan. Okay, even the role of Satan in the fall of humankind, or as it's sort of termed, has been taken over by a snake, apparently, by a serpent. Okay, so it is definitely something to ponder over, and it does. The only reason you would actually pick up the Bible and study it is to either have a conversation with the people of the book, or to basically gain a better understanding and a clarity of the Quran and why certain things are stated in a particular way in the Quran, right? Because only when you know that the Bible got the 7-day creation wrong, the 6 days of creation wrong, right? Would you understand why the Quran is very explicit in the statement that that no drowsiness overtook him after he created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, right? So those type of things are really useful, and they increase your iman. But other than that, there's no point in studying the Bible, the way I see it. All right, brother Champ.
I can continue. So, and subhanallah, you know how the Quran says they follow nothing but conjecture? That's exactly what he did. He followed nothing but conjecture. Yes. Subhanallah. No, and Allah says in the Quran, I just want to elaborate because you said, may Allah guide them. I think in Surah Al-Ma'idah, it says Allah guides whoever he wills and he misguides whoever he wills.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Hey, wa barakallah feek. May Allah bless brother Ali. May Allah bless Habibi Saifullah. May Allah bless Uncle Faisal.
Ameen. Thank you.
Ameen.
You have a good night, Akhi.
Well,
you
too.
Good morning,
You too. Actually, it's afternoon for me. It just turned into 12.
Okay. All right, brother. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
What the freak? Is it still snowing? It's still. Oh my God.
Brother Neil, do you want to go first, Akhi?
Yeah, Jazakallah khair. I am already sleeping, subhanAllah.
I know, that's why I was just saying.
I'm halfway there too, literally.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair for coming.
Yeah.
Brother Saifullah, assalamu alaikum. Do you have an announcement for us?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
You have an announcement?
Huh?
Do you have an announcement for us?
Boy.
Any streams happening on your channel or anything else
Boy.
that we should be looking forward to?
Boy.
Sorry?
Okay. I think so on my channel. Don't worry about it. So on my channel, inshallah, if any Muslims in the chat have doubts about Islam, have arguments that are causing you discomfort, arguments that you want the answers to, or questions about Islam that are not fiqh questions, on my channel we have a stream every Saturday where we deal with these questions. You yourself can come up as a guest. You can ask as much as you want, or in the chat, it doesn't matter. And the stream will be, inshallah, today in 8 hours or 5, either 5 hours or in 8 hours. In any case, I schedule it beforehand.
So it would be either for those on EST timing, it's either 9 or 12.
Yes.
12 noon. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
in any case, I usually schedule it like 2 or 3 hours beforehand.
Okay. All right. So is there any other stream that's coming up in February?
Yeah, actually. So Yemeni and I are working on a series about the Quran. The series is called Holes in the Narrative, to destroy the argument that many kuffar come with, that they hold on to. They say there are holes in the narrative. But if you ask them what is the Quran, they have no idea.
Yeah.
So Yemeni and I are making a whole series that will involve many presentations, that is designed to give the Muslims a lot of information about the Quran and to at the same time destroy this argument. We have already made a presentation, a 3-hour long presentation that was merely the introduction. You can watch it on Yemenite Front. And in February, inshallah, there is another stream coming where we will start discussing the revelation of the verses of the Quran, from revelation until compilation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many projects is Yemeni working on?
Mashallah, the brothers.
I've counted 4 so far, man.
Yeah, mashallah, the brothers really
Mashallah,
dedicated. And these
You need-
projects are really good projects, subhanallah.
It's in depth,
So
literally.
yeah, so just so everybody
Yeah.
knows, we will continue the Tanakh stream in February, and it will be happening on the 4th of February. And look forward to it. We're going to be covering
Genesis
the
5,
Genesis
7.
chapters 5, 6, 7, and let's see.
For those of you who do not know, that's basically covering the story of half of the story of Noah, I believe.
Noah, yeah, Noah. Yes, exactly. So it will be interesting. Let's continue with that journey of ours. So inshallah, if you guys have not already subscribed to Brother Yamni's channel, Brother Saifullah's channel, please do so, and look forward to those presentations, inshallah. All right, Brother Saifullah, Jazakallah khair for coming up, and Jazakallah khair for reciting the Quran for us, and for your contribution today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All right, Akhi, how are you doing?
I am 75% asleep, but alhamdulillah.
I know, the same here pretty much. So just very quickly, we'll continue with the presentation tomorrow, inshallah. And then I'm probably going to take a break for a while because I want to go back and prepare a few more stuff before we continue the historical analysis, that textual criticism part. All right. The interesting thing tomorrow is we'll continue with the sources again, and what we'll be talking about are sort of the ancient sources that we have. Not necessarily each and every one of the sources that we're going to discuss is available as an extant manuscript fully, right? But there are some there's some truth to the idea that those existed at a particular point in time, and they heavily influenced some of the later extant manuscripts that are available to us. Now, interestingly enough, again, when you're looking at this, a lot of the text that is currently used, or that is mostly used as an evidence when it comes to Old Testament or any sort of document like that, it's not necessarily from the BC era or even the first 1,000 years after of our modern era, right? It's actually, most of the documents are from the 11th century and onwards. Actually, to be a bit more precise, is really after the printing press and all of those advancements have been made, that a lot of these
weird.
documents.
But that makes a lot of sense because that's, mass transmission started being more and more
Yeah.
available.
So that's where most of the documentation comes from. When they talk about these thousands and thousands of manuscripts and all of that, right? That's the era that we're talking about. Now, you go back into the earlier centuries, the further back you go, the fewer manuscripts there are.
Yeah,
right.
and even those manuscripts they have like what we keep saying, it's shorter. It's shorter.
And further back you go, the less extent manuscripts that you have. extent being something that is physically available for analysis and for scrutiny, right? So if so that's something which needs to be kept in mind as we go through this, because it will be an interesting piece. All right, so that will be it. Remember our brothers and sisters in Palestine, in other places. Remember the people who are also facing a tough time in California, forest fires. And make dua for your brothers and sisters in here. All right, Akhwan.
I can see the tiredness in our voices, personally.
I know
And
it
again,
is.
we do thank you guys for staying up with us for 7.5 hours. But yeah, if you guys may not have heard, or if you guys can't tell, we are very, very tired. We do need some sleep, and inshallah, we will see you guys tomorrow for another stream. Hopefully, something that will be more eventful. But God, Allah subhanahu, it's all in the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, inshallah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Well, some of you guys today. Yeah, today. But yeah, in the meantime, let's we need to go get some rest. So, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.